You get there by confrontation, violence?
Oh, was that the question you were asking?
Yeah.
You see, that's another thing. When you talk about a revolution, most people think violence, without realizing that the real content of any kind of revolutionary thrust lies in the principles and the goals that you're striving for, not in the way you reach them. You reach them.
Hey everybody. Y'all see I'm trying to get this thing right. Y'all look what I could do. Y'all, I got something I want to play real quick too. Let me see if I could go back to it. See if it'll play.
Get there by confrontation, violence?
Oh, was that the question you were asking?
Yeah.
You see, that's another thing. When you talk about a revolution, most people think violence, without realizing that the real content of any kind of revolutionary thrust lies in the principles and the goals that you're striving for, not in the way you reach them. You reach them.
What y'all think about that? I'm coming up now. I'm coming up in these streets. You know, this what the people want. This what the people gonna get, right? It's not a little bit more. Thank you all for coming. See what I got going on. It's a lot I want to cover and discuss. Shout out to everybody who came through earlier. I wasn't able to go live. I've been having a little bit of weather problems down here where I'm at. But I appreciate everybody who came through to see if I was going to go live. I appreciate it. I hope everybody gets an opportunity to see that I'm on live now. You know, sometimes I have a order in my head of how I want to do this, but I think I'm just going to wing it and just see where it goes from there, okay? And that's where we're going to go from now. It's been a lot of discussions. And what I notice is, what I went to NeoX's live. She invited me, and I appreciate the invite. And a lot of people, to me, what I observed is accountability is something that is foreign to a lot of people, because I saw a lot of she's gaslighting, she's not ready for YouTube, or you got to have thick skin. To me, thick skin is accountability. You got to have thick skin to be accountable. You got to have a lot of heart to be accountable. And not only that, but just looking at all of YouTube in different scenarios, different topics, different discussions, all we see is argument after argument after argument. And nothing necessarily gets resolved. That's what I've noticed. It just continues over and over and over. Well, I can point out something you did, and I can point out something you did, and I could point out what you did wrong here, and I could say what you did wrong there. And me, truthfully, I don't want to be involved in that. The topic of discussion is do men need protection? With having this discussion with Neo on her channel, some of the thought process was that men didn't need any protection, and I think that's where a lot of our dialogue didn't necessarily come to a resolution. So that's what. Hey Texas, hey Mama, how you doing? Thank you for coming through. And I wanted to be able to go into deeper depths about that, about the reasoning for our men needing protection. It was also brought up, about the discussion of them needing counseling and everything, and how it was necessarily separate. But it's not separate. Everything is mental. It is the mind. It's how you perceive things. It's how you understand things. I did a topic talking about childbirth, and a lot of the times men, in their perspectives, it goes unnoticed in that scenario, right? Sometimes we don't necessarily consider what they may be going through in that time, especially with having to take care and base most of our attention on the female and the children or the child. So it does go unnoticed. And even for them, they may even, believe that they might be tripping in moments, or even unaware that they're having this thought process, right? Well, I have another example of alienation. Brother LaTruth, he is a popular person on social media, and he has experienced alienation from his child due to a toxic divorce, right? Alienation is a form of an attack in every aspect. The social construct has formed alienation and giving childbirth to from women and children, and having the men, sometimes feeling as if they're not in a position to protect or have a position of control of how things may go about for their girlfriend, wife, female partner, and their unborn child, soon to be born child. That has an effect on men. But I have some other examples that I wanted to bring to the forefront for everybody. And I wanted to show everyone some different examples of things that happen in this society as far as our Black men, right? So that we can see, what is happening and what they need to be protected from. I can give some examples on that, okay? I'm going to share my screen real quick. And I like, hey, Aaliyah, a lot. Am I saying it right? Aaliyah, it's nice to see you, Mama. Thank you for coming through. I really did. Even though it was kind of an awkward situation, I really did enjoy coming to Neo's channel, you guys, and having that discussion with her. I don't think that everything necessarily got resolved, but I do appreciate the fact that I could come across to her platform and acknowledge to her and all of her subscribers, my genuine concern about me coming towards her. You get what I'm saying? I can appreciate that. I don't agree with some of the things that she necessarily feels about Kevin and certain situations, but that doesn't mean we have to attack, right? So I don't want to attack, especially if I want to speak about people being attacked. So that was my whole thing. It was a genuine acknowledgement. I appreciate all those who have considered that as genuine. I really appreciate that. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Texas. Thank you, Aaliyah, so much. Okay, right here on the screen, right here I have Emmett Till, and everybody knows the story about Emmett Till. And this was before he was even a man; he was a child. And this lady, a white woman, lied and stated that he whistled at her, right? And what happened to him? A bunch of men came and they killed him. They tortured him. And then years later, you guys know, like recently, they just had the discussion about how she admitted that she lied, right? And nothing happened to her, not a thing. So, this is one example of where we need to protect our men, right? Let's go to another example. I got a few of them for you, okay? And now see, when I pull this up, I have a bunch of things where a Hawaii woman killed by her husband days after being granted a restraining order. I'm not sure as to what this story is, but this is a prime example of a toxic relationship, right? Who's to say who's right or wrong? We got a Gwinnett woman and her former lover convicted of killing her husband. He needed protection in this situation. And then we have this person right here. Y'all remember this story of this lady that killed her husband on Facebook? Shot him in the head. Shot him in the head. But not only that, in that entire situation, her mother was there. And then they were arguing in agreement towards him. And then when it started to get heavy, she wanted her to stop. But what? She got anteed up, right? This is a prime example of what happens a lot of the times where men aren't necessarily protected. And sometimes we don't even see it. We don't even realize it, right? I got another example for you guys. Is everybody seeing what I'm pulling up? Hey, love, thank you for coming. This right here, this man was wrongfully accused of rape and exonerated after 5 years in jail. What happens when a woman wrongfully accuses a man? 9 times out of 10, he's going to prison, right? 9 times out of 10. A black father wrongfully detained by the police in front of his family. It was dehumanizing. This is a form of an attack, y'all. Our black men are being attacked. 4 black men wrongly accused of raping a white woman 70 years ago, exonerated by the judge. Y'all remember this story? They even made a movie about it, right? Where they were young, and these boys had no idea of this woman, but they were accused by the police, right? And they ended up doing time in prison. Y'all. I got some more info I want to share with y'all to show y'all. Let me see. Let me exit out of some of this stuff. It is, y'all. It's a sad reality. And a lot of the times in our thought process, we don't necessarily see it or understand. And I just want to give some highlight on some of these things, right? So that we can start to realize that it's in our nature. It's in our nature, and that's why a lot of the problems aren't necessarily always resolved. And that is the thing that we have to fix. That is what we have to change. We have to change our mindsets. We have to change our understanding, so that we can see it. Here we go. Let me see if this right here. A black man falsely accused of raping a white woman regains freedom after 44 years in prison. You see this? This is another example. Everyone, please, let's start considering some things, okay? Now I want to go and give you guys some I want to give you guys some percentages and things like that too as well, so that we can understand, what is happening and why it's happening, and get an overall perspective, gain some knowledge, right? We even have this right here. Not guilty. Black man acquitted after Karen falsely accused him of robbery. These are headline news articles, and it's so many of them. It's so many of them till it's quite sickening. If we don't start considering our men, they're going to stop considering us. If they are here to protect us, we must protect those who protect us, right? All right, let's see this one. Prosecutors say Amy Cooper lied about a black man assaulting her. American history has many other more tragic examples, right? This is what is happening to us, where we can't necessarily see where our men are being not understood or unrecognized, right? So now, a lot of these discussions that we have, a lot of them are basically, us being traumatized as children, having predators, not necessarily being able to heal and identify some of these characteristics in us that we might carry throughout our life, So in the Black community, and I think I got something to show, like the numbers or whatever. I'm about to get ready to do that as well. But I think it's 72% of the Black community is raised by single Black mothers. That's a large number, right? 72%. Yes, love me, Fro. Yes, it's real sad. And the reason why a lot of single mothers actually exist are due to traumatic experiences throughout their life. Okay, as children, most of them have been raped, have been molested, physical abuse, mental abuse, ultimately neglect. Okay, that is the main part. Not only that, but even as children, our boys, 11% of our boys suffer from physical abuse. A lot of the times they're thought as they're going to be a man, right? So a lot of the times if they receive physical abuse, the mental response behind that is sometimes ignored. Okay, so when we're in defense and we're trying to stop something, we have to highlight the root, and the root is single mothers, us. We gotta start pointing the fingers at us. The fathers, they a lot of the times deadbeats, right? In and out of jail, right? Killed. I don't know if I could say that word on YouTube, but I did. Most of the time, with single mother households, the father's not necessarily there, right? And not to say that their wrong isn't a cause as well. You get what I'm saying? Because they both play a role as far as neglect to the children. We want our children to grow up and become better. But in order for them to become better, we must become better. We have to become better. Okay? I got something I want to show you guys. I think this one right here says, as of October 10, 2023. In 2022, there were about 4.5 million Black families in the United States with a single mother. This is an increase from the 1990s when there were about 3.4 million Black families. Okay, let's understand that it's increasing. It's not, the problem is not getting better, it's getting worse. Okay, Let me see. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to show y'all. 72% of Black kids raised by single parents, 25% overall in the US. And it was something that was showing, and I don't know if this is it, but it was showing how they did a survey as far as, you know, the ideas of what the mothers would be, what their strategies would be as far as coping with depression or needing to find answers or having moments of uncertainty or you know, just needing help in general. And none of them, mostly none of them, considered counseling or mental health. And because of this, a lot of the times, you know, they go to socials, friends, family, you know, they might find religion, you know, needing a face of hope and all of these things like this, or they might end up in different relationships with boyfriends and all of these things. The cycle continues, right? What happens is, hey, Miss Andrea, thank you for coming back, Mama. I see you guys came, and I had a lot of problem with my what's it called, the service out here, the weather. We had outages, so thank y'all for coming. Yes, all of these talking points do need to be talked separately, love. But also, this is the reason why they need to be joined together as well. Because what we have is we have a lot of criminals, and and especially with the boys, they grow up statistically becoming more into criminal activity, and a lot of this is a result of mental conditioning, right? And not only that, but our environment also plays a role as well. And because of our environment, which is 72% of the Black community is raised through single Black mothers. You get what I'm saying? We have to identify what it is within this situation that causes a lot of perpetrators, predators, and things in that sort. And the main point is mental health. If I grew up feeling neglected, if I grew up having depression and anxiety and low self-esteem, like I said before, mental trauma is an actual injury to the brain. And without treatment, and it gets worse. This is further damage. And it also causes an effect on the body. A lot of people don't understand that. You get what I'm saying? So if you don't get treatment for your traumas from your past, your behaviors and your thought process, you go on to raise your children in that same setting. You get what I'm saying? Statistics states that most single parents or single mothers is solely based because of their own traumas that they received throughout their life. So we have generational traumas that are occurring within our mindsets. And then we have children, and we don't heal from these traumas. So a lot of the traumas that we've had, we're raising them based off of those traumas. You get what I'm saying? I hope everybody understands what I'm saying and how this is actually an attack. And not only that, but for the most part, you guys, us women, we play a major, major role. Need to look at the works of, okay, Black boys. That sounds like a good one. I don't mind doing that. Yes, Bobby Wright. Thank you, love. That's a good one. I've heard of Bobby Wright as well. And I wanted to give this example because when I was having that discussion with Neil on her panel, you know, that did spark a topic of conversation for me. And we see so many things and we don't necessarily understand what it is. We don't necessarily know what we're looking at. she said something that sparked. She said something that Kevin Wesley said sound familiar to what a predator would usually say. And that triggered her. So what I'm saying to everyone else is, or to everyone is, these similarities that trigger you, these are trigger responses, right? From your trauma, right? And sometimes when you hear or you see something that may be relatively this relatively the same, or in different situations or scenarios, sometimes we can misplace judgment, and that continues over and over and over and over. All of our Black psychology teachers, yes, 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 we got to start taking a look at them, y'all. Like, we got to start healing. So I know that we want to protect our children. I know that we want to prevent child molestation and child assault. But yes, y'all naming them. Y'all is naming them. Thank you, Love and Andrea. We want to be able to make a change. But the first step to change, y'all, is within ourselves, within our understanding and our language, even at times. You know what I'm saying? These things all play a role into how we perceive things, how we understand things, how we project life from our view, and how we affect our children. Yes, I love Joy. I love her so. I actually went back and looked at a couple of her videos, especially because a lot of this is genetic trauma that comes from, a lot of it is rooted from slavery. And she even stated that, and she had a video where she gave an example as to, there was a time when you would have a white lady and a Black lady having a conversation about their children, and the Black lady would more so not necessarily give her child the credit that he necessarily deserved, or the praise. And the white woman would say, well, your child's doing better than mine. Why aren't you saying these things, basically? In most part, she's probably protecting him, right? And then her child is sitting next to her, and guess what he's feeling? Because he doesn't understand. He's feeling shame or not good enough. You get what I'm saying? Yes. Mental health is most definitely real, you guys. Mental health is a big deal. Hey, V, thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. I saw everybody that came in and commented earlier, and I do apologize, y'all. We had a weather problem where I'm at. It wasn't like a horrible rain, but I guess it was enough that caused something, so we had a little outage going on. I didn't know how long it would have took for the power to come back, so I had to wait a little bit, and I'm happy that it came back on, right? But after having that discussion, I realized, it's easy sometimes for us to see the concerns and the necessities for ourselves. It's harder to identify sometimes the necessary root of how to fix these things. So we'll go scraping the surface constantly. It's like a battle. It's never ending. We're fighting back and forth, trying to figure out how to clean this up, how to get this from being what it is, and trying to make that change, right? But most of the times we have to find a way to start identifying the root. And the root is mental health. Everything is mental health. The reason why you behave the way you behave is because of your mental health. The reason why you conversate the way you conversate is because of your mental health. The reason why you dress the way you dress is because of your mental health. Everything is about society. Everything is about conformity, right? So when you realize these things, you are able to get to a better position to help prevent situations. And so this is why a lot of the traumas and the conditions of the Black community, they aren't necessarily becoming better in every aspect, because most of the things that we have to help to get rid of, we haven't necessarily identified. And this is how we identify it, y'all. Our Black men do need protection. Our women need protection as well. We in this together. We are in this together. And how do we resolve this? How do we come to a place of change if we continue to point the finger? I blame no one, and I hope no one blames me. I understand, and I just want everybody else to come to a place of understanding as well, that it is our mental conditioning that is causing a continuance in these situations, why trauma continues, why it doesn't change, why nothing gets better. You know what I'm saying? What I realized is me being accountable towards Neo, the response that I got was as if it was a foreign thing. You know what I'm saying? Where it just seemed like something was up with it, or that's not right, or that I was weak. That was the response that I got from a lot of different listeners. You get what I'm saying? But that's so much further from the truth. Because it took a lot of it takes strength to be accountable of self, to actually realize yourself. It doesn't matter who was right or wrong in the situation. It was me that can acknowledge my wrong, right? And so that's what I did, right? There's no harm done in that. I want to give you guys an example. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, what I can say is I didn't necessarily agree to us actually integrating as a whole. I do feel like that took an effect on the Black community as well. But his method, it worked. They would go do sit-ins, they would go walk, and they did peacefully. They've been spat on, beat on, bitten by dogs, thrown in jail, abused, mistreatment. But everybody, come on, let's place in the comments what eventually happened. What happened afterwards? Did he have to fight? Did he have to curse someone out? Did he have to spit back at anyone? Did he have to demeanor anyone? Did he have to mistreat anyone? No, he didn't. But there was a change that happened. So when I look at Dr. Martin Luther King, exactly. When I look at Dr. Martin Luther King and I seen his tactic to make change, I realize that it may not be a normal tactic or a tactic that everybody may agree with, but it's a tactic that works. How can I express that somebody is being wrong if I'm wrong too? We both look wrong. How can I say that I care for somebody else and not care for the person that I'm expressing that may be wrong? You get what I'm saying? We disagree, but that doesn't mean that she may be right in other aspects. That doesn't mean that I may be wrong in other aspects. Now, my stance for these men, Kevin Wesley, V. Bennett, and Brother Shaka, has not changed. I do still disagree with some of the things that has happened. Kevin Wesley, I watched his brother go through a toxic divorce on social media for a year long. I think about 2 years. And some people may agree that the wife is right, and some people may agree that the husband is right. But what I noticed is because of everybody trying to prove or trying to give their voice, it caused nothing but chaos all over social media. Everybody is still, yet and still attacking each other. They're still fighting, going against each other, trying to prove this, trying to prove that. And then whichever side you think you're on, they end up doing things that you think the other side would do because the other side seems bad, right? It's like, when do we get to a point where we can actually visualize and understand one another's perspectives? It's like a virus, and it never stops. I understand, Aaliyah, if you feel that way. That's the part that I'm stating. You feel that he is. You get what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with anybody's truth. But how do we come to a place of growth to realize each other's perspective without being offended, without feeling like we have to defend one another, you know? And this is what I want. This is the reason for me being accountable to Neo, for acknowledging my own faults, so that we can start to make that a normal thing. Let's start growing as adults, y'all. It's mainly adults on this social media stuff. And a lot of them are older than me. I'm only 34. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that is young. That's still adult age, right? But it's a lot of adults out here on social media hurting one another with words and pictures. And I just want to say that we don't have to do these tactics to prove anything. If it's there, it's there. If it's not. Melanin, our Black community suffers from generational trauma. That's why the LaTruth saga even exists. Exactly. Exactly, you guys. The LaTruth saga is a prime example of our toxicity, our mental traumas. They continue on, and we don't even realize what we're in. We're in an environment that we were born here. We were born in this situation. Most people in our community, throughout their entire lifespan, they go without even noticing or understanding that. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I want to change. I want to give us an idea that, hey, it is okay to question how you perceive things. It is okay to question how you understand things, down to the literature. You get what I'm saying? Kevin Wesley was recently accused of a lot of things himself. And one of them that was very hard for me was of child sexual harassment to a minor, right? But it leads me to question, you know, in that moment of the child possibly being mistreated, that child wasn't informed. Whether the child noticed or not, the child was not informed. You get what I'm saying? The child wasn't wasn't in that moment, I guess, spoken to possibly about learning about behaviors and setting boundaries and knowing the things to do just in case another scenario like that may occur. It leads me to question the whole purpose of the situation being spoken of in the first place. Because if there was not a great enough concern for the child to be aware of it, then why was it so important for the internet to be aware of it? Hey, Latoya, thank you for coming through. Let me see. Let me read some of these comments real quick. Melanin, she can't see the problem that she brings to the saga. And then V. Bennett, just because one is an adult doesn't mean they behave adult-like. Latoya, I thought you were neutral, Aaliyah. Finally, you tell the truth about how you feel. Melanin exactly, Latoya. She's still going around from platform to platform, falsely accusing a black man. Hey, Kevin, thank you for coming through, Kevin. Kevin, I want to say this, and I'm going to say this now, because even if it was, I think that the end of the meeting that I had with Neo, I think it may have been a couple of things that were successful, right? And some of that may have been as far as me taking my own accountability with calling her out, right? But I think another thing that we can go ahead and say, well, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to say that it is safe to say that Kevin Wesley has been vindicated from all accusations of sexual assault towards a minor. I think that right there, that moment states it. That is one of the most serious accusations that anyone could have, right? And so if we don't have anything to necessarily pinpoint this situation, it's done. It's done. You don't have to worry about that no more. If anybody is speaking of it, I'm telling you, Kevin, it's just a continuance. And I don't want to continue that no more. That is done. And I'll say it as many times as I need to. He has been vindicated from that process. He is not a sexual harasser to no minor. Never happened. Never did, never, and I know for a fact it's never gonna happen. Kevin Wesley is a grand man. And let me tell you, and the reason for me accepting my accountability, Kevin says, and I'm going to repeat it as many times so everybody can get it. Be the change that you want to see. How can I expect to help someone else change if I become what they are? How can I do that? I can't. I have to be what I want somebody else to be, right? And that is what I want to do. I want to be able to show people that it is okay to be accountable. I want to show people that it is okay to become more mindful, that it is okay to have a disagreement, but not necessarily be hurtful towards each other because of it. I am so tired of being online and seeing the mistreatment between our own community on these topics towards each other. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So why do I want to get on here and become the same thing in the defense of a man who speaks about being the change that you want to see? I do notice, because he even says a candle never loses its flame from lighting another. And you can take that and you can use it as an example in many different things. An act of kindness does not hinder anything, right? That can be a lighting of someone else's candle. And that is the intent of what I want to do. That is the direction that I want to do. As far as protecting our men, seeing the reason why we need to protect our men, and understanding the mental traumas that has happened within our community that causes us to further divide, to further frustrate, to cause so many complications. And and Neil said that I was acting erratic. It caught me off guard, y'all. But you know what? I accept that. I'm an erratic radical because I want to stand for everyone. I want to change for everyone. So I'm going to do something that may not be normal. I'm going to behave that may not be common. Because we used to this, y'all. Everybody done been in the struggle. You know, that'll be the main thing. They say, I come from this. I did a lot of that. You get what I'm saying? Well, so have I, so we can relate. So have I. Was that ever considered for a moment? Let me see what Kevin says. Thank you, love. The whole thing was a lie. There was no 14-year-old girl ever around me. This whole thing was deceit on Callie's part, and they will not address it. And I understand that. And that's okay. And that's why a lot of things that I want to discuss on this channel, they're going to be some of the information that Kevin gives off. I know that I can't come quite as often. I'm just starting off, you guys, but I'm building. Y'all can see the background. I got the music going. I got me a couple of things I'm building. But I want to give some of the examples of some of the things that he actually has stated. You want to know why? Because I feel like most of the people that are in agreement or has formed a thought process about this situation is solely based upon what they are realizing from someone that they may usually listen to on these platforms. But if you listen to him for yourself, if you get to understand his perspective on a lot of topics for yourself, then you will understand some things. Critical analyzation, comprehensive skills, love. It's not a normal thing. It's not something that we always see so common, to give love, even to those who may not necessarily love us back. Unconditional love. My love is without cause. My love is without anything in return. I don't need anything else in return. I have so much in me to give. I don't even look for the love pieces that I may have dropped along the way. Let me see. V. Bennett, I didn't see it, but as already stated, your opinion was shaped by. Yes, I wanted to highlight that as well, too. Y'all, let's find love within these comments. Man in the mirror. Yes, Miss Andrea. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Lady Love. Thank you, Mama, for coming through. Lady Love says, my question is, when was it ever said that Kevin Wesley was a sex predator? I thought they said he tickled a girl and the adults was keeping an eye on him, and we all knew that was a lie. Yes, 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 because they were first it was the accusation. First it sounded like, or it was a form of a sexual assault to the minor, and then it turned out to be, well, it wasn't sexual assault, it was just, I guess, goofy behavior. I'm not sure, but that has been cleared. That is no longer on these social media streets. Okay. Kevin says, on you guys' last discussion, she said so many things incorrectly. If I wouldn't like me either, based on the way they retell things, it's literally unreal. Yes, Kevin. I did see her last video that she made, and I noticed something. I noticed where she agreed with Kevin about something. And that, to me, that was a foot in the positive direction. You get what I'm saying? To me. Because, it's so easy to see things that we don't like about a person, especially when we're in a moment of being upset or having a moment of rage. But when she noticed something that you guys could agree on, that to me was a powerful moment. Because, even with the exes, when they were stating all of these things that they didn't necessarily like about Kevin, they didn't even state what it is that they could have possibly liked about him to even date him in the first place. And what does Kevin say? Callie made that lie up and used it to call me a sexual, I got something on my computer, deviant, and accused me of being attached to the predators. All he does is lie. Neo she got a lot of things on her platform that is dope, and I gave her a credit. You get what I'm saying? But I do believe that all of this is nothing but a buildup of emotions, y'all, and it causes further distraction. You know, if everybody on these platforms are in a moment to help, you know what I'm saying? We don't need further distraction from that, because you know what's going to happen? A lot of people who don't know are going to come in and going to see people arguing, and they're not going to know who to base the truth from, right? Um, right, Texas. Neo's not a bad person, and she knows how to take accountability. That's what adults do. Hey, Neo. Thank you for coming, Mama. And Melanin, it's 91 people here. Let's help grow our channel. Thank you so much, y'all. You guys, I'm really coming up. I'm really building. I'm really trying to do this thing. And I appreciate everyone for coming. And that's what I want. I want to promote change, y'all. I want to promote different ideas of how to get things accomplished. I want to promote positivity. I want to promote, you know, making accountability a popular thing. You get what I'm saying? Lady Love, that's awesome. However, I saw the panel you were on, and truth be told, again, she spun the narrative and made you feel as if you were wrong. I didn't feel as if I was wrong, Lady Love, but I get what you were saying. I just didn't feel like, now this is how I felt, y'all. And I'm going to just be real. I didn't want to be on the panel and cause further injury, especially if I was the attacker, right? How can we get things done that way, right? So what I wanted to do was at the least come from a place of understanding, and I did understand some things, and that's what I told her. That's what I told Neo. I saw you. I saw that hurt. I saw that pain in the statement. You get what I'm saying, in that video. And this is the reason why I'm able to identify that some things could be a misunderstanding based upon our own traumas, y'all, based upon our own misunderstandings within ourselves. Some of these things have to be healed. Some of these things have to be fixed within ourselves so that we won't, continue on with the cycles. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I want to get at. That's what I want everybody to understand. Change. Be the change you want to see. We have to identify things within ourselves that has hurt us. We have to identify things within ourselves that we find as trigger points within different scenarios that may cause us an effect, and realize that these things may not even be the same situation. Okay? Y'all, please, let's not do y'all. Come on, y'all. Are we here for the conversation, or are we here for Kevin Wesley? She could have. Let me scroll back up. What y'all got going on in these comments real quick? This is why Bennett should have let her on his panel that day to have the conversation. Kevin Wesley, indeed, V Bennett. And by the way, why does Neo call you B Bennett? And then Melanin, everyone hit the like button and share. Yes, y'all. I'm growing, y'all. Melanin, I'm sorry, it's 12. That's okay. And V Bennett, I only let people on the panel who do not attack kids and don't allow people on their panel to attack kids. Texas, Kevin Wesley, she could have dyslexia, which is nothing to make fun of. V Bennett, anyone is welcome on my panel. I tell you what I do. And Kevin, I really want to ask you a question, so I hope you didn't leave yet. It was an important question, and I said, "Hey, break room, hey, mama." I said, if I ever got you back to speak with you, I wanted to ask you, what was it that I said that was so good, because I can't remember, and I'm like, dang it, if he don't tell me, then I have to go and look back. Hey, break room. Hey, mama. Thank you for coming through, mama. I've been listening to your videos while I've been working. And it says, Don't worry, Neil. I'm not making any more videos about you. You're not okay. And then the harvest is plentiful. Okay, Lady Love. Let me make it clear. I don't know Neo X, so I can't say whether she's a good person or not. But to openly say certain things about a person, at least give him the honor or openly giving an okay. And then V Bennett, we have proof Neo on a panel. Okay, and then Texas, you doing good. Thank you so much, y'all, because I do be nervous. Be nice if y'all could have a sidebar conversation done. I don't attack kids, and I don't let people on my panel who attacked anyone's kids like Neil. Okay. Thank you so much, Kevin. I do want you to come up. You guys, if I feel like it's going to be an argument out of respect for Brother Kevin, I will not have anyone on the panel with him because Brother Kevin Wesley, to me, and I'm just meeting everyone else, you guys. I don't want that type of thing over here. I really want to promote love. Now, if anybody else wants to get on the panel and I feel like you guys aren't going to be able to do it together, then I'll respectfully let him get back down from the panel, okay? And that's how that's going to work because I don't want to further the chaos, you guys. I really want things to come to a resolution. I really want to promote the change. And that's why I did hold myself accountable for what I had done to Neo. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't want to further this situation, especially on YouTube, y'all. YouTube is so filled with everyone attacking each other, attacking. And I don't want that anymore. I don't want that anymore. I don't want to be a part of it. And I don't want to see us continue that. Okay. But I do appreciate everyone for coming through. What V said. Also, don't defend people who allow people on their panels to attack kids. Don't defend people who allow people on their panels to attack kids. No, I don't want to attack kids. Neil have fake accounts to make it seem like they are many. Oh, okay, V. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. Am I doing better, y'all? Is my platform getting better, y'all? Y'all see that motion background? I was so excited, y'all, when I did it because I was like, everybody has such a great panel. Everybody got their nice music and their backgrounds, and then they got these effects and everything like that. And I was just like, I want to do it too. So here we go. We growing, we gaining. You get what I'm saying? And hopefully it'll come to, I'm doing better. Thank you so much. I had to get rid of some of my nervousness too, because it's hard to hold a conversation when you're nervous. It's hard to speak when you're nervous, So I'm building on that too. I've learned a lot of lessons. Thank you, Kevin, for coming through. Hey, Brother Kevin, how you doing? Big ups.
Peace to you. Peace to you. Great to be in your presence again. How you been?
I've been doing good. I wish I could have got on sooner, but I had to catch up with a lot of things, school, work, children.
Okay, yeah, I actually just happened to catch you as soon as I commented. I knew that you were supposed to go live at 5, and I was actually in anticipation for it, and then I lost track of time. I was like, let me check and see if she's still live, and I saw you, so I don't know how long you've been live. Well, it says 1 hour now, so okay.
Yeah, I just got on because we down here in where I'm at, we had a little bit of weather problems, but it wasn't like heavy rain or anything, but it did cause my power to go out for a second. So I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get on or how long that was going to take, but
yes, ma'am. Okay.
I do have a question.
Okay.
What was it that I stated that was like a profound thing? I can't remember. I don't know. And I always wanted to ask and I kept forgetting.
The thing that you said was, because it was, I'll never forget it. If you wouldn't have asked, I could have. If you do not recognize that you are the enemy, then you are the enemy of your own self.
Yes, that's what I said. I said, you are the enemy. And if you don't know that, then you are your own enemy as well. You know, I have a lot of statements like that I pop up with a lot, but I say these things often because in the reality, and I see you, Neo, in the back. Give me a second. I say these things because um we live in a reality that doesn't necessarily inform us of us being in a form of war, or uh or having to necessarily be in preparation of an enemy. So we grow up clueless sometimes and not necessarily aware, and sometimes we might have the thought process that it is our own people sometimes that are the entire enemy, and that's not necessarily true. They become the enemy because of the social construct from which you are in as well. But
You
if
all right?
you don't know this, you become the problem not only for yourself, but for them, for those who aren't your enemy, and you're actually helping the true enemy.
You know, it's true. It's and what makes it profound is, as true as that is, it hit me on a more um esoteric level, more of like a spiritual level. Like we are our own enemies by way of our flesh. We are in constant war with our flesh. So
Yeah.
every negative thought, every insecurity, we are trying to constantly overcome it, right?
Yes.
So even when someone does insult us, the fact that we are offended by it is proof that we are our own enemies. Because if we can overcome ourselves, no matter what they do, it would never bother us. So they aren't our enemies. It's us who are our own enemies. And if you
Right.
don't know that, then you are an enemy to yourself.
Right. You are an enemy to yourself. Thank you for bringing that to me because I was like, well, what is it that I said? And I just kept forgetting. I have Neo in the back. Now it is solely up to you, Kevin. And Neo, respectfully, I don't want to have conflict. That's why I'm giving him the option to choose if you come on or not, okay? Um so Kevin, is that what you want, or do you prefer speaking, solely by yourself?
Well, I certainly don't mind speaking with Neo at some point tonight. Um,
Okay.
I would just hope that she didn't do these stunts and it could just be an honest conversation. Um,
Okay.
but here's something. Here's something I want you guys to know. She has blocked me. I have maybe 3 YouTube pages I may use.
Right.
Um, she's blocked me on all of them. I can't comment. I can't say anything on my own behalf on her platform. I can't speak for myself, leaving her to be able to paint whatever narrative she wants. You
Okay.
know?
She said she had a question about the show.
Okay. Well, she can. I'd rather her wait for that. I'd like to.
Go for it. Okay,
Yeah.
Neil, just give us a moment. Let me speak with Kevin if that's okay, okay? And let him have his opportunity to speak. Okay, thank you, Neil. Okay, go ahead, brother Kevin.
Okay. Great. Well, there's just a couple of things that I heard you guys in that discussion, and if I was playing it back, it'd probably be. If I was going to pause it and say every time she said something to you that was incorrect, I'd be going for it'd be a whole review video. So
Right,
I'm going to say what comes to mind. Okay.
right,
She tells you that our initial encounter comes from her believing that Callie's story has some validity to it.
right,
She told you that one of the reasons she believes it is that it has validity is because she says I responded immediately by calling Callie crazy.
right,
She says I didn't respond in any other way. It was just he's crazy. He's crazy.
right,
Now I've sat with Neo and I've told her that this isn't true. I don't know where she gets that from. I don't know why she even says that. I actually didn't respond to Callie immediately. I was in his comments asking him why does he think that offering him fruit is gay?
right,
Why does he think that? And that's when he added that you did it with your hip shaking. And I'm like, I didn't offer you didn't offer me no fruit, no hip, with my hip shaking. So I'm telling him that you were on shrooms. I never said you are crazy. I didn't say that until here recently. Okay, so maybe about a year ago or so, I responded to Callie for the first time. So it was 3 or 4 years ago that he made this first video. It was about 2 years later that I actually responded back with my own video, reviewing his video, going back in on him. It's because he kept telling this lie. The first time I called him crazy was when he was on a brother's live called I can't think of it, but it'll come to me. He was on a brother's live where he told them about the mirror thing again, and he said this in his conscious mind here recently, it's maybe 2 or 3 months ago, you know, and he's still talking about how the mirror was revealing things to him. And I'm thinking, wow, he still thinks that. So I'm thinking he has a problem with understanding or differentiating fantasy from reality, because he's still saying the mirror told him that I was on some whole other stuff. And I'm thinking, you know, of course, mirrors don't talk, trying to explain these things to him. So I made a video to respond to him, and not to talk junk to him. That video, I think, is still up. And while I'm on the subject of videos being still up, Neo told you I took down a video of the guy calling in to say what to tell his testimony about his experience with Callie. She told you that the video was taken down. The video has never been taken down. I don't know why she feels so comfortable saying these things that are just not true. I don't know who told her it was taken down. So maybe she thought it for some reason. Maybe someone told her that, but she told you that with full confidence. I haven't taken any of those videos down.
Right.
But
okay. So okay. With that, what's his name? Devin?
Who's that?
Devin, the guy that you spoke to on that panel. He came up on the panel.
Yeah, Devin, yes.
Okay. Hey, Miss Jimmy, how you doing, Mama? It was different questions.
Peace, everybody in chat. Peace, everyone. Peace, Jimmy Jim.
It was different questions about his mental capability. What does Wi-Fi? Angie, notice how V Bennett keeps talking about Neo. Don't trust him, Angie. He lied to Kevin too. Okay, you guys. I see it's a lot going on in the
Wi-Fi wife 304. Maybe see if they'll come up on your panel so you can hear their voice. I just have this real strong inclination that these are Neo.
Well, Neo did ask a question earlier. She was trying to see if the conversation was about Neo or was it about protection. And I did place in the comments, I'm not sure if she saw it, but my topic of discussion is about men needing protection. And that was some of the things that sparked up off of the discussion that me and you had on your panel. And thank you, Neil, for being here. But even in the midst of that conversation, we have to acknowledge, Kevin was a part of that conversation. Also, V Bennett as well. I understand that you guys, I'm in the back chat. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how to resolve you guys' differences necessarily if we're not willing to at least hear each other out. But I did want to give Kevin the opportunity to speak because my platform, I did start based upon what has been happening to him. So this is not an attack to anyone. I'm not trying to attack anyone. I don't want to attack. That's why I solely gave my accountability. But I do respect Kevin Wesley. So if he wants to speak on my channel, I honor that, and I will continue to honor that, and whatever he desires to speak of, I will honor that. So that's what this is. And so go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, well, here's why I say that. Since she's already resorted to name calling, she calls us Napai Wi-Fi wife. And she tries to insinuate that she was loose. So Wi-Fi wife 24, Wi-Fi wife 304, to me, it's just something that would sound like something she'd do, as she named her other channel after Sonetta. But if it isn't her, it isn't her. But again, it's childish to do the name calling things. And if you notice, You had no, and not one person can say they saw me take an aggressive approach towards Neo. I'm not out here trying to convince the world that she's some type of person. I've simply been saying I'm innocent of the things you're accusing me of. Literally everything that she says about me, she says incorrectly. So if I only knew me through her opinion of me, I wouldn't like me either. This person that she's creating, this version of me she's creating, that's not who I am. And I keep trying to explain to her the best that I can that these things aren't true. She refuses to question if Callie could be lying, which is it's bogus to me how she refuses to question how he could be possibly lying. And she seems intelligent when she wants to be intelligent, but then she plays aloof. When Callie says that Dwight got a bunch of baby mamas, it could be easy to forget one. There's a lot of women in the entire world. If one of them called me to tell me that they saw something like that made them feel uncomfortable, I'm not going to forget their name. I'm certainly not going to lose their names in the realm of someone's baby mamas, being that he only would know 2 of them at best. I only know 2 of them myself, and Dwight's my best friend. I've only met 2 of them.
Right.
So there's no way for him to confuse them. If you asked him right now, what's this baby mother's name on the spot, he wouldn't know.
Right.
So when he says, well, Dwight got a lot of it, it's just an excuse for the lie, and it's like a thinking mind, a critical thinking mind, like Neo can sometimes try and be. They would turn around and ask these questions. Why haven't they presented this little girl? Again, I've said the whole time, this is not true. This whole thing is just a lie. I've never been around a 14-year-old little girl, let alone tickle her. If someone tickled my daughter, I wouldn't like it. That's why I don't like the lie. That's why I've been trying to chase it down. I haven't tried to avoid it. I've tried to confront it. Everything I've said about it, from Neo's first time seeing me on Sarnetta's show, it was talking about the egregious lie that was said on me. And I was saying that if someone lies on someone, it should be chased down. It should be investigated. And upon finding out it isn't true, the person who told that lie should be convicted of a similar penalty as a person who actually did the act. Right. Nowhere in there did I say, I think that it's worse to be lied on than to be molested. I was strictly just speaking on something that I think is wrong when you lie on someone. And I think the lie is so bad because the act is so bad. And to people who have been truly victimized, it's an even greater lie. It's a slap in their faces because this has really happened to them. Right. And yet they use something that really happened to them to try and bring harm to somebody else or get you some type of victim card. It's wrong because it's so wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like she hears what she wants. I was literally there to talk about the damage that can do to your reputation and to your own psyche, having to go through things like that. And that turned into you are about to team up with Sarnetta. And I don't know how they come to these conclusions, but nowhere has Sarnetta said me and Kevin may team up or nothing. So one of the first videos I saw from her was, is Kevin going to be the next Polite, or is it going to be the other person that I did a interview with, not an interview with, but a show with. They asked, was it going to be her or him? It's a transsexual.
Right.
And they were asking, was it going to be me or this person to be the next Polite? No, nothing has ever been discussed with me on would I be the next Polite or would I ever be a part of anything Sarnetta is doing. He simply asked me to come on for one interview. And I've done interviews on his channel before. It was just one of the many. So it's a simple thing to me. They then began to tell me about things that they say Sarnetta has done. I was just now being hip to those things.
Right.
I'm not connected. I don't see anything that they're doing like this.
Right.
So I wasn't given any grace for that. It's just a whole bunch of crazy stuff. She says that when I didn't respond to it, made her upset. And then she says that actually didn't matter. Then when the lady Andrea, I think was her name, talked to her, she said the reason was because of how I treated her in that video. Then when I spoke to what happened in the video, for some reason she said I didn't play the entire video when she didn't. I was just playing the part she did to speak to it. But then she said that wasn't the reason at all anymore. And she just keeps changing the reason, but she's saying she doesn't. I don't get it. It's and all I've been saying is the whole time is I'm innocent. Will you stop doing this? I don't know why you so strongly believe Callie. I don't know why she does these things. She keeps saying it's not a beef, but it clearly is. When someone says they didn't do something, that if someone is saying that I did do something, that makes what they're saying hearsay. They have to prove it now.
Right.
Like I said, even on the thing where they said that Shy Her real name is Charlotta. But whenever she said that, yeah, I know the little girl now that you mentioned, I know who you're talking about. It's like she didn't remember the story, you know? And it's like, you have to always have your radar on and look at those things. Like this person is saying that this thing happened, and they're saying a group of girls saw it. But when she asked Shy, was anybody else aware of this? She was like, no. And she was like, no, there was another member. Remember the oh yeah, now I get it. And it's like you got, if you go look at it, it's like you can tell that she must have forgotten that she's supposed to be backing Callie up on his lie. But what makes it even sadder to me is that she's willing to back Callie up on a lie like that.
Right.
You know? So to me, it's embarrassing to even say I knew these people. And it's like I know that they're trying to make me look bad, but because the lies are so horribly told, it's not being put together well at all. And they're still trying to convince people of it. It blows my mind. The guy literally said that Melissa Rios called him, reached out to him, and said that I tickled or touched a little girl, and it made her feel uncomfortable. And she wanted me away from her son and all these, away from her son. I remember that part. Right. So if it wasn't Melissa Rios, then who was it that wanted me away from their son? Who wasn't that wasn't in the house and wanted me? Nobody. It makes no sense. And so, and then once we realized that Melissa Rios was dead, which I've been saying the whole time, but I had to actually do a live and show it before he now confirmed it was somebody else. So now he says, oh, it was a different baby mama. And they actually reached out to your ex and told her. But that's a totally different story. You didn't just change the baby mama. You changed the whole story.
Right.
But and the story hasn't changed. You know, and I've told them the whole time, I watched him make up the lie. And when he first told it, he said it was a girl who the girl who died was the mother of the girl that I touched. And basically, like shortly after she told me she died mysteriously, like I ended up doing something to her to make it. The way he told the story made it sound wow. So that was my first like interaction with Queen's Throne, because she was saying, now that's crazy, you saying the girl died, you know, mysteriously. That's what really got my interest peaked. You see what I'm saying? So that part is now absolutely not true. And so he's changed the story to whatever baby mother. But guess what? No baby mother is saying this. They're just saying it is. Now, Callie said it was Christine. He already said the name. But Neil is like intentionally deceptive about it. She's like, don't tell him who it is. And you can see her on camera saying this. And so if a person's trying to fight for their freedom and fight for their truth, and you're saying, let's intentionally not tell him because all he's going to do is try to track it down or find out. And it's like, so then what's happening here? And if I'm blocked and I can't speak up on my own behalf, what's happening here? This is clearly a smear campaign. And that's what I've been saying. I haven't had a run-in with Neil for her to have the energy that she has towards me. Every other word about me is an insult.
Right.
Every opinion about me is highly negative. When she tries to refute anything I say, she changes up the wording and the meaning of everything I said and then argues with that. It blows my mind.
We have Neo backstage. I don't know.
Another thing, she said that why don't I consider that maybe I did offer Callie fruit with my hip shaking? Why won't I consider that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You know, what's crazy to me is this. Callie has said my eyes were glowing, my beard was on fire or something crazy. My beard, he kept making all these things. He's running through the house looking for me. I'm in the bathroom. He wants to know where I am. And when he sees me, he complains about how long I was gone and how the voices told him I was in a lake or a river. And while I don't deny I had an experience off of shrooms, it didn't have me running across the house and ready to fight people in the house because I thought my friend was in a lake or dead. It didn't have me questioning his eyes or his beard. And so to ask me to consider if part of his illusion was something I really did, it's totally unfair. It would seem more logical to ask him, yo, you saw his eyes, you complained about them, you complained about his beard, you complained about his face changing, you complained about your face changing. On that other guy's live, when it comes to hearing those voices from the other room, he's already stated that it wasn't sex. He walked in and out that room himself and people just had on clothes. So he's already confirmed this. So to say he heard people having sex in the other room over and over and keep saying this, it's just untrue.
Right.
So it's so unfair to say, I'm not going to let you up on my panel because she's saying I'm doing something to deserve not having a right to speak on her panel, but I've never cussed her out on her panel. we overtalk each other simply because she won't allow you to finish what you're saying. And then she tries to challenge you on what you're saying about your truth, but she don't do this when people are talking about you. And I don't know if her intentions are sincere or if she actually is trying to distort and make you look bad.
Right.
When I hear her bring up the skits I write, it's like it's always negative. She always has a problem with every little thing I do, and it makes no sense. And I've never wanted a problem with this girl. My problem was with Callie all along. And so I've noticed a trend that every single person that seems to start making videos about me began with meeting Callie. Right. And none of them are willing to question Callie, even though they see his character is horrible online in front of them. He gets on their panels and says things like, my karma is what affects my baby and things of that nature. And they know that these things are not right to say, but they don't turn an eye to him and say, no, that's wrong, be accountable. But they want me to be accountable to a skit I wrote. So none of these things make sense when they're trying to question my character, but this person who's up there in front of them has shown horrible character, you know? So he literally tried to copy how Devin talks, you know, and he's in the medical field saying that my baby has something wrong with it, assuming that I've never said nothing was wrong with it. But he keeps saying my child is like, it's like something is wrong with it, you know, and that's due to my dark energy and my karma. But this is someone who's in a medical field. Nowhere is this scientific. Nowhere does this line up. Right. So it's like these things are only being said as a form of attack, and they still allow him to say it on their panels, and they don't even challenge him on it. They don't open. They may say, "Well, I talked to him behind the closed doors." Well, you could talk to me about a problem behind closed doors. There's no need for you to make videos. And the way they gaslight me is when Callie calls me a sexual deviant by trying to say that I tickled a little girl. Again, the story is completely untrue. But to hear Neo and them follow up with that, and then when I have a problem with it, that they're even saying this, they're saying you act like we're trying to say you were a molester or a child abuser. But it's like to even say online that I tickled a little girl and made someone feel uncomfortable, to pretend you don't know the gravity of that. It to me is unreal. So I'm not given a fair chance to even be concerned about why someone would say that, especially me sitting here saying it's not true. The whole story is a lie. This never happened. I've never interacted with a girl in this way ever. Actually, there was never a 14-year-old girl even around me. This is how far from the truth it is.
Right. Trust me, it was serious. When I heard it, I was like, oh my goodness. Like that of all the accusations was a serious. You notice,
all the girls are 14. I mean, all the people that these kids that are involved in, like even with the White situation with his son, I think the child was 14. With the Polite situation, the child is 14. So what Callie does is he looks up stories connected in any kind of way and tries to apply them to me. So the 14-year-old girl, the reason the girl is 14, because you have to ask yourself, why are they saying she was 14? Why the specific age? Why are they saying that? Why did Callie say that? How do they know? You see, so did they say, how old are you? And then talk to her about what I did, what happened. And if you notice, like even when my ex was up there talking, she never said the interaction that made her feel uncomfortable. She just said it was the way he interacted with her. I just didn't like it. You would think she would say there was a time that, because she said they're naming a specific time and saying a group of girls was watching. So you would have thought she would have said, yeah, we were in the backyard. We were on the side of the house. We were by the pool. They were over there laughing. We were all sitting over here, and really paint the scene. And the reason they won't do that is because it never happened.
Right.
Because honestly, if they're saying that, then that means there's a group of girls who saw this, not just a baby mother.
Right.
And what other women would be there with his baby mothers?
Right. I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, and that's why I wanted to even have a discussion, especially and show like how, you know, we have a history, especially in the Black community, of men being accused of things. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of women have been the ones targeting these men, Black and white. You know, just a few months ago, maybe close to a year, a lady killed her husband online, y'all. Killed him, you know, and then immediately after doing it, she was hurt.
I think I
She
know what
was
you're talking about. It might have happened a little bit longer ago. I think I did a video on that. He was trying to leave. He was leaving her.
yes,
He was just trying to get some things. Her mama was there.
yes.
Yeah, that was
You know,
devastating,
these
man.
things happen. Emmett Till. Y'all remember the story of Emmett Till? He was a little boy,
Absolutely.
you know, and he was lied on, you guys. But people believed this woman. And because of that, they tortured him. You know, remember the 4 boys that were walking in the park and the story about them and how a woman accused them of assaulting her in the park and they actually was in prison and they ended up being exonerated 70 years later. 70 years, y'all. 70 years. So what I want to get to everybody to understand, you know, these things are serious. What
I want you to notice something too. Is while you see me, all I'm doing is denying the things that's been said about me on her channel, and it's like she's upset. She's saying people are crazy, and it's always deflective rather than just trying to hear me out. And all I've ever said was I didn't do these things. You know what I mean?
right,
For instance, she says, Kevin, you could have at least gave your friend some time. I did. So I actually did. So you can't say you think I did it because I went live and called him crazy because I didn't. What if I did? Where's the videos of it? If I would have did it, they would have been everywhere too. Just like his videos went everywhere. It would have been content. It's because I never did. I simply tried to get in touch with him. You understand? So I've refuted the things he's saying by saying what he said wasn't true, but I've never said you are crazy. I've never said that. So until recently is when I said it. So it was years before I ever called him crazy, but she tells a different story, you know? Now, so what I think the question should be, why would you go live and tell Kevin he did that without telling him he did that in person?
right.
Not only that, why would you do it over and over and over again with consecutive videos if that was really your true friend? What if he was high and did that on an accident? Is that the way you should have treated your friend?
Right.
None of these questions are being asked. It's just simply, Kevin, why didn't you handle it while you were being publicly humiliated? You should give him time, and I did give him time. So when she says I didn't, I actually did.
Neil
is
stating, yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
No,
yes,
Neil's in the back. She's been in the back for a minute, and she's stating that she has a question about my show and not necessarily towards you.
Well, I want to I was trying to hope I could keep my thoughts. I think it's slipping away now.
Well, go ahead and finish that statement. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try and remember. And again, me explaining myself is equated to crying. This is how they do, and it's the most childish behavior ever. It feels like you're on a playground.
Y'all, it's really to me.
Call it crying.
I got 2 boys, y'all. I got 2 sons, you know, and when I look at them, I worry because of the society that we live in, the communities that we have. 2 Black boys growing up in this society. It's a scary thing. I was a first-time mother. I had twins. And every day is a worry. When they step out of this door, is it going to be the police? Are they going to be falsely accused of something? Are they going to end up having to defend themselves in a way that they can be found punishable by law? Are they going to have situations with females that end up hurting them? You get what I'm saying? And that's why I wanted to speak about, you know, bringing up awareness of how we can see things to be a certain way. And in some cases, they may not necessarily be it, y'all. They may not necessarily be it. That is the point that I want to give. Let me bring her up real quick. Kevin, do not leave. Let me see what because I don't want to be rude. Hey, Neo, thank you for coming, Mama. I appreciate you coming to my channel. I know I got a small channel. I know that a lot of the topic of discussions have been about NeoX. I do want to tell you my intent today is solely because I took accountability for myself, but it was solely not in the intent to attack you, right? I do want to give Kevin and V Bennett and Shaka room to, you know, speak about, I guess the meeting up of what we had, right? Um, but not in regards to offend or attack you. But everybody has a perspective, and I honor the fact that they wanted to come to my platform and, you know, give their side of the point. And I hope you don't take offense to that.
Absolutely not. And I commend you on that. That shows that you definitely a bigger person. I appreciate you acknowledge that you attacked me first, and and that I just responded to you. I wish other people would see it that way, but they won't because of their ego. But I actually had a question about the show. I wasn't gonna say anything to Kevin at all. I mean, we already on hashed it out. He's gonna feel how he feel. I'm gonna feel how I feel. I mean, it is what it is. I don't hate him. I don't wish nothing ill on him. I wish him the best. I hope everything is okay with his newborn and all that. I wish Kevin the best. I just lost respect for him. That's it. He can say there is no malice intent. There was no cruel intentions behind my videos or nothing like that. I made content based off what was going on, and I'm done. I literally said I don't have no reason to keep talking about it, especially not with Kevin. I mean, I just lost respect on how he handled the situation. That's it.
Okay.
But I really would like to ask a question about the show, if that's okay.
How you said I handled the situation, but carry on.
Okay,
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear what he said.
You think you lost respect for me based on how I handled the situation, but you are misrepresenting how I handled the situation. So, but that's fine. You're making up reasons not to like me or have a problem with me. That's fine. But you can continue. There's no reason to argue with you about how I handled it, because you'll just say I handled it however you want to say I handled it.
Okay. All right. Well, all right, Angie. Okay. Well, first, let me just ask you a question. The name of the show, because I missed half of it. I mean, I missed a lot of it because I was at work. But
Right.
I noticed that your show was about do men need protection? Because based off what me and you talked about on my show. And I just wanted to clarify, just that, I don't know if you addressed it or somebody else already mentioned it who wasn't talking about Neo. But the question was, when I try to ask it on my show, what do men, or not what, who do men need protection from? Do they need protection from women or other men? That was the point that I know we didn't really get to it on my show, but that was the thing we were trying to clarify with you on what we was disagreeing at. Are you saying, because when women say they suspect men to protect them and stuff like that, we're more talking about how we need protection from men. We don't necessarily need protection from other women.
Right. No, I think, and see, that's what I wanted to highlight. Most of what it is everybody. We all need to protect each other. But I wanted to go into depths of how men need protection as well, and also from us women. And so, yeah, you got to look at the beginning, because I highlight some of the examples of how women have been in, toxic, problematic situation for a lot of men, especially the Black men, historically and to this present day. So I gave a couple examples. I'm a new platform, so I'm not as good as everybody to like make the videos and everything like that. But I did give some brief summaries on different examples and scenarios, because I basically said, yeah, that was a good topic to bring up, and I wanted to elaborate on that because I don't think we necessarily got to a full discussion on that or a completion of that on your channel.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's why. That's the only reason why I tuned in to see, was it, where you responded, because I know you mentioned it. I mean, of course, I had to sit up here and listen to people tell me how bad of a person they think I am, but I just wanted to see if you addressed it. So I'm gonna make sure I back it up. But Kevin, if you can choose to answer this or not, but can you at least give me a little bit of credit when I did try to warn you about B. Bennett, and I told you, and then I think my homeboy Liar told you that B. Bennett was calling you gay on Queen's Throne page? Can you give me a little bit of credit? Instead of look at it that I was trying to divide you, that I was basically trying to tell you, like I told Angie, people kept telling me not to trust B. Bennett and I didn't listen. I was trying to just build an alliance with him so we can be strong against Sinetta because he is the bigger machine. But once I found out, you know, B. Bennett and Shaka are liars and frauds, I ignored it when everybody was trying to tell me about them. And I was trying to low-key do that for you, you know, without just saying it. But I did tell you that B. Bennett was calling you gay. I know you was really upset with me for what I said on the Morris channel. But I was trying to tell you that B. Bennett did the same thing. He applied that you and Sinetta was having a sexual contact in the hotel room and that they was wondering what was Sydney Starr. So can you give me a little bit credit for trying to warn you against him, though?
I would say you were not incorrect, and and I knew that already. I saw that in the comments that day, and I told him even then when I saw it in the comments. I don't know if you missed that part of the video, but I told him that if he has said anything, I know it's not from actually knowing me; it's from how someone has represented me. If he saw it on Queen Throne's video, I can't see why he wouldn't walk away thinking I'm a scamming, lying ass nigga who possibly abused my wives and touched the tip of the 14-year-old little girl, because she said it on her own panel here recently that she still believes that shit. So people who really support her and look at her work, they may likely think that. So if he was watching her work in the moment, he may have believed her presentation. So for me, go back and do your research. Maybe you'll come back with a different opinion, is what I told him.
All right, so why can't you give me that same grace? Because when I made comments based off of what somehow people were perceiving you and the evidence I saw, you didn't give me grace. You beat me with a wet noodle for calling you gay. But I'm wondering why you giving B. Bennett grace. At least I admit why. He lied to Angie and told y'all he never even did it. And then we dropped the receipts. Proved that he did do it. He got caught and then he apologized. I was straight up honest with you from the beginning.
So Neo, when I first came on your panel that night to talk to you about this, okay, so it was our first interaction in months or years or so. I think probably 6 or 7 months instead before that other video. I simply just asked you or told you I wish you would have gotten in touch with me first. And I began to talk with you about my truth and how this thing went and how I met Sinetta and why I was on his channel and clearing things up for you when I really came on to try and clear things up for me. But I didn't beat you with a wet noodle. I don't know where you're getting this. So grace has been provided because I've tried to explain to you these things weren't true. I call that grace. I've never taken a aggressive approach to you. I've never gotten on my channel or anything like that and told things on you or lied on you or made it like I'm your enemy of mine. It's always been, Neo, I didn't do these things. Will you leave me alone? Will you listen to what I'm saying? I didn't do these things. I never scammed anyone. You say that on your channel. And I've said over and over and over, I have never scammed anyone. The guy who made that video, he stole money out of my account whenever I was in the hospital. He stole money out of my account when I was in the hospital. He recorded me on a conversation the day before he made the video saying I was a scammer. And on that video, he admitted to me that all the money came to him and that there was no donations. He never called me a scammer on that video at all. The conversation wasn't even about that. Well, all these things have been confirmed, even with Tigress. She had every account number, everything. If I was intending to scam anybody, why would I give them access to everything? And to me, it's so simple to see that I didn't scam anybody.
Well, to be fair, I did not base my opinion about you being a scammer based off of what those two individuals said to you. I mean, but, you know, it does seem like there are people willing to put their face on YouTube videos, putting themselves at risk to being sued by you, even your ex-girlfriend. So that says a lot. There's a difference between some people just saying stuff in the chat and then people who actually willing to put their face on, you know, into the public and say, hey, Kevin did these things. I think that speaks volumes. But I just want to make sure it's clear. I didn't call you a scammer because of that. I felt like you are scamming when you tell people that you're going to collect money for the Feed the Homeless, take a donation up, and you didn't do that. I specifically said my reason of why I called you that is when you collected money for Tube Food too. And I was one of the people who sent it, and I'm still working on getting that receipt from you because it's in an old email. I got to find out because it was a PayPal account, I believe. But I said you collected money and said you needed Tube Food, and your ex revealed that you didn't need money for Tube Food. You were able to eat regular food. So I just want to make sure that's clear. You agree to disagree on that, but I called you a scammer based off of my opinion.
Now that I got you here, this is important to me. Sorry, I realize I did interrupt you, but let me squeeze this in for a second because I said this a lot in a couple of videos, and I always wonder. You always even say you don't watch the whole video, which I personally find peculiar because if you're going to do reviews on me, I would think you would at least put in the work to listen to my whole response. But I've said this a couple of times in my responses, and that was that with the one time that I did take up money to feed the homeless and all those clipped videos that they have, that notice the clothes that is changing. It's only about 2 or 3 outfits as this went on for about 2 to 3 weeks of me raising this money. I put on camera me going into my trunk with a box full of food of me standing with my children saying, I'm going to go feed the homeless. But I'm not filming me feeding the homeless, me handing the homeless food. I don't think that's right to film them in their lower state like that. And it's illegal in Charlotte. I said even on there, Charlotte didn't have anybody there. So I stopped in Shelby and we ended up giving the food away before the night was out. So I did actually do a food drive and I did actually give away the food. So whenever you say I didn't do that, it's not true. I did. And I've said I did. There's a video showing me with the box, with the trunk full of food with my children. So I've said this before. The next thing was about the tube food. When I first was in the hospital, this is when Josh stole the money out of my account. That money for my tube food and the things I needed to survive off of, because I did not have a job. So I only was able to make money when I was traveling and doing events and speaking because I couldn't get a job. So now here I am on bed rest. I can't go anywhere. So I have to ask the public for help to help me survive. So while I'm in the hospital, I'm already telling people I need this tube food money because I realized Josh had taken it. Josh said he thought it was his at first. Then he said I was going to pay it back. So he knew it was mine. I guess he thought that he was going to pay it back in time, but either way, he didn't. He eventually paid me back with small payments, but the money wasn't there when I got out when I needed it. So I had to go to the public and say, hey guys, unfortunately, I don't have the money I thought I'd have. I didn't tell on them. I just simply said I need tube food money. And that's when I did have a tube food. I did have a tube at that time. Now, my second surgery, which is when I made the video that you guys are talking about, I said I have had my tube removed because my second surgery, it cured the bowel obstruction that I had. So I was on bed rest for 6 whole months due to this bowel obstruction that they couldn't spot until I collapsed again. So when I went back to the hospital, they took it out, they fixed the problem, and they say you can eat now, but your stomach is so small, it has to stretch over time. It's not a stomach, it's my esophagus. It has to stretch over a period of time to reach a normal size. I still have trouble eating a lot. I still have to eat really small meals, but either which way, I could eat very small meals at a time, and I had to constantly be eating because I could only eat a small amount. So that's why you see me eating potato chips, and that's why you see me say I can eat, but I still need tube food to get me the rest of the nutrients that I need because I can't eat that in solid food. It's a milkshake. So it's the same tube food, but you mix it into a milkshake and you consume it that way. So I was very much still needing the tube food. And so I was never dishonest with the public. Even on that video of me requesting tube food money, I said I was off the tube food. So I never lied to the people. So if they sent me money knowing that I was off of tube food and my reasons for why I still needed the tube food. I've always been upfront. And if you look at that video, it clearly states that. And when Shy is showing it, she turns it away when it's saying that, showing that she hears it herself and don't want people to see it. It's mind-blowing. So I've never scammed anyone.
All right, I'm gonna say this because I really don't want to hold this girl's show up, but respectfully, Kevin, I don't believe you. I don't.
Why not? Oh, based on what?
Because the reason why I don't believe. Okay, let me know if I talk because I keep trying to have a dialogue and cut me.
Here's why I asked. I told you there was a video out there that shows me with my children right there with the food for my children, with my children. It was a bunch of paper bags with fruit and chips and things like that in it that I handed out because you couldn't hand out hot food. But okay, so that video is still up somewhere. It's still up. And then also there's a video of me asking for tube food, saying I don't have the tube, but I still need the tube food. The video is literally saying that. That's not a scam when you're honest. I literally said that.
Kevin, again, well, reason why you don't see, because it's just like some of your loyal followers in the chat. I can just see through the bullshit now, Kevin. It is what it is. Like, respectfully, respectfully, it just, I used to be so fanned out over you, and maybe if I was still in that biased stage, like if I was being biased and I was still feeling you like I used to, I would have believed you. But after my interactions with you, after doing the shows with you, you literally telling me to go do the research to prove that you didn't scam instead of you just playing the clip yourself, saying it. But you
don't watch the video.
Okay, but you telling me to go do the research, right?
I told you to watch the video.
Kevin, I'm not finna see. Kevin, I'm not trying to make this an argument. I'm just trying to be
how weird this is. I've literally responded to all those things she's saying, but she also says she just takes a peek at the videos, but she continues to confront me with these things. She continues to confront me with accusations, but also brags about how she doesn't sit through.
Why are you getting upset, bro? Like, you upset because I don't believe you?
I'm just saying something. You don't have to ask me about my emotions, but what I'm trying to state to the crowd is this: she constantly makes videos accusing me of things, but then also
I constantly make videos accusing you.
Review these actual videos in their entirety. She actually says I'm up there too long, so she hasn't asked herself yet, why am I up there for 5 hours? Am I just talking? Or it seems like I actually listened to her videos all the way through because I want to know what she's saying and why. So I find it peculiar when she says I only take a peek. I think that's very weird to me. If you really want to know if I'm innocent, because you got to think, if I'm using my channel to confront this man, I got to think if this is not true, I actually am a part of antagonizing this man. So I would at least say, let me go get the research and make sure I got my data.
Kevin, I'm not antagonizing you. You can keep trying to play victim, just like you told your audience I scold. Like, come on, bro. Reason why there's more than one video about you, because I be responding to you, Kevin. And just like tomorrow, I have to do my final response to prove to the world again that Shaka and V Bennett is lying on me when they keep saying that I allow Sarnetta to disrespect his child. I literally have to show that how you, men like you and V Bennett and Shaka cannot be trusted. Any person who constantly keeps running around and playing the victim and acting like they didn't do anything wrong, just like I got you to admit that you lied on Amora because you were upset. You know, like that shows that you do. That shows that you would go below. That show, Kevin, bro. I will let you.
Okay, let me speak. I saw that video. Everyone in that video knew that he was purposely making content to show the behaviors of what he felt Amora was doing. And it was not to spread lies about Amora. It was to create a situation where everybody can see what he felt of Amora was doing.
Respectfully, Angie, you can try to romanticize it, but when I confronted Kevin about it, he said I lied on her because she lied on me. And now she had to sue him. Like, you see how like this is a grown man responding in that way. I have constant videos of a bunch of men lying on me, and I do not respond with slander and lying, sister. As much as they try to paint me to be the bad guy, and as you can see, one of B. Bennett's faithful followers, another woman, Angelica, even had to admit she realized that they was full of shit. I'm not the bad guy in this story. Just because they don't like what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm doing anything wrong. People have their bias. Like right now, sis, you're biased. That's why I'm not even upset with you every time you cape for Kevin. Why? Because I did it for Kevin at one point. When people was coming for him and saying all that stuff, I was the same way. Or y'all just jealous, or y'all hating. But now that I'm seeing from a different lens and I see that Kevin is just simply full of shit, okay. I just, it is what it is.
All respect. Okay, listen to this. Based upon the history of seeing Amora's content and where she was coming from, as far as the divorce between Kevin's brother and his wife, I know and I have seen Amora falsify a lot of information, and I can tell you firsthand that was a form of manipulation to come to you, to add you on to the further antics and taunts that she has done to Kevin. Even if you have a disagreement with Kevin, Amora intentions coming to you was not of purity. I can assure you of that. Now, if you want to look into back videos to actually see some of the information, you know, to get a better understanding. That is very possible. You get what I'm saying? But I don't. That's one reason why I was in that chat and I was like, no, Neil, please, I promise you, that's not this. Like, it made it worse because Amora has been lying. She's been lying.
I want to say something without being interrupted, please. So when it comes to the situation she just named, again, she's mistelling it, and it feels like it's purposeful. I honestly don't get it. When I told her on the video that I came on to ask her why was she up there talking about me, she was telling me about Sarnetta defaming her and the things that he had said. And so I told her I can understand it because one time someone offended me so badly, I got on the panel and told all types of lies on her. I pretended to get fake phone calls and just say whatever the fake person was telling me on the phone the whole time and felt bad for it after. I volunteered this information to her, literally volunteered it. So whenever she came on my panel that day, she's acting like she sort of got that out of me. Neil already knew this information. I gave that to her. I've screen recorded it. I've actually played it before on a different live to show this, but she doesn't watch the whole videos. So if she watched them, she would stop saying that because she could go back and hear that video. That first time we talked, I volunteered it. I said, I have done this before. I don't like it, but I have now done this because I got so angry. And the literal name of the video was called A Dose of Your Own Medicine. She had Callie on her panel. And notice, like I said, when Callie comes, so does everyone from my past. So you said, I think it's unique that those people are willing to get up there on a panel and not hide their faces. That's because they know I know who they are already. They've been around me already. They only came to one event or two at the most. They don't technically know me. And they never had a negative opinion of me ever until Callie and I fell out. So everybody that's followed and been behind Callie has been through what Callie's opinion has been of me. And I've been saying this whole time. So this has been going on for years, might I add. So when they say tickle a little girl, this is a lie that was made up recently, but the lies even said that it happened years ago. The fruit thing, years ago. Shy, I dated her years ago. I've been married in my relationship right now for just about 4 years. So everything they have saying about me that they're willing to get on camera and say is about somebody that they knew 4 years ago. They haven't even saw my face or been around me since then. And it becomes a thing that they try to use to distort my character today. Even if those things were true, can a person have time to grow? I've been in a consistent relationship for 4 years now, managed online. And you're still saying, I don't like you because of how you dated the girl 4 years ago. But how she treated me is not important, only how I treated her from her own opinion. And these things very much seem like, gaslighting and lies and manipulation and what I would call lies and propaganda. She says, I don't do this. I don't respond with lies and propaganda. I got on my platform and told a whole bunch of lies about Amora. She has gotten on her platform and told a whole bunch of lies about me. Now, she may say, I'm not making them up, though. I told you they weren't true, and you're still saying them. I told you they weren't. I cared enough to come to your platform and say these things aren't true. Will you stop saying them and even give her the whole side on my side, or if it's all made up? I'm clearly trying in this endeavor. I went live on my page, invited her on my panel. Like I said, she blocks me from everything. She doesn't want me to get a chance to speak. When I do try to explain myself, that's called crying. So let me talk badly about this person. Let me spin these narratives. And if he responds, we're going to try to discourage him or shame him by saying he's crying. But it's like, don't you expect him to respond to the things you're saying? Now, if I was on my panel accusing her of the things that I've heard about her and her brother, I've heard these things from the source now. If I got up there saying these things and she responded, I wouldn't call that crying. I would call her explaining something that I'm on my panel, saying. I wouldn't say that's crying. So all her tactics appear to be in an attack form, not I'm trying to get you understand what I'm saying? So none of it really makes sense to me. So
well, Shaka, Kevin, you did, but you did regurgitate.
I'm still saying don't interrupt.
Okay,
Yo, that's rude as hell.
It's not, Kevin. It's not. I'm not over talking. I'm interjecting like you did earlier. I'm interjecting like you did earlier.
You can't hear yourself when she's over talking.
Yeah, I mean,
you take it down, but she
bro,
just over talking me. She doesn't want.
Hey, bro, Kevin, You see how you, and
Yeah,
you wonder why nobody believes
now
you.
she won't stop now.
And you wonder why
Leah, stop
nobody
talking.
believes
Okay,
you. And you
listen.
wonder why nobody
Leo,
believes
stop
you.
talking.
You
I'm
can't even
talking.
be a
Listen.
man and talk.
Okay,
Leo,
can
stop
we?
talking. I'm not gonna
Crybaby
do it.
ass
I'm not
bitch.
gonna
But
do
you
it.
can't
I'm
be.
not gonna do it.
All right, you guys. I don't want that type of treatment towards each other on the platform. Okay, I understand that we have differences of agreement, but we don't have to resort to calling each other names. I really don't want that for this platform. I really
I'm
want to.
not calling her name. I promise you. I'm just trying to say she's over talking me. I'm telling her she's over talking me, and she's still constantly over talking me. She actually will not stop talking. She does this a lot. It's one of her many tactics. After the fact, when you go back and listen to the video, you can't even hear yourself over her mic. So she knows what she's doing. When she don't want something to be heard, she starts blabbering. And I have yet to call her a name. I've only spoke on just simply her behavior. Like I said, she didn't squeeze any information out of me. She didn't get me to tell no. She lives in her ego. It's like she thinks that she cracked me open and got out of me that I lied on Amora. I volunteered to her. I lied on Amora. I've said it on my panel since then that I've lied on Amora before Neo ever came up. So nobody was aloof to this. Everybody knew that I lied on Amora. In fact, you knew it when I was doing it. I never presented it as it was real. So it was simply called, you give them a dose of their own medicine and they treat you like you poison it. And she does. She still talks about it. She still complains about it like it hurt her. But she had all them up on her panel, literally talking about me, telling blatant lies. So I'm watching Tigress up there say that I owe her money due to some type of deal we did. Telling that whole story. I'm watching this girl named Tamasha up there say that I told a guy I would suck a dick for money. I'm highly offended about that. So I'm watching that happen. I'm watching Tigress talk about how often we had sex, which is weird when you just up there to talk about money. I'm very to myself when it comes to that type of stuff. I don't want to be represented in a form of how I have sex. I think that is so crazy. And I just have class. It's just something I don't appreciate. Like I would never talk about how she had sex or anything like that. It's weird to me. But I believe those things are holy, ain't for nobody to talk about, you know. But when I watched the things on that panel that they were saying about it infuriated me. And I was angry at Amora for being up there. He did what? Oh, tell me about it. Oh, yeah, and laughing and kind of fanning it on and pretending it's all true without challenging it. And they were clearly getting their stories mixed up, even in a moment, because they don't practice. You know, when they try to get up there and collaborate, it was just horrible. So the whole live was me addressing them, but then I would refer back to Amora and give her a dose of her own medicine and then go back to responding to them again. And I was watching Amora's live at the same time. So every time she would do a stunt where she tried to make me look bad, I'd tell her how to make her look bad. And I went and took the video down like the very next day because I felt so bad about it. So to say you admitted you lied, why am I being shamed for that? Like, isn't that a good thing that I admitted I lied? Like, isn't it better that I didn't just keep a lie going like Callie did? Like, I wish he would admit he lied on all the times he lied. He's been lying since the very beginning. And that's why I say it's like, I'm going to question how Kevin handled it. I'm not going to question Callie talking about Kevin's exes on that same video where he's accusing me of fruit. If that's supposed to be my best friend, my loyal friend, she's saying, why did you call him crazy? I didn't call him crazy. But why don't you ask yourself, if he's my friend, why is he talking back and forth with my exes? Why is he sharing what they're telling to him, so-called telling to him on a public forum? Well, they haven't even said these things on a public forum ever. Only him and Shy is the only two I've seen. But they're saying all of them are doing this stuff in cahoots. But Callie kept making the video saying it's something coming down the pipe. These not baby mamas, but these girlfriends don't like you. They don't like you. She says that Devin didn't like Callie. Why would you let a man on your platform that didn't like Callie? Well, they said over and over and over that my exes don't like me. But she's never said, Callie, why would I talk to his ex? That she clearly don't like him. So it's like they don't use the same rules for me. It's unreal. And then again, they try to disqualify Devin by saying that he's mentally handicapped. And then they try to disqualify him by saying I paid him. I didn't pay him. So here's the kicker. She knows I put Devin's Cash App up. She knows I've stated it wouldn't be right for me to put his Cash App up, and I didn't Cash App the brother. That's crazy. So I sent him a Cash App. She knows that's not me saying I'm paying you to lie on Callie. She knows that. But instead, she'll just say he paid that man to lie on him. It took you to ask her, why do you say he paid? And then by the time she get finished saying why she's saying it's paid, it ain't paid. It's just sent him a Cash App. That man, he still says to this day, that's exactly what happened between him and Callie. I didn't ask for that information. In fact, I was shocked when I heard it. And I didn't take advantage of that information. I didn't clip it and put it in small videos and play it everywhere because I don't care that Callie is gay. That's not my business.
I want to say this. The reason why I took Neo down is because of the words. I respect anybody who chooses to use these words, but you guys respectfully, I don't want that type of language on my channel, calling each other names and stuff like that. That's my whole stance that I've started from in the beginning. You get what I'm saying? And I want to stick to that, and I respect anybody who uses those terms. That's fine. And but I personally, I just don't want to build my platform with that. You get what I'm saying? And I honored Neo's platform. I just asked for the same in return. You guys, like, we don't have to attack each other with words, and further cause infliction within this situation. This is not okay, y'all. And even though it's been a normalized thing, it doesn't make it okay. I'm from the hood. I've been in the struggle. I get it. We use the lingo or whatever, but a part of improving myself is, trying not to, at the least, even if I say it to myself, try not to use it to cause harm to anyone else. And that's something that I stand on personally, and there's nothing against anybody who doesn't see it that way. It's just that I choose not to have that over here. Okay. It's nothing against Neo. She uses her terms on her platform, expressing herself, and that's cool. I don't feel bothered by it. I don't think anyone should feel bothered by it. But over here on my channel, I just want to build in the form of, us not necessarily doing it over here. Okay. I have to set I see you, Neil. I know I'm a new channel, so I just want to set that, you guys, that I don't want to do that over here. I don't want to have the name callings and stuff like that. I see some of the things inside the comments as well. And I get it. Everybody has their different opinions. But this is a part of the problem. We're emotionally driven to where sometimes we're blinded from being able to see someone else's perspective, and we can.
I just think it's not. We don't have proper etiquette, which is what you call decorum. That when you can see someone is not finished just speaking their piece, and to continue to overtalk them is just blatant disrespect, and she knows she's doing that. And to me, fall back. It's like I tried to once stop her from talking a few minutes before that, and I couldn't get a word, and she just kept talking. So I stopped and let her have it, even though she took the floor from me. And it's just disrespectful, and it's like it's done intentfully because you're about to say something that they don't want to be said. And so they're really trying to keep that. And so that's why I say the goal is to maintain a misunderstanding, because she avoids me at all costs, especially on her panel where her crowd can hear what I have to say. She does not want me to be able to speak my own mind. She'd rather take something I've said and then distort it and manipulate it. Like even now, for instance, Angie, I'll ask you this question. She's up here saying that you admitted to Lionel Romero. Now, I'm going to ask you, which is worse? Explaining to someone and telling them there are videos to back up my story, and I've already put these videos out. Okay? I'm telling her I didn't scam anybody, and here's a video to prove it. I didn't scam anybody about tube food, and here's the video saying that I don't have a tube anymore. I need the tube food. And I'm sure you saw those videos.
Right.
But to say I still don't believe you, knowing that she has a whole platform of people that support her. So I still have to live with this idea that she's presenting out that I did these things. Whereas the person that I lied on, I took the videos down and immediately said I was lying. Which person would you rather be? Would you rather be the person that got lied on, and then the next day it was told that by that person that they completely lied, it wasn't true, they were just angry? Or would you rather be a person who's not making up lies, so to speak, but they're believing everything someone else says about you, and they just won't take your word for it, and they continue to go to their panel and literally spread the same type of lies? Which would be worse?
It would be worse to continue on with the lie. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't want to be a person to lie on someone, and then people are determined to tell you their perspective. I feel like that should be a great consideration, and so yeah, like I totally agree with you in that stance.
And even now they say you overtalked her first. I apologize. I know I interrupted you. I just needed to say this really quickly. I'll give you the floor back. If she had said, no, I really need to finish my thought, I would have had to have fell back. I wouldn't have continued to talk because that would be blatantly disrespectful. So I apologize in the moment that I overtalked her. So when someone says, I'm talking, let me finish my words, let me just finish this, and they continue to overtalk you, that's when it becomes disrespectful. It's a colloquial error. It happens, and everyone is guilty of this. We all get impatient and want to say what we got to say. And that happens. So you can call those errors. But when someone continues to just blatantly do it, and then to the point of like, okay, this is disrespect. You see what I'm saying? So that's all.
Right. You guys, I don't know. I can't foresee the future, but I do think that we can get to a point where, we have to take a moment in wisdom. We have to take a moment in wisdom. I wholeheartedly believe Kevin Wesley with a lot of these accusations, and that's how I perceive it. That's how I feel it. A lot of the evidence that has been shown, I've looked at both sides. Honestly, I have, and I don't agree with a lot of the things contrary to that. I understand that some people may feel like that's you know that's not okay, and they have their feelings about that, but I'm not a woman of just picking somebody just because. You get what I'm saying? I have a mind. uh you know and I look for information. I don't want to take a stand for someone that I feel is doing wrong or trying to manipulate people to believe him. I understand that we all are human. In some moments we may not necessarily agree with, but for the overall purpose to have situations or accusations towards someone and not necessarily give their perspective a fighting chance, to me is not fair, y'all. It's not.
I think, as I've been saying this whole time, this man is lying. In his first video where he mentions the fruit, he says he felt like we was going to do something to him and he was being set up. None of this stuff is thought out. Why his baby mothers was there? Why would I do that and think I could get away with that? Why would I think offering him fruit would make him gay? I'm not gay. There was nobody having sex. There was nobody having sex at all. It was just a normal house full of people, and we were all relaxed. Someone threw up. Someone peed on themselves. Okay, but it wasn't even a house party. It was just some reggae music playing, some soft like reggae music playing, and some people just couldn't control their bowels. Like I said, some people even threw up, or at least one person I know threw up. I ain't gonna say it was a bunch of people, but and it's called purging.
They did bring up the thing about you being able to record. Can you go over that? Why was it?
Yes, Kelly has always known I work there. When Kelly came over there, I told Kelly to leave his phone at my apartment because we don't want people having phones. He knew I had my phone, and I don't feel like I even had to explain that to him. The recording that me and Callie of me recording Callie was Callie out on the front steps, and it was just him laughing about some guy, some imaginary guy he was arguing with. It was just a thing of laughter. It's nothing that I could ever play to make him look like he crazy. The thing is clearly of him tripping. I even recorded myself that same night when I was in the bathroom. So my whole goal was to sit with who I thought was my friend and talk about this the next day. Callie never knew I recorded him. Okay. The very next day, whenever Callie left, he sent Angie back for his things. Now, it's funny that he sent Angie back for his things because he thinks I'm trying to hurt him and all this type of stuff. But he sent her back out there to the house all alone to collect his things because he came out there with a bunch of camera equipment and stuff. And so when she came by to get the things, I sat in the car with her and showed her the video. And so she went back and told him that I had a video of him. He's the one who said that video was made so he could call me crazy. Callie had never saw the video. When Angie told him that I recorded him, he just made the worst of it and say that video was recorded just to set him up. So in case things went wrong, I would have used that video to make him look crazy. There's nothing in that video that makes him look crazy at all. Okay. We're just outside laughing on the steps. I mean, laughing our ass off. It's just something like it just like two friends laughing. So it's like when it's to me, if someone was going to say, I felt like you came on to me with some fruit, seduced me with some fruit. To me personally, she talks about how she would have done things differently. I would have just went I wouldn't have went live with it, number one. But if I did go live with it, I would have just simply said, you offer me fruit while you hip shaking. I wouldn't try to build a story up and line it up and tell and say it in a way like it was like, to me, it was like it was clearly said to try and go viral and all that. And when you tie in the fact that he was talking back and forth with people behind my back before he ever came and never telling me what was being said about me, maybe Callie hadn't liked me for a long time, but we were supposed to be friends. And you got to think, if he made that video the very next morning after leaving, he's not just complaining about fruit. He's talking about my personality and my character and how I treat women as if, and notice this, he never called me a scammer until that day he was mad at me. Josh had been made that video about being a scammer. Callie Ben knew I wasn't no scammer. Callie was at that same house with me that day, and I showed him all receipts proving that I wasn't no scammer. So he already knew I wasn't no scammer. I did a video with Callie in the house. He was sitting to the side as I done a video. I was on the phone with Ricky that day, and every accusation that Ricky came at me with, I sent him receipts because people were even saying I didn't ship them their clothing and all that. And so I would say, who was saying this, Ricky? They told me not to say. Bro, just tell me who it was. I ain't gonna say nothing to him. And so then he would tell me who it was. I would look it up to see, and I'm like, oh, they did order something. And I would show it to him, and there it was, sent, definitely sent. And so everything was backed up. So Callie was like, damn, kid, that's crazy, bro. They was just lying on you. So we were still cool for a while after that. But again, the night we fell out, that's the day it was you a scammer, you were all these things. So it's clearly he just turned that night, and he's been on a different one ever since then. Right. He's clearly not even acting like somebody who's just mad because he's saying I offered him some fruit. He hasn't saw me since that moment, since that day. But he's been mad at me for 6 years, for the last 4 years, over everything under the sun. Even rumors he hears. It's like he's just a whole nuisance out here. So none of it makes sense. And she refuses to look at any of it and just say, this guy's clearly mad at the guy, jealous of him, or trying to ruin him, because nothing that the man says is lined up. None of it backs up. None of it. Right. If I'm going to say a man tried me with fruit, I'm not going to tell about the mirror telling me that he was on some dark side shit and was going to do something to me like he was in an Illuminati or something. I clearly would know it's not him that was part of my high. He doesn't seem to know the difference. So it's like, as clearly as he can say the floor was shaking and the mirror talked to him and voices told him I was in a river, it seems that he should be the one to question if I actually shook my hips or if it was him who just had it as an illusion. Because in a house full of people, why would I walk up to you with my hips shaking? Bro, it makes no, and I keep saying how much it makes no sense. I think it's the dumbest accusation ever. I think it's the silliest accusation ever. When he first said it, I laughed. I ain't even take it seriously. I was like, bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I just knew after a simple conversation, he'd stop, but he didn't. He kept going. It just doesn't make any sense. The way you offer me that fruit, nigga, it's like, and he's equally just as mad about me being missing. I went talk through my high to come and find you, nigga. It's like, it makes no sense. You didn't buy my wife a car. You didn't fix her tire. Your apartment is big. You got your whole side of his house. Dwight's your zaddy. He always knew me and Dwight was just friends, just like he was a friend of Dwight's and came by and hung out with us. So it's like that day, all of a sudden, Dwight is my zaddy and he my boyfriend. It makes no sense that you just turn that a whole 180 and you become a whole enemy who is everything I do now or ever did is negative now. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. Right. And so for probably about a year or so, I honestly just tried to figure it out on what was going on, because I'm always in the dark. I never really know what's going on. I've learned so much about this situation, really, that happened years ago this year when they were willing to get on all these different panels and say things. So here I talk now, it exposes a lot of things for me that I never knew about, because everything they've done has been in secret, as you can see. I never get included in any of their ideas or thoughts that's negative about me. It's always just them thinking and running back to each other. It's weird to me. Right. And nobody would want to be around people like that. So why they try to paint it like I'm crying or whining, just imagine that the person that you're with is going to your friends behind your back to talk about you and he ain't telling you nothing. Like if what she was saying was true, right. It's nonsense. It'd be like a fake world. Like who would want to be in a world like that?
Right.
You know, but even though she's even saying, can she still say her last piece? I bet she'll get up here and direct whatever something towards me because she likes to try and get the last word and stir a narrative and say something negative. You know what I mean? So she never really came up here to ask a question. She already knew that she was going to try to say something to me and create the conversation, but she likes to pretend on her panel that it's not her intention to actually have encounters with people. I mean, even when she came up on my panel that last time, when it was me and my wives, she actually asked to let her up. And then when Lacey said you could come up, then she says, "Nah, I ain't going to. Y'all ain't gonna act right." And then she got on her panel and didn't tell it all the part where she said, "Let me up." She only told the part where Lacey said, "You can go up there and talk. He'll talk to you." Well, see, me being willing to talk to you on an open panel, to me, proves my innocence. So wouldn't I be scared of what you're going to say? I want to talk to you. To me, the fact that they're avoiding me and won't talk to me openly on a panel, I got a platform that's bigger than all of theirs. It seems that if you really want to correct these misunderstandings and get these things across to everybody and to me, you come to me if your complaints are with me. So to me, all of their behaviors point to that they're liars and just trying to ruin my reputation. And she can say all day, I don't fight by telling lies and spreading gossip and rumors. You know how many times you called me gay on your platform and I've said to you simply, I'm not gay. She says, I think you're gay because you take pictures and you filter them. I think you're gay because you said girl bye. I think you're gay because this. I think you're gay because that. Regardless of what you think about me being gay, I said I'm not gay. So to continue to say that is fucking ludicrous. When I grew up around my hometown, it was a man named Reggie, and they say he was raised by all women. I don't really think that's no excuse, but he was a very feminine man, very, very feminine man. And he was a lot older than us, but my pops always said he ain't gay. So we didn't call him gay. You see what I'm saying? And so because he carried himself more fluid like that, it was questionable, but nobody called him gay because the man said he wasn't gay. So I said, I'm not gay. She keeps trying to make my mannerisms be gay. She keeps trying to, now nobody's ever done this before. They've only just said you're a pretty boy and gay. They've never said your mannerisms are gay, the way you hold your mouth, your hands. Nobody's ever said that. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's bogus. And I think it's like she equates a lot of my appearance to my ego. Like the way I look now, I didn't create that. I lost a lot of weight. And so she thinks I glowed up. I've said over and over, I don't like what I look like in the mirror. I don't like how slim I am. I've always been like a bigger guy.
Right.
My idea of masculinity. And in a lot of ways, I felt like a man should be a bigger guy, masculine guy. So I've always done activities. I've always been a bigger guy. And so me losing a lot of that weight really, really fucked with my ego. So yes, I used to stretch the arms of my pictures to make myself look bigger. But they pick at me for that. So on one hand, it's like they watch me go through all of this. She says that me making my declaration on that hospital bed was something that really made her be inspired by me. So she knew I was sick. She knew I was going through it. 4 or 5 days, maybe 6 days after that same day, I had gotten out of the hospital and I was finally able to eat again. And that's when I made that video where I completely shaved and said, this is my new beginning. And guys, I can eat and things of that nature. So shortly after that's when I asked for the tube food because I could eat now, but I still needed tube food. But so they followed the story, and now it's skewed to he didn't even get get anything preventative for cancer. He got a stomach loss surgery, but they watched me look skinny as a bone. They watched me go through the whole thing. So it's like to watch Shy up there and say, look at how skinny he was. Yeah, he used to stretch his pictures. It's like you do realize that I was going through insecurities. But anyway, yes, I did that. But if I did that, what does that mean? I'm a bad person? Like to me, it's like she's trying to show the world that I'm a bad person. She starts with I'm gay because the white's gay. She starts with this little girl things are scamming. But now it gets all the way to he filtered his pictures, he changed the arms to make himself look bigger and stuff. It's like that, but that's not necessarily something that the community should be after him with pitchforks for, right? Because that's probably nothing, right? That's like he's just insecure. Obviously, he has some issues that he has to get comfortable with himself and accept who he is. And you would say something like that. And you would think a girl who was with you at the time would encourage you, not spread something like that. And then you wonder why you didn't choose to be with them. It's like they actually dodged the bullet because you're making fun of them at really the worst time of their life.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So to say over and over to the people that you have to get this preventative surgery because your stomach is riddled with ulcers. They can't really test it for cancer because they can't see under the ulcer. So I'm going to get this surgery, guys, and I need your help. I've always been honest about these things. They challenged that, and the GoFundMe got kicked down. So I had to present the actual information from my doctor that he was going to do this surgery for preventative reasons, and I had to present that to GoFundMe, and then they established the GoFundMe. So to even try to challenge that is weird to me, because you can't do a GoFundMe and it be false. You simply can't. You know, so even while I was going through this, people challenged it, but after they knew it was true, nobody bothered me about this until Callie then started saying his surgery was fake. And I know the person who told me, but I can't tell their names because they work in the medical field and I'll get them fired. But just believe my word for it. Everything he's ever said has just been an accusation with nobody attached to it. And it's like nobody cares. And they actually come to me about the things that he says. But watch this, Angie. I have said he cheats on his wife. Now, she's never asked him about that publicly. She's never confronted him about that. But if someone says I mistreated some woman, she confronts me about that publicly. So it makes no sense. And I am telling the 100% truth that Callie is messing with Terry Merritt behind Angie's back, and they both laugh in her face. They both smile in her face and pretend to be her friends, and Shy knows it too. All of them know this. They all know this and don't tell Angie the truth. Now, and this is 100% a fact.
Right.
So you don't see me or repeat it on her channel. It will never get said. She'll act like she never heard this part. So it's because Callie's her friend, but if she ever don't like him for some reason, now all of a sudden that shit will come up. Just watch, because she says that she believed me at first. Well, nothing's changed since then. Since that day happened, we both went on our separate ways. But now she doesn't believe me anymore. See how that works? So they were calling me scammer back then too. They called me scammer before that, but she was still following me. So obviously she believed me then. But now, because she doesn't like me, because my thing is, what did I do to her? Again, our run-in was me coming on her page to ask her to stop making videos about me, her up there saying things that was negative about me. So just like she says, you came for her head, and she is appreciative that you had the accountability, the level of accountability to admit that you did that. She can't admit that she came for my head. And I've never done nothing to her. She says, well, you being on Sinetta is something that done something to me. Well, it actually isn't. But after even knowing that your thoughts on why I was on Sinetta was actually incorrect, I'm not teaming up with him. In no way. I was just doing an interview. You still won't say, my bad. You know what? I was at least wrong about why I said you was going on Sinetta. You know, my bad. I was at least wrong about the thing with Amora, because you did actually tell me that on my own platform. Pending she actually goes back and listens to it to see if I'm lying to her or not, because I actually care. I go back and listen to these things. I'm fully aware of every little detail because I comb through them. I'm so devout on proving my innocence. And you know, normally you can't prove the non-existence of a thing, but when liars lie enough, you can. Once someone says enough, you can actually prove it didn't happen. You know, so the more that they talk, it gives me more perspective to be able to actually refute. And when I try and do that, they say, you're complaining, you are crying, you are trying to get sympathy or something. I guess they expect me to not say a word while they just literally just say the worst things about me. You know, it makes no, and to pretend that you don't understand why somebody wouldn't want you saying, I tickled a little girl. I never tickled a little girl. There is no little girl. This never happened. And she can't understand why someone don't want you saying that. It ain't like a big lie. It ain't saying you did. I don't care what it's saying. I don't want you saying it because I never tickled a little girl. It never happened. So that's on that grounds alone, ain't no need for saying that.
Right. I definitely agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree. Y'all, we got to stop making those type of accusations towards our men. Like, we have to be more cautious when we come out to saying those things. That's a serious accusation. I don't take lightly. And not only that, I don't necessarily agree with the behaviors and the responses that we give to the girls in those situations as well. Like, we have to identify to them so that they can learn to set boundaries for themselves, so that they can know if something wrong is happening to them. So, you know, to have one sense of, you know, it wasn't necessary for us to identify something to her, and then to have in the same instance, but it was necessary to bring for the internet to hear about Kevin. To me, it's very contradicting, and it's not okay. You know, like, if it's not okay to address to her something that she may not even be aware of, but it did happen to her, you know, we have to consider that, y'all. Like, we got to start thinking, like, does this add up? Does that make sense? You know, we can't go based upon our own stories sometimes, even though our stories are the reasons as to why we can understand situations. We have to use that so that we can learn how to question other situations. This situation, to me, you know, you know, if no, we can't. We got to stop doing that. If it was a serious situation, if it is a serious situation, y'all, let's bring out true evidence. Let's bring out ways that we can go about to further inform people of their behaviors that can cause problems. Let's go about trying to figure out how we can identify these situations to our children so that they can understand. And, you know, let's find a way to progress from that. If we're only going to bring it to the internet to tarnish someone's character, and to me, I see it's a little faulty. It's a little faulty. It doesn't make sense how we can use it to destroy one person, but there was a victim in the story. There was a victim in the story, y'all.
Right. Right. And again, like Lady Love says, no, Kevin, you was in the lake. He says in his video that a voice told him I could be in a lake, and I wasn't. So it clearly tells you that voice is incorrect, but he acts like he still believes that voice said what it told him from a mirror. It's my reputation at the expense of his trip. And they're like, why don't you just accept that possibly you did the thing that Callie said you did? So should I also accept that my face changed and that I was, I guess, the unknown man when I walked into the bathroom? Should I also accept that my eyes blew and that my beard was on fire? Should I also accept that I was in the ocean water and that there is a voice that talks to him? Should I also accept that the mirror talked to him and showed him things that no man could see? Like, what else? Because it's, to me, notice how they don't mention none of that stuff. Notice how to just continue to antagonize me about Gay, they only mention fruit. They don't mention, was I going to hurt Callie or unalive him? They don't mention about the dark side stuff he said. And, you know, they don't mention about the voices and what was I really in a lake? They don't question anything but the fruit. And to me, that's absolutely amazing because it shows that this is just to antagonize. It clearly is. It clearly is. And I'll never see it no different, because if I was being honest on my review of a situation and that person came on my panel, I wouldn't treat them with blatant disrespect. I wouldn't be like, I just don't like you. And even if you don't like a person, you not liking them is no reason why you should mistreat them when they come to, you know, say their side of the thing, right? Okay. So I don't like you because of the content that you make. So I'm going to take this type of approach and fend you off as you try and defend yourself. It's like, and they don't realize when you say, yo, I see what's happening here. I'm clearly being jumped. Like, for instance, look at the comments. Notice everyone who's speaking on Neo's behalf, they are just insulting and saying things like I'm crying or I'm fake, I'm a fraud, you know, things of that nature. And notice this, they do not know me. They only know of me through the opinions that have been put out about me, the things that people have said about me. They've never been around me in real life at all. But look at how passionate they are in their insults to me. It shows how much influence that people can have, and Neo's not willing to take accountability for at least the influence that she has with the things that she said openly on her platform. Because I can guarantee you, before she started talking negatively about me on her platform, her people weren't doing it. They weren't on her platform saying, hey, it's some stuff about this guy named Kevin. You should talk about him. She said herself that when the story came out about Dwight, she said, oh, Callie might have a point. But none of that makes any sense. Right. Callie said, I offered him fruit with my hip shaking. He barely saw Dwight that night. So Dwight has nothing to do with his story at all. So to even say that the thing with Dwight makes it sound like Kevin could be involved or could have done something to Callie, it just makes no sense on why she would conflate the two and say that gives me reason now to pursue this, and for some reason want to reach out to Callie but not reach out to me, right? Because it's like, if I'm going to really cover the story, I'm going to say, let me reach out to these parties and see if I can get more information. Not just Callie, and all of a sudden, here's the videos, here's me on a Morris panel, y'all, here's what I said on a Morris panel. It makes no sense. You know, and again, she called me a bitch earlier. If I was calling her names like that, I'd be looked at as a bad person. And then now all of a sudden, they would hold me to a moral lens and question my personality, my aggressiveness, what type of person I am behind closed doors, how I may treat other women. But when she calls me that, it's just a bad word. It's just, hey, y'all, calm down, relax. And nobody, even in the comments, mentions anything to the fact that she called me out of my name. But if I start calling her out her name, all of a sudden it'll be like, damn, you talking to her like that? A black woman? You know, like look at Black Beauty says, shut the F up, Kevin. Nobody's thinking about your ogre ass. So why don't I have the same right to cuss her out and say all the craziest things to her? And again, it just shows no decorum, no rational thought do they have. It's just all I have is insults. It's like I'm on a playground.
Right. Yeah,
like
I see. I see.
What is she talking about?
Yeah.
And watch this. The way that they try to attack you is to try and say that you have a crush on me. And so I want you to notice how they can make videos all day on Callie's behalf, right? They're saying the things that Callie's saying to them. And nobody's inferring that they have a crush on Callie or that they're fanned out for Callie, even though Neo plays Callie's videos before her videos began and even after they end. So all signs point to she's fanned out by Callie and she really wants him to like her. So she will not challenge him because she doesn't want him to dislike her or turn on her. Maybe he represents somebody who she feels like is protecting her or a friend right now while she's in need, but she refuses to question anything about him. All she does is talk good about him like he's some good person in society, even though he openly said the most fucked up things about a newborn on his panel. She disagreed with how he thought on the panel and said she doesn't think that way, but she also didn't say that. So that thought is inappropriate and it's wrong for you to continue saying that. And that sounds like an attack, and I can't have you up here saying it. The man just had this baby. I got to account for that. Now, this ain't about that. I can't let you get up here. My platform is not for that. If you want to say that on your platform, you can, but she don't take these moments to hold him accountable. But she says, Kevin didn't protect me on a panel when that guy called me a B. But I actually did. The whole panel actually did. Just not in the clip I showed. If you go back and look at the video, you can see we all said, but that's still unnecessary. But she called me, yeah, but still. You know what I'm saying? So we actually did have this conversation with him, you know. But again, it blows my mind how all they seem to have is just, you know, insults and discouraging tactics. They want you to feel like you can't speak on my behalf. And they want to discourage you by saying, A, I paid you, or B, you just found out by me and have a crush. Notice how refuting your information is far from even trying to be present. And I was going to say this too.
Okay.
Actually, myself personally, this is a little bit change in topic because there seems to be no point with her. But the conversation about needing protection actually derived from me, a statement I made. Okay, so I was saying this to Angelica and V. Bennett that men need protection from women in certain ways. And she said when I said that, it piqued her ears. It made it sound manosphere-ish or like some man talk type of gibberish, and she didn't really agree with that. So the reason I was making this statement was because women ask for men's protection in the form of physical attacks. It would be natural for women to protect men in the form of verbal and spiritual attacks. So if I would tell my daughter to protect my son if some girl was going around lying on him, it's by simply speaking up for him on his behalf, not going and fighting her, but speaking up for him on his behalf. And I'll tell my son, protect my daughter if you see somebody putting their hands on her. You see what I'm saying? So because a man can't actually interact with a woman in that way, you would think that women who can see this behavior is wrong would speak up for their fellow brother, just like you would think if a man is going to do something to hurt a woman, that men would stand up and defend their fellow sister, because, I mean, it should be about ma'at, which is perfect balance. There is no way you can infer that men should only protect women. Even way back in our most primal states, women protected men. You know, so while the man is trying to hunt, the woman was his eyes to make sure that wild boars and other animals, cheetahs and things of that nature weren't going to try to attack him. So she's always covered his blind side. So we do protect each other, no ifs, ands, or buts. She covers him with her eyes and what she can see in the distant and what she can see up close. And he protects her with his physical frame. So in a lot of cases, women's hearing is more keen, their smell is more keen, their eyesight is more keen to color, and this is for a reason. You know, so while we are more aggressive in nature to go after the meat and the things of that nature, she would be more of the picker of the fruit and the vegetables. So this eyesight and things like that would become important. But naturally, if she hears something in the far distance and we can't hear it, she can put us on game that she hears something in the distance and get us peaked. You know, and tell her to aim in this direction rather than this one, because hey, you're aiming at this deer right now, but you don't see this predator staring at you about to pounce on you. You see what I'm saying? So in life, I think it's very important that we understand that life is about balance. We both protect each other, and that's what keeps us safe. You can't have just one and not the other. You know,
We got to
with
protect each other. We got to look out for each other. Y'all,
right.
it's a war against us. It's a war against us. And the main weapon is psychological through the mind. You get what I'm saying? I told one
Mhm.
lady, a few months back, I said, think about it like this. Everyone is a planet. You are your own planet. And
Mhm.
the sun is the truth.
Mhm.
Everybody orbits around the truth. And depending on how close you are to the truth or how far you are to the truth, is how your perception is perceived within your planet. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Now, when you have this information and you understand that this reality has an order out of chaos, things are going to affect you, but people are going to go through similar things. You got two people going through the same effects in life, but they perceive it differently because they're their own planet. They have their own mind. So what, like, we can use this for instance. Neo stated about her molestation trauma through childhood, and on her platform I also acknowledge that yes, I too was molested as a child. You get what I'm saying? But we
Mhm.
have two different points of views of the way we perceive things, right?
Absolutely.
So what has happened is the setup of everything has caused somewhat of a division. We're not against each other. I hope she doesn't feel like I'm against her anymore because I acknowledge me attacking her, but we see it differently. So what happens with us having different understandings? There comes disagreements. There comes where you can't see where it's hard to see the point of view from which they're coming from, and this is how it's set up to keep us divided, to keep us from getting closer to the truth. We are
Well,
not.
maturity would state that, would say to you that this person just has a different perspective. It wouldn't say you're fanned out and you're biased. It wouldn't be a whole bunch of insults as to why you have your position. It would just be more of a to try to seek understanding. Because, like you said to her the other day, and again, and I want to say this to her, I apologize and sorry about what happened to you when you were younger.
Oh,
Um,
that's fine. I've healed. I've healed. That's why I like to talk about the mental development, because of my own story. I have a big story at growing up
yes,
as a
ma'am.
child. So that's where that comes from.
So, and yeah, and, yes, ma'am. And speaking of that difference of perspective, another thing that Neo would disagree with me on was she said that we should respect the fact that women could lose their lives when it comes to pregnancy. And in that same video, I stated that the man understands that in the agreement that we forge when it comes to creating children, the man wants to get in the future, and so does the woman. He full well understands that she's going to carry this child and all of the harsh realities that can come with that. She's Neo is saying that the sacrifice is greater on the woman because she could die in that process. In her mind, she's trying to argue which sacrifice is greater when that was never my purpose of who sacrifices the most. So my point was saying because the man understands that she is doing this amazing thing, um, he vows to take care of her and protect her for life, and especially while she's carrying that baby. She can't still hunt. She can't still do the things that she can do to take care of herself. So now he assumes that, and she says that Kevin is saying that when a man works, he's risking his life. What I'm stating is back when these agreements were made, it was a risk of his life to go hunting. Okay, men died often while they were out there hunting, far more often than when women gave birth. Because you had things like wild boar and animals fought back. They 100% did, and even just the terrain. It wasn't a thing that you just was guaranteed to come back home. And I will add this: nobody's promised tomorrow either,
Right.
even now. So life hasn't changed. It just feels like it's more comfortable, but at any point we could lose our life. Speaking of losing your life, if the woman did lose her life during the delivery of that baby, we have to understand that the man loses the mother to his child, which means he loses the child. So
Right.
we look at it like the sacrifice and the sadness is on the one who dies, but the whole family is ruined because you are one. The moment you become one, if something happens to either of you, it's a broken thing. No
Right.
man would want the mother of his children to pass away or die. So he 100% respects that sacrifice. And back then, you got to understand, they took part a lot of times in the deliveries because this was not like it was hospitals and things like that nearby. But I did also say that we have to also understand that, you know, as far as the medical field, it has advanced, and it's not likely now that a woman will pass away from giving birth to the child. But it is still highly required for that man to still stick by and take care of that children, being the utility and the protection, not just for his child but his wife. You know, so this is just a trade that human beings make socially to try and survive together. It shouldn't be about who gives more, who does more. Because I would say a man who comes home and complaining about how much he got to work and how much he paid the bills because she ain't got to pay him, and somehow there's no balance. I would say that's completely wrong as well. It's not about who makes the most money. It's relationships are not about that. They're about survival. You see, so and either way, I don't think any person should be trying to hold their sacrifice up over anyone's head. It makes no sense.
Right.
You know, we have to survive together, and we have to love the work that we do that helps us survive together. And in most cases, a mother is not sitting here saying, and I don't think Neil has children, but a mother is not sitting here saying, looking at childbirth in that way, I could have died. She more so is so excited about giving birth. There's this saying that is talking about whenever you manifest your goals in life, don't complain about the struggles. Just talk about the discipline that it took to get there. And there's an adage that said with this, it said that when a woman goes through labor, she doesn't complain about the labor, she just shows you the baby. You know what I mean?
Right.
So giving birth to a child is a joyous thing, and it's not like a terroristic thing where it's like women could die during this. It's like, so that's just not the idea of it. And you did state some things that I thought was profound about how men even go through psychological things, even during the pregnancy. They go through many of the same tiredness and, you know, and morning sickness and all these things, proving that we are actually one, you know.
They actually have information about hormonal changes that men actually go through that aren't necessarily recognized, and also about they also have postpartum depression as well. It was a statement that men feel, and I looked it up, and I was so shocked about it because I never thought about it. They said that most men, they feel alienated, and they have they get depression or low self-esteem during the childbirth session because I guess, you know, it's in a man's nature to be the protector and the provider, and in that moment they're not
There's
able
nothing
to.
you can do.
Right.
And I felt that even in the hospital recently with Lacey, all my children actually, but you feel like you're on the outside looking in, you know.
Right.
And what she is saying is such a great burden for a mother. It is the pain they feel, the risks they taking are very real. But in most men's mind, this is something that they are feeling like they are limited.
Right.
They wish that they could be more involved with birthing their children. They wish they could take some of that pain. They wish they could, you know what their child is feeling from inside of them like a mother does. We yearn for that, you know.
Does that, when I stated that, did that bring any clarity to wow, that makes a lot of sense? You know, sometimes you can go through and not necessarily understand what it is.
Yeah, it did. It made so much sense to me, and that was a fact that I wasn't even aware of. So I thought that was really dope, because I was strictly talking about the utility of the man is I don't get tired when during the pregnancy, and she does, and I'm going to work twice as hard to provide for both of us, for both of our family. And that's my sacrifice, because I understand that you're going to slow down, that you know that you are going to not be as capable as, because even in most cases a fully pregnant woman is called, she's looked at as though she's handicapped. You can't expect much, at least even half of what I heard that she's less than 50% of the woman that she typically is while she's carrying a child. So she would definitely be dependent on that man for more than she would be than if she wasn't pregnant. And so the man knows that it's going to require more from him because he has to be by her side during this. I even tell young men, when you guys have babies and get women pregnant, part of what breaks the cycle, it's not that just you had it out of wedlock, it's that she went through that whole pregnancy without you in her life, because people just be having sex. And then when they get pregnant, even if they plan to be there for the baby, they don't get together and get to know each other and spend time with each other and even try to forge a real relationship from it. So in that time with the woman while she's birthing that baby and, you know, her belly is growing, it's important that the father is there to speak life into the child and provide for the mother. And all these things are very, very important because it's supposed to be that way, but we don't have that right now.
Right. And with the following question, I did ask a question. I said, is this a possible reason as to why a lot of fathers end up being quote unquote deadbeats? Possibly because of the psychological effect of not feeling as if they fulfilled their place in that situation.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. In the same way that a mother can go through depression after having a baby, and they sometimes unalive their own children. They sometimes give them up for adoption. That's the same way a man can walk away from his child, abandon the child, or even hurt his own children and the woman after the fact. And when women do it, it's more so we talk about her depression and how this is how she can be a totally different person after having a child due to the hormones and things of that nature. But it's not really talked about that men can possibly be doing these things for the same reasons. And that's why I think what you said was so important. That it's not just that he's a deadbeat. It could be that he's experiencing a really strong sensation of fear and doubt that he can even be a good father. For me personally, it immediately turned my inspirations on. I knew that I was going to go be the best father I could for my daughter. I knew I would. So I didn't experience doubt at all. So I've never thought that men go through that until you said it. But I do know many men who do feel doubt. And express that they feel doubt. Like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do, bro. I ain't got nothing right now. I'm out here in these streets, bro. I don't know what I'm going, and they really be panicking. You know what I'm saying? So I can see how all that could psychologically make a man fall into depression because his child ain't going nowhere. And
it's like, how can I, it's like having a sense of how can I compete, you know, especially, you know, with the environment of the doctors and the nurses kind of taking over. How can I compete with this moment? You kind of lose your own confidence a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And that's the part that I wanted to bring up. You know, there are certain things that happens in our environment that we may not be aware of that's causing an effect in our people, and it's furthering the division because we don't know these things, we don't understand these things. And I don't want to have a divide. You know, we have to come to a point where we can protect each other and be able to identify, you know, the things that are happening towards each other, you know. And childbirth is a very important moment. I had the experience, you know, and my children's father, he was there. But I can better identify with him now with learning, you know, it did affect him as well. And like I brought up, I said, we had a moment where I had to have physical strength. But it's in a man's nature to have that type of strength for the most part throughout their entire lifespan. So are we considering them? You get what I'm saying? Are we, you know, like just having the question, are we genuinely considering our men in some of these situations?
Right. No, we're not. You know, and that's why I say the thing that you said shines so much light on that, you know. And I say we have to be careful too with trying to kind of be the victim of the universe, kind of act like one of our situations is worse than the other. And instead, we should try to see the beauty of who we are in the vessel that we're in. So if you're a man, see the beauty in the fact that you have to be responsible and that you're going to have to be responsible enough to take care of a family, and that you probably will have to work harder and make more money. But also see the beauty in life that the universe rewarded you with all of this strength to be able to do so. You know, so it's a brilliant thing that you get to lead your own family and lay your life down to protect them and stuff like that, to be the protector. Would you trade that to be the weaker vessel of the two? To have to worry about where you walk in prison, men have to worry about great, but you know, think about your whole reality changes now to half of society now has the physical strength to do things to you, and you know this is a real trauma in this world, and so it would new fears and things like that and realities would come into the back of your mind. Would you trade that for your utility to not have to? Because just think about this in this world. If a woman plays her cards right, often she can end up with a man who pays all her bills for her and takes care of her while she stays home. Most men can never hope to ever dream of anything like that. He's gonna have to just pay bills till he die. That's just a fact of it. And so some men may not like that. Like she even mentioned about carrying the baby, of course. I would ask you, if Angie, if you were to say, I don't like the fact that women have to carry the babies, and of course the medical possibilities, or your life you could lose your life and things like that, the possibility of loss of life. Would you trade that in for now it being mothers maybe? So if men carried the babies now you don't have a choice over carrying a pregnancy for a term or not. Men do. So when women carry a baby for a term, they want their baby, and often the men doesn't, because most times that a baby is created, it's not created on purpose. We're finding out we're pregnant, and often the man has to receive this information and not have any control or say so in the situation, where at least the woman can say, I'm going to carry it, I'm not going to carry it for a term, I have the say so. She also knows for sure it's hers. No ifs, ands, or buts. She knows it's her baby. The man doesn't get to know that. So men might complain about that reality and say, well, damn, at least you get to know it's your child. At least you get to know for a fact it's your baby. At least you get to decide when you have a baby, because no man could ever force a woman into parenthood. He could get her pregnant. He could lie and say, I ain't going to, do this or that inside of you. He could lie and say, I got a vasectomy. But the moment that she's pregnant, it's still up to her if that baby makes it full term. So he can't. So she actually has control over that in that area. So there's negatives, but there's positives. And so I just look at it like, in life, never try to take the approach that my way is just hard. I think there's many ways of looking at it. Example, when it comes to men or women being more valuable biologically, she mentioned that men get shipped off to war where women didn't, but more women, of course, have to deal with pregnancy and the harsh realities of pregnancy. And I was going to say to her saying that was, men be shipped off to war because women, from one perspective, because you talked about the difference in perspectives, right?
Right.
In one lens, you could say men get shipped off to war because women don't, because women are more valuable biologically. Men, they are more rare, right? Men can have sex and make a bunch of babies in a day, like every 5 or 6 minutes or something like that. They can produce a child, right? But women, on the other hand, it would take them 9 months in between time. So if you lose a bunch of men, you could still procreate, right, and recreate society. Whereas if you have a bunch of men and 1 or 2 women, or very few women, you have to wait every 9 months. Now, sometimes a woman might have twins and things of that nature, but we both know that it works better with the men. You can have men as casualties when it comes to war. So you can look at it and say, well, women are biological. Women are more valuable biologically. But a man could also look at it from his perspective and say, no, it's because men are more valuable biologically. Well, why is that? Because we have the ability to create so many children, we can also go off to war and be expendable for the benefit of society, making us more valuable. We also are going off to war because we are physically stronger and more capable of fighting. So which makes us more valuable for winning the war to protect everybody. You see? So it's all about perspective. In one scenario, the woman is more valuable, and you'd be absolutely correct in that scenario. In the other scenario, the man is more valuable. Why does it even matter? The fact is, why do we have these gender biases? Why do men go off to war? Simply because they were stronger and, for procreation reasons, but not because it's a man's world or a woman's world. These things are not done on purpose. You understand? Right. So when we say it's a man's world, then why we say that when men complain about the world, that they don't have a right to talk about the world because men made it? To me, it's unfair, because the men that are complaining about this world are not the men that created the world, right? We're just as much a part of the world as they are. We're none of us had no hand in creating this world. So if we recognize that the world we live in is not a healthy place to live for men or women, based on the laws and things that they have, why are they saying you don't have a right to say, because it's a man who made the world, so you can't complain because you're a man? It's like, how ridiculous that sounds?
Right. Right. That was my point, especially based upon the history that we have. They teach us in school how black people came over here through slavery. So we can't blame.
I mean, in that same right, because men enslaved us and I'm a man, what right do I have to speak on the negative things that were done to my ancestors? Because men enslaved them, right? So men
Right.
get the blame, right? Not white men, men. And that's how they say men are the ones who run the world. What part of the world did I have it running? I didn't make these rules.
Right. Right.
So it's to me, it's like the whole thing is set up to be an enemy to men. And I think that a lot of the ideas that's been presented has tried to turn us against each other. And again, we're not going to go off and build together when we are we are at war with each other. And there's really no reason to be at war. There's every reason to be at harmony. So that the wars, the verbal wars that men and women have on many different topics are actually pointless and useless. I actually have refuted many of these in a non-biased way, but they always say I'm guilty of sounding like the manosphere. I think they just don't like the sound of my voice. But no idea have I came to that solely benefits men, not once.
Right.
So I don't know why they try to paint an idea that I'm just trying to cape for men, as they say, that I only care about men's issues. I got a daughter and 2 wives. I definitely care about what women go through and there being a healthy world for them. And I think we all should care about creating a healthy world for our sons and our daughters, our mamas and our daddies, our brothers and our sisters.
Yeah, we gotta come together, y'all.
I believe we reincarnate when we come back, and you could be a different gender, and you want the world to be fair, not set up to benefit any one side.
Right. Though it was set up for us to be divided. It's so easy. It's so easy for us to see it in division, y'all, because it's set up that way. We have to in order for it to not be so, we have to understand that first. And we have to come to a place of understanding for each other, for especially within our community, y'all. Like, we got to come together. We can't make it easy for the system to further fail us. You know what I'm saying? And we make it easy for them when we can only see it for one side, y'all. Like, and not to say that anybody's seeing it from one side necessarily, but sometimes it's easy in different aspects and different topics and different scenarios sometimes, because we can relate. And sometimes when you're relating to a thing, we want to be able to also acknowledge that somebody else is feeling a different way about it. The man is feeling this way about it. Even though I can relate because I'm a female, I should not just not consider how the man may be feeling in this situation. This is how we come together. This is how we stick together. It's going to be hard. It is very hard. And at times we don't understand it. But overall, we have to realize that if it was easy, if it's easy, it won't be right. It's not right. You know what I'm saying? I want to consider my man. I have to. I have a brother. I got about 10 uncles. I got 2 boys, and I saw the world in one point of view before I had children. But when I had 2 boys, a different perspective came over me, because I didn't fully understand. When we were young, me and my brother, we're twins as well. When we were young, I saw my brother be attacked by the police in his own neighborhood over and over and over, walking home from work. The same police officer that we saw move into their house when we were kids was the same one that made my brother walk home, and I had to answer that door and prove that my brother lived in his own house. The same neighbors that I had that was a police officer accused my brother of walking through our neighborhood to scope out houses. You get what I'm saying? I watched police. I watched when I was a little girl. Growing up in the hood, I was with my grandma all the time. And I watched police officers jump on one of my uncles. You get what I'm saying? But I never fully, completely understood how one-sided of a mind I had until I had children. Because I'm more so in fear for them now than I've ever been for any other male in my life. Because they have to grow up in this world. And there's women out here at times, nobody personally, you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying it personally, but I'm saying it's a real thing, y'all, that will use their emotions and be upset about their traumas. And they'll be easy to identify something within one of my sons based upon their own situations that had nothing to do with my children. And it can affect my children's life. We watched your brother on social media go through a toxic divorce. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I can just only envision if it was my son. You know what I'm saying? Whether we believe him or not, doesn't he have a fair right to say that these accusations are false? Why do we automatically just agree with one side without giving a chance to hear the other? Because
it's because of the whole. I promise you, this only happens when I can't say only, but I can say in all the cases I have witnessed myself, this only happens when it's a man on the other side. He's simply going to be demonized regardless, and he's not going to get a chance to respond. And it's just the way it is. Like, take for instance, right now, Neo's in the comments going back and forth with Bennett, and she's putting in all caps, "Girl, bye," which is something I told her when she kept over talking me. I said, "Girl, bye." Now, I wanted to say, "Bitch, get the fuck out of my face." But if I would have said that, I'm an asshole for talking to her that way. So if I say, "Girl, bye," she is a girl, "Girl, bye," she'll use that to say, "Look, you're gay." So no matter what she says to me, she's not rude and insulting a black man. But if I cuss her the fuck out, then I'm rude to her because I'm a black man talking to a black woman. So as you can see, there's so many different walls set up to keep men in check, but there is no morality held to a lot of women nowadays. So that's why they're able to navigate and be so damn toxic. She even said, "Let me get up there to explain some things that was missaid about my brother." But can we not call that crying then? Because when I get up here to explain things about me, right, we call that crying. But if she get up here to explain something on her behalf, nobody's going to call it crying, because she's a girl. You see what I'm saying? So I've noticed the unfairness that goes on. And so you definitely should be in fear or be at least concerned for your sons and what they may experience, because, they could just try and end the relationship that possibly isn't working for them. And now they're being demonized all across social media. In my study of this, because I've been speaking on these types of things, and I call it emotional terrorism, that when women do this, it's because they don't want the relationship to end. In any case that I have saw where a woman ends the relationship, maybe it's not working out, maybe she fell out of love, maybe she found someone else, she never publicly goes and assaults that man's character. She never does. She just wants to go away and have her peace. But if she still wants that relationship and that man decides to end it, it's like she feels choked away or rejected. It's like she feels she owes people a reason on why the relationship didn't work out. And it's like she feels like it can't be her fault. So it's almost like she has to say negative things about him to make it seem like she wanted out of it. It was horrible towards her, when men have no intention of doing this. And I think that a lot of this is the reason, because marriage is status for a woman, relationships is status for a woman. Again, older women who are single, they're looked at as, you must not be good enough, that somebody didn't marry you yet. So it's actually a demotion in status when they don't have a man. Where your man at? You don't really hear people shame men like, where your girl at? So you can see kind of where it comes from, that they got to go back now to being single, or now have to build a relationship with some new guys. They still love you. You're not the one in the relationship. They're not the ones in the relationship. You are. So they don't want it to end. I've had breakups where I simply sat down to tell a woman that it wasn't working out. I'm gonna go my separate way. And she went back to 4 or 5 months before that and tried to break up with me for something she felt like I made her mad about. And if I'm breaking up with you, telling you this ain't working, there's no need for you to go back to 4 months ago and act like you breaking up with me. I mean, I didn't argue back, and I let her do that because I wanted to be away from her. But it was amazing how it turned into a blow-up session where she was just like, "F you, and you did this to me 6 months ago, or you said this to me," and what she was saying wasn't even true. But I've watched it happen, and I know it's happening because I'm the one that wants to break up. And like I said, anytime a girl has ever told me that she don't want to talk to me, she went on her own way and never said a word. I mean, I've went out on dates with women, and hit them back up to see what was up, and they were uninterested, and they never went and said nothing negative about me.
Right.
I'm only noticing this comes from, it's like a form of attack. So as much as we always talk about how men abuse women, I'm telling you that is a way that women have actually been using to abuse men. And now that they have these devices, this is no longer just telling their family things and friends things behind your backs. It's I can go public and say it. And I always say in most cases, there is no need to publicize any relationship ordeal. It's just not. If you were abused, go to the proper authorities. That makes the most sense. And I don't see any real reason in most cases to go live with a video talking about your past relationship. You know, to me, it simply says that the agenda is to ruin the perspective of this person or this person's reputation. You know, I don't see it as any other reason yet. Anytime I've ever seen these things happen, it's always told everything about this person is negative now, and you know, it's just mind blowing. And there's something I wanted to say. Often on Neo's platform, she'll talk about Dwight Howard, and she'll freely talk about Dwight Howard in the most negative way. And she said it's okay because he gay. And I want her to think about that, because as much as she calls the Bennett gay and myself and Shock and all these different men gay, she herself is gay. And what we're trying to tell her, or at least what I've been trying to tell her, is she uses the word gay like it's a slur. And she herself is gay, which tells me that she has self-hate, because she projects gay at men to offend them when she's gay herself. I always used to say, why do gay men even deal with women who call men gay to insult them, but they have gay friends? I always feel like that should be insulting to your friend, because you're calling straight men gay to offend them. So that must mean you think less of gay people, a little of gay people. Even when she says it's V. Bennett's attitude, that's why I call him gay. Punk. People call men punks for this. It's still, if you are personally gay, you wouldn't want that term to be called to people who are gay, because it's only saying that people who are like you yourself have these behaviors. You know, here's and I'll say this last thing too. When she talks about it, she's like, Dwight lied for months, and lied for years and said he wasn't gay, and then now this whole thing is out about him, which is now looking like he's gay. Okay, cool, but that makes him a liar. So yeah, it certainly would make him gay, but more than anything, the character flaw is that he's a liar, right? Especially if she's gay and she doesn't find gay to be wrong, she would say he's a liar. But also, she tries to say that he's gay, but the man clearly loves women. Like I've only ever seen him around nothing but women, and he loves women as much as the next man. That's probably why he got 5 baby mamas. But the man loves women, so you can't say the man is gay. I think that would make him bi if he does like men also. You understand that? Dwight's one of my best friends. When I asked him about this, he said the whole thing wasn't true. And I said, but why are you taking it to court? Why is your lawyer now saying that, you know, it was consensual? And he was like, my lawyer said that was the best way to approach it, and I'm willing to do that because I want to prove it. Maybe it's just things he ain't willing. He himself still ain't willing to tell me yet. And right. What I always say is, and I wanted to correct you on this too. I didn't know Dwight in high school. Dwight actually reached out to me after I already became known on social media for my services on religion. So that's when I met him, and that I already knew Callie then when I met Dwight. Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. He's always told me he was straight. Everything I've ever seen from him in real life was that he was straight. I did see videos on Dwight where he, you know, the things that he done on the basketball court, and they were certainly questionable. But by the time I seen those things, I was already friends with Dwight, and I said to myself, and Callie said himself also, that if he ain't done nothing in front of our face and he seems straight to us, we cool with him. And we both were cool with him. He's never shown us anything that could be any remotely close to being gay, nowhere. So I've told them this before, I was just as shocked as they were when this came out. Whenever this whole thing happened, I was just as shocked. So if Dwight turns out to be gay, that was even behind my back. It wasn't something that he felt comfortable even telling me about, you know. So if that's a thing for him, he only, like, you know, the first time somebody said this, it was kind of similar that he met them through some secret way and through inboxing, and he asked these people about it, and of course I don't know how that situation actually ended up falling through, but it was real similar to this one. So if it is a thing of his, it sounds like he sneaks around to do it. It doesn't sound like it's something that he wants his friends knowing about him. Right. And so I think it makes no sense to try and say, you're his friend, you're probably that way too. it makes no sense because he has several friends, and she's friends with Callie, she's friends with Queen's Throne. I'm sure she has several other female friends, and I'm not out here saying they're gay because she is, you know. So to me, it makes no sense at all to try and make me gay. But again, they know it offends me, and it would offend any straight man, and so they say it. They know the things that they say about me are offensive, so they continue to say them, and that's the only reason that they only mention Fruit. That's why Amora mentioned Fruit before she went and got Callie, because they're never going to mention any of the rest of his story. You know, that's why it was funny whenever she even told Angelica that me and Dwight both went, me and Callie both went to Dwight's house and did shrooms. This is a lie. I was working for Dwight, not living with him, not like living at his place, like just living there. And they leave out these key factors. And so like even now she's saying, oops, you made a mistake. Talking to you about thinking that I went to school with Dwight. Maybe you were just speculating, but I certainly have never said this. And I guess she's going to try to make that seem like you're lying for me or something. But if you were, I wouldn't get up here and, you know, publicly correct you on that. It's neither here nor there. It's
Right.
just you thought I knew him in high school when I actually didn't. I'm actually, I think I'm about maybe 7 or 8 years older than Dwight.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because no, she Neo stated that it was some comments that led her to believe that you know, we were planning of attack of her because you were stating how you were going to go live first, or you were stating how you were going to go asking if I was going to go live, and I told you to go ahead that day. You know, it's very hard for me sometimes, y'all, to get online because I have to fit it in my schedule, and you know, I take care of my children. I work full time and I go to school full time. So, you know,
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this right here for a second, Angie. Listen, Neo. I'm tired of playing games with you. If you keep on fucking trying to call me down low and gay, I'm gonna say everything that I've heard about you, and I'm gonna say that shit maliciously. I'm tired of your dumb ass. Leave me the fuck alone. I've said clearly I'm not gay. I just now said I don't believe you. Here she goes. People who on the DL keep each other's secrets. These are the things they do to antagonize me. So this is how you know this is not serious. I simply said I'm not gay. I don't believe you. I don't give a fuck if you don't believe me. Just because you don't believe me, you think that's something for your channel? Okay, I'm gonna make what I believe about your ass, because I definitely believe the shit that I heard about you, and it's horribly fucked up about the shit with you and your brother. So because I believe that, I think my platform is the place to go state it and just keep going back with the same video saying the same shit over and over. How many videos you got calling me gay? Wouldn't there just need to be one if it wasn't the intent to try and maliciously hurt somebody? How many videos you got calling me a scammer? How many times you got my name in your fucking mouth? Leave me the fuck alone. No, Black Beauty, you gay and you a bitch because you on here disrespecting a black man. You have no reason or right to call me gay. I'm simply not gay, and I've said it. So the more you got, if you call me gay, you a bitch. It's just that simple. So the moment, and that's the one time I'm going to say it. So when you call me gay, know that you are a bitch. It's that simple. So that way I ain't got to respond to it no more. Because again, I'm up here trying to express my side to you, and all they're going to do is just be in the chat poking, which shows they're childish little brats. They truly are. It makes no sense. So they're bitches. That's where we are. That's where we are with it now. So
yeah, because I really don't like y'all, like on some real. When I went to Neo's platform, and every time I went to Neo's platform, I was never disrespectful to anyone. I was never disrespectful to her.
She don't mind disrespecting you by keeping insinuating I'm gay in the chat. So she's a
You guys,
disrespectful bitch then.
I really don't like the things people attacking each other in the comments.
Neo, and I think that you touched your brother with a dildo. That's what I think then. Because that's what I was 100% told, that you said this. Yeah, that y'all got caught doing this by your mama. I believe that 100%. And your nature and attitude all shows me that. It absolutely does. Everything about you shows me that.
I didn't know.
I would hate to grow up with you as a fucking sister. You're a horrible person, and I really think that. You don't know me at all, but all you do is stay running your mouth and making videos trying to ruin my name. I think very little of you. You talking about you lost respect for me, girl. I never had it for you. I don't even know you. The only time I truly saw you was when you came on my platform being disrespectful that day. You always keeping shit going. You're full of nothing but just keeping shit going. That's it. The guy was up there talking about his baby mamas. I'm trying to interview him. She wants to argue with him. She wants to insult the guy. rather than we're trying to offer this guy information. She wants to just again scold him. I don't like the fact you use the word scold. How many times have you called me gay on your platform and you complaining about me using the word scold? The word scold absolutely applies there. That's all they do. That's all she was doing was scolding. There was nothing productive that she was saying. It's just you're broken. He said, stop calling me that. She wanted to still keep calling him that. By the time he calling her bitches, it's, oh, I'm the victim. You let that man call me bitches. I also let you keep telling him he was controlling. I mean, that he was the shit she was trying to accuse him of being. So again,
Neo, I just put you.
She didn't like how the guy was acting. She felt like she had every right to speak her mind about him. The things she was saying weren't necessarily untrue, but they were just scolding. You're only just telling him about himself. Of course, he should be ashamed of himself. Of course, the way he treats women is wrong. None of these things are right now useful or productive. And that's what I didn't want the video to be about. So when I say all she wanted to do was scold him, this is not me shifting the narrative so people don't like me. But when she mistells a story the exact wrong way, completely incorrect, even when she tells what happened between me and Callie, it's completely told wrong. When she tells what happened on any other scenario, it's completely told wrong. But she want to say, you said scold. She plays the victim. And again, and even when someone just up here trying to explain themselves, she does everything she can with toxicity to make the situation worse. Notice how any conversation that we have with her, that I try to have with her, ends in an argument every single time. Every time. Even when she brought me on her panel to say what Sonetta said about his about having AIDS. When I told her my perspective of it, she dropped me down and just cussed me out and never let me back up.
Right.
Because she didn't like my opinion. She can't accept that she is childish. And right now, even right now, you are allowing her to still comment, and that's fine. It's your platform.
I just wanted to tell her I had to block. Y'all, I talk with my eyes closed because I'm nervous, but when I open my eyes and I see y'all continue to like do exactly what I asked not to have done, you get what I'm saying? I feel like it should be like it's a mutual respect, y'all. Come on. So Neo, I did put her in timeout as far as the comments because it's all fair. You know what I'm saying? Like
but I didn't actually block me from her channel, but she wants to come and speak to me through other channels, but she don't want me to speak on hers. So she doesn't want me to tell the truth about her. Even if I spoke on my own channel, somehow she'll show up. She'll say, well, somebody sent it. It doesn't matter. Don't come. If you block me from your channel, stay the fuck away from mine. But she'll say, but you blocked me, but I didn't. I put you in timeout. You're still not blocked. You see, but again, I'm completely blocked from hers. And that's a telltale sign that I'm only up here to denigrate and shame, publicly humiliate this man, say all these things in the worst way. They don't have any real reason for doing so because I haven't done anything to her. But everything about me she believes, but she cannot or will not even try to approve any of the things that she's saying. So it's like the burden of proof is on the accuser, right? If you saying you believe those things and not me, prove it then. Prove I'm lying. Because I certainly have proved that she was lying. So she said I'm a scammer, prove it. You say I lied about tube food or whatever the case you're saying, prove it. You say something about a 14-year-old girl, go find that 14-year-old girl, go get the baby mother who you saying told shy, go get all this shit and prove it. Otherwise, leave me the fuck alone. Or you're gonna get what Amora got. And what I'm gonna be saying on her ain't made up. I literally have heard some of the worst shit on her. And she wouldn't want me saying it. She knows she wouldn't, but she doesn't mind doing that shit to me. And I've always said, will you leave me alone? Will you stop this shit? And because she's not a man, I've heard you guys tell her several times, men see that as fighting words. Men, literally, it's like her standing over my face calling me a bitch. You bitch ass nigga, you gay. That's how men see it. And we can't help it. We see it that way. So you're trying to explain to her, chill on that. But she still call you gay. But if you call her a bitch, something she don't want to be called, oh, now you're wrong. But ain't no problem with her calling me gay. And then they'll say, well, men's supposed to lead by example. Well, so do women. Don't you end up being somebody's fucking mother? Ain't you an individual? Shouldn't every individual lead by the example that they want to show and teach out? To say that men should have a certain criteria or demand on them to carry themselves a certain way, but women don't. That's exactly why they carry themselves with such unaccountability. Because in their minds, only men should be accountable. Women should be able to act any kind of way and talk how they want to talk. Men should just sit there and take it. But if a man acted out and gave her energy she didn't want and just wouldn't stop, he'd be seen as a bad guy and zesty and all these types of things for doing this to a woman. But nobody's actually sitting here holding women accountable to leaving men the fuck alone if you don't want their masculine energy. So if you can call him out of his name, gay, then I can call you out yours, bitch. Why can't I? I take that as fighting words. You don't like the word bitch equally. We see them the same. But if I was up there on my panel calling her all those names, I'd be the bad guy. And I would be seen as low character just for saying that. But she can be on her platform and act a whole different way and present low character, but nobody's saying, yo, you have low character. They're saying, I like Neo. I like, yeah, he is a gay. He is this, he is that. When I've said over and over, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But if I was up there doing it, they'd be like, you call black women bitches. You calling black men gay. Your brother's gay, you dummy.
Right.
You're trying to insult me by calling what your actual brother is. That makes what you are. It makes no sense. So you know you're saying it to insult me because you know I'm not gay. If I was gay, it wouldn't piss me off. I wouldn't care. Listen, I've always stood on my own too. If I can walk away from religion, if I can live and do poly in front of everybody, I sure enough wouldn't practice poly and be judged for doing poly to hide being judged for being gay. I don't care what people have to say about who I actually am. So if I actually was gay, I'd be gay with pride. It wouldn't bother me that people say, oh, are you gay? I'd be like, this is who I am. So even if I were gay, I would never be a down low brother because I'm not insecure like that. It wouldn't bother me. I've always been bold about who I am. And people know that. I don't say what I think people want to hear. I say what I believe, which is why I'm so polarizing, which is why people often don't take a liking to me because I don't sugarcoat my words.
Right.
So to me, it's one of those things where you take a masculine man and chop him down by calling him gay. But that masculine man is supposed to stay in his man frame and never give you masculine energy. He's supposed to sit there and just be like, okay, well, calm down, y'all. Be nice. Like, no, don't call me names. No, I'm never going to call him back. Like, stop, man. Stop the cap. You know, so again, prove I'm a bad guy if that's what you think. Prove it. Because you're proving that you're a bad person by getting up there and lying and doing all that shit without proof. And all I said was I didn't do it. What about me makes me a bad guy? The only fucking thing Neo knows about me is the videos of mine that I post about life and stuff. So she's saying I'm a bad guy based on fucking what? What Callie said? Me be interviewing with Sinetta because I make a Cheesecake Factory video? Then fucking so be it. Neo, you're not the God of the universe. You're not that fucking important. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care if you think I'm a bad guy. Your opinion of me is not objective. It's subjective. It's just an opinion. Just because you have a YouTube channel, don't make you the God of the universe to say, well, I think this about you. So therefore, I'm going to tell everybody that. And that's you should know I think this of you. I don't give a fuck. The only problem that I've had was that you say it on your platform where you clearly are misleading people, meaning you are leading them, but you're misleading them to believe in things about me that aren't true. My only problem has been why you up on your platform saying this stuff about me. I've done nothing to you. I'm not doing this to you. Even here lately, when I get on my platform, I'm not mentioning that damn woman at all. So it's like, but still, every time on her fucking platform, it's got to be something with my name in her fucking mouth. So it's like, yo, you clearly are obsessed with me. That's the word for it. You're fucking obsessed. Now she is, I'm going to prove it. You're going to prove me right. Because just by you saying I'm going to prove it means that you haven't even done the research to even be saying the bullshit you say on your fucking platform. And that's why I don't respect your platform or anything that you do to even call it to even call it anything productive or anything about any advocacy or anything, simply because you came from me and I know I'm innocent. I know I'm innocent of everything you're saying. I know it. I refuted and debunked this shit for the last 3 or 4 years. The one time I talked to Queen's Throne, the first time I said, what if I went and found shit people said about you and started spreading it on my panel? She said, I already debunked it. And I have already debunked it. And yet still y'all getting on your platform saying it, which tells me it's malicious. Neither one of them like me as a person, her or Queen's Throne, and they don't know me. They've never met me. Right. Nothing about them knows me. And if they say, well, I know you through our encounters, if your reason for not liking me is the Kevin Wesley you met after seeing you talk shit about it on his platform, then that's fine. I don't like you either then. That's okay with me. But if you didn't meet me in person and get to have your honest assessment of me at first hand, you didn't. You sitting here and hearing fucking lies. It's bullshit. They don't know me. So all this passion that they have for me, it's rooted in nothing but mental fucking illness. because I've done nothing to him. That anger is not coming from a real place. I've done nothing to him.
Right.
This girl hates Napa for what she says Napa said about her, but she doesn't mind going live to say, I touched the girl. It's like, yo, maybe all that shit happened to you because it was karma even before the act. So someone did all that to you, but now you're doing it to somebody else, and all they're doing is telling you it's not true, but you're still doing it. So why would somebody feel sorry for you that anybody did it to you, even if it wasn't true? Why wouldn't I believe what that woman is telling me? Why wouldn't I believe the actual stories I heard about the things she has said out loud about what went on between her and her brother?
Right.
What is she giving me that I wouldn't believe? I'm a man, and she's been abusing me. So why wouldn't I believe she wouldn't abuse her little brother? And
Right.
clearly, if it's somebody who's growing up in the house with her, who's several years older than her, she around 13. Listen, man, kids do strange shit. So whatever she was doing at that time, her little understanding had her doing things with her brother that she may forever regret if this is true. But I'm not on my panel saying I believe it. But she got accusations on her. So just like Kelly says, you got accusations on you. So do Neo, but you around and you attaching yourself to people with accusations on them. But you saying that that's what I'm doing. Make up your mind. It makes no sense. So I literally did hear that she had touched her brother and they found her with a dildo with her own brother. Now, I'm not on my platform saying these things are true, and I believe them. I believe them because of your behavior. Prove they're not wrong, Neo. Prove they're not wrong. Whatever this is, it supposedly happened years ago. So why is it my concern? It wouldn't be. But she's made herself a concern in this shit with Callie, trying to act like I'm a sexual abuser. Because check this out. If I offer Callie fruit with my hip shaking while he was in some type of mental distress of shrooms, did I not try to do something like this that needs to be locked up for some type of egregious behavior? And she don't realize that's what you're saying. And I'm clearly saying it's not true. He's lying. So if I'm being lied on, then what am I a victim of? Lies, abuse, propaganda, deceit, gaslighting. But nobody wants to accept it because they don't want to admit that they're a part of it. And I've been saying this whole time, I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. You got to think, it's 3 to 4 years later and Callie still telling the same lies. What would be the purpose to continue for 3 to 4 years? To keep saying, I'll make a video, put that out there. As long as when somebody type in your name, they'll see one of these videos. Don't that mean his intent is malicious to ruin my name?
Right.
Because if he wanted to get me or do something back to me for what he said I did to him, he would come see me about that. It wouldn't be, I'm going to keep making videos accusing you of everything under the sun. And most of my content won't even mention this fucking fruit. It'll just be a whole bunch of other shit that I want people to hear and trigger them to not like you. But there won't be any proof of it. Anything to substantiate anything I'm saying, it'll just be accusations.
Right.
And that's all it's ever been. And here she is fanning the same ones. And she can't see why me seeing her working with Callie would already infuriate me because this is my direct enemy over years. So I'm seeing her working with him. So I'm already going to be upset about that. Then she's on a platform with the woman named Amora, who's already talked about my mother, called my child gay, and I've already cussed her out for it. So I'm seeing her working with another enemy who's been attacking my family. She didn't just do this to me. She did stuff to my sisters. She talked shit about my brother nonstop. And they tell me I shouldn't speak on it because it's not my business. But that's why doesn't even know Brianna. So she's targeting my whole family, and she's been a real big enemy to my family. And I'm seeing Neil on that platform with Callie. She doesn't understand the anger and the frustration I felt in that moment. But yet still, I went to her in peace and said, Neil, why didn't you call me first? If I would have went to her how I wanted to, it would have been fussing and screaming and cussing her the fuck out and calling out her name. But I didn't do that. I had poise. But still, your tone was off. So it's something wrong. I'm a victim for how you talk to me on that live. Yo, if I would have came and cussed you the fuck out, you ain't no victim. Because I'm the actual victim. You're on your page denigrating me. Because if I got on my page and denigrated her, she would know she was the victim. And she would know if she called and cussed me out, I'm not the victim. But she'll play that. And it's so dumb. It's so silly. And it's sad to see how Black people carry themselves like this. It's truly sad.
I accidentally banned V Bennett from the comments. I don't know how to remove that.
So the title of your live about can we work together without, of course, being against each other. I say we always say we want to work together, but we really are practicing division daily. We say we want unity, but we practice division. We talk shit about each other without no proof and no evidence. When there's so many things out here that's so much bigger than the things that they are raising about you personally. They're neither here nor there. They're frivolous. It's so silly. and to say that you are a person with a greater cause, but literally be focused on trying to make somebody gay or some shit, or saying some repeating lies and shit from clear enemies that was said from years ago, when you can focus your energy on people who are actively doing stuff, whatever the case, if that's the purpose of your channel, it would seem that you would do it. Because you telling people that I scammed people 5 years ago, 4 years ago, you telling people I got collections for tube food, you're wrong. I actually went through surgery. I actually needed all of this. So it's wild. It's super wild to me, you know?
Right.
To sit here and say I'm scamming people by the help I needed during that, it's like weaponizing every negative thing that's ever happened to me that I've ever had to go through. So the world knew what I was going through. So it's like, I don't know who you're trying to convince that I accept that I asked for donations for tube food and didn't need the tube food. I think that's her argument. Her argument is, I guess, saying that I didn't need the tube food, but I did need the tube food. And the only reason that they can even say I didn't have the tube at the time is because I said it. I'm the one that said I don't have the tube, but I still need the tube food. So you're criticizing me about something I said and said I scam people. I said it.
Right.
You're scamming them if you don't say it. If I say, listen, guys, I still need tube food, and I leave out the fact that I don't have the tube food, you could possibly try and finagle that into scamming. But if I say, guys, I don't have the tube anymore, that's good news, but I still need the tube food because I wanted to let the people know I was excited to have the tube removed. But I wanted them to know still that don't mean stop sending tube food money, because I still very much need that. And I said that. And here it is. That's one of the reasons that she don't like me or don't believe me, because I scam people. Because she don't listen to the whole videos. Who does that? Right. If I'm going to talk about you and state claims about you, why wouldn't I listen to your video? And when I said these things to her, notice she started talking a mile a minute and didn't respond to what I said, because she didn't have no response for that. So she started talking about Shaka and Amos and all these different things instead of responding to, why wouldn't you watch the man's whole video? Why would you publicly brag about how you didn't watch it and that you just peeked in when my video was in response to you? You made a bunch of claims. It may take me a few hours to go through them, but you're complaining about the length of the video, but not reviewing the content of it. You're childish. And that's why, how can I have respect for you? You're not giving me anything to respect. You're trying to prove somebody is guilty of something with no proof. I would never respect a person who did that. Right. It's too late. So she's like, I'm gonna finally stop talking about you. You should have never been fucking talking about me. But now she'll say, now it's back on. So it's always gonna be, let me pretend to be fueled into keeping bothering this man, when even this live right here was not an attack to her. It's simply saying, leave me the fuck alone. Right.
That's true.
I'm sitting here saying the white never said to me he was gay. I've never saw a gay thing from him. Her response in the comments is, gay men keep secrets for each other, or down low men keep secrets for each other. So it's like all of her responses are always going to be something that I have to defend or something. It's bullshit. Again, you ain't never, here's what I'm saying. The things about Cali, you will not see a video confronting him about the cheating that he's doing right in front of his wife's face. And while he's trying to say some other man is bad to women and treat women wrong, he's right now cheating on his current wife, right now lying to her. While he's currently criticizing Polly. He's Polly, but lying about it. He's also messing with another man's wife that wife is lying about. But they're not going to make videos about that at all. Right. So notice how they don't confront Callie about any character flaw type shit at all. But if Callie says something about me, here they are with a video to ask me about it. But if I say something about Callie, it's you tattletelling. Kevin, why didn't you prove it? They're not saying, Callie, why don't you prove it? You on your own. You said this shit about Kevin, go prove it on your own fucking platform. Why you want me to say it? Callie don't care nothing about their platforms. V Bennett, I don't know if you noticed it. When Neo's going back and forth with men, Callie stays the fuck out of it. He doesn't have her back at all. He only speaks on me. He stays out of every man's way because Callie has real bitch tendencies. And I mean that not by saying women, bitch nigga tendencies, meaning he avoids male energy at all costs. So he doesn't want to beef with no man. It don't matter what they say about Neo, he will not have her back because he don't want no other wars. Even though he asked them to take up wars on his behalf, he will not actually insert himself into anything. You won't find Callie dissing V Bennett or none of that shit up on them platforms. But he'll get up there and talk shit about a man he ain't saw in 4 or 5 years. It's stupid to me.
Right.
It's the funniest shit ever. But she acted like she got a man to protect her. Callie got my back. No, he don't. That man, he only using you to lie for him. He ain't got your back. He don't give a fuck about what's happening with you. The whole time she be up there talking about B. Bennett and Shaka Amos, he be in the comments talking about me. Right. The whole time I was up there talking, he's in the comments. He's there for every one of her videos to watch them all the way through and stays in the comments the whole time. But she is yet to ask herself about the zestiness of him being on the internet. But if I go on the internet for a few hours, oh, it's something wrong with me. Callie is on the internet for the duration of his live, her live, Queen's Throne live, and he's active in all of them. That's a lot of hours. But they'll say, Kevin, go be with your family. Nobody's telling Callie that. So I'm watching them literally up there on a platform with Callie, watching negative behavior. But I'm watching them trying to hold me accountable to negative behavior that no one has perceived from me ever on a public forum. It's only rumors. The things that we're saying about Callie, we've seen. When Callie sees me talk about him cheating, he says I'm tattletelling, which is indicative that he knows I'm telling the truth.
Right.
He gets scared when I talk about playing the videos. He runs to Diesel and tells Diesel, he gonna play the video. He wants Diesel to call me. I have several recordings of Diesel calling me saying, Callie calling me saying, you're gonna play them videos, because Callie's scared of that. Because he knows he's cheating on his wife. And the video is his best friend Diesel saying that he's cheating on his wife, and how Stephanie avoids Angie because she don't want to tell him.
Right.
The video is his best friend saying this stuff, confirming it. But they won't hold no lens to him at all. It's just Callie don't get no lens on him. Let's just hold it at Kevin. That's why I know they're not genuine. They're not genuine at all. Not to mention that he's going around lying, trying to hurt a man's reputation simply because he don't like him, and he's saying the most egregious lies. That alone needs light shined on.
Right.
But they don't want me to be a victim. See, if Callie's wrong about everything he's saying, if everything he's been saying is with malicious intent, it makes me the victim. See, because everything that Brianna said about me was because of what Callie said, not anything my brother said. And right. Callie never said that I messed with me and Dwight was messing around on shrooms. Callie made a video about shrooms. Brianna didn't know what the fuck she was talking about and just said any old thing because it sounded good. But my brother never told him that. Think about this. Imagine me going and telling my brother, me and Dwight did shrooms and did sexual things. So why would she hear that from my brother? If we were doing that and we're on the down low, this would be something that nobody would know about. So to say that I heard this through the grapevine sounds fucking ludicrous. It's literally something you're making up because I'm friends with this dude. Anytime I took a picture with Dwight, even back in the day, they'd be like, watch out before you grab your butt. Watch out before you grab your dick. Watch out before you do this. Watch out for it's always because of the heat they bring on him, anybody around him. And it's not just me. Anybody he takes photos with, any of his friends, they go through the same thing, being called gay because people are insinuating that he's gay.
Wow.
But guess what? Callie was friends with me for at least 2 years. Nobody's saying he's gay. If I was on the DL, and then that means Callie was keeping my secrets. But they won't say. They'll say, no, Callie can be your friend and you be gay and he not be gay. But you can't be Dwight's friend and he be gay and you not be gay. You see, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit to keep trying to antagonize.
Right.
When I've simply said, I'm not gay. I'm not attracted to men. I never have been. And saying girl bye don't make a man gay. I don't think if a man was gay, instantly he'd want to say girl bye. This shit is dumb.
Right.
It's any old dumb reason to say, I think you are sexually attracted to men. I think you like men. Your girls are beards. Your girls are trades. They say all this dumbass shit. And even though you've told her, men take that as fighting words, she still calls V Bennett gay every chance she gets. She called him V bent over.
Right.
So she still does it. She doesn't care. But if these men were in her face and she said this shit and they went upside her fucking head, then all of a sudden they're wrong. But you're sitting here bringing this negative energy towards a man.
Right.
I don't get it for the life of me. And sitting here acting like you're a good person. You've proven you're a horrible person. You just sit here and provoke people and act like you a good person. Like she thinks telling me she don't believe me bothers me. I don't give a fuck if you don't believe me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you didn't do that to your brother. We even. I don't give a fuck. So as long as you want to get up on your platform and say what you don't believe about me, I can get on mine and say what I don't believe about you. It's that simple. So again, it's one of those things where her treatment towards me shows that she's very abusive towards men and she can get away with it. So if she can use online, she doesn't have to see me in person. She doesn't have to be if she can use online to terrorize me, and she's clearly doing it, being a bully to a grown-ass man and trying to call him feminine for responding to her, like he's supposed to just ignore her because she got a vagina. It makes no damn sense. So I 100% believe if I was her little brother and powerless to her strength, she's 13, I'm several years younger, that she would motherfucking pick on me, harass me, assault me, any of that, punch on me. I would believe that because her attitude right now does that. I'm clearly a man who's clearly stronger than her, and she starts shits with him, offending him on purpose. Hell yeah, I believe she's abusive because that is abuse. Right now, what I'm taking from her is abuse, and that's why I'm angry. But in her dumbass mind, you a man, you can't be abused. But when I'm a girl, it's impossible that I can abuse you. That's what she thinks in her dumbass mind.
Right. I tell my children all the time, do not become what you hate. If you feel that somebody is mistreating you, it is not okay to turn around and mistreat someone else. It's not okay.
Why your channel never grew? Talking about why your channel fell off. It was only 24 people in there because I'm out of the algorithms. I don't go live that often, and I didn't advertise the live. Whatever reason, I don't know why. Who knows? Who cares? Again, 20 people being in my live is not an accusation, but she's talking about that. That's why I'm saying when it comes to me, it's every little petty thing. If right now everyone decided to unfollow me and my following dropped all the way to 0, it doesn't make me guilty of any of the things they're accusing me of.
Right.
If somehow I lost my stride or my pizzazz, my magic, and people ain't fucking with it no more, it just means I fell off. It doesn't mean that I'm guilty of anything. It doesn't. And she can say, Kevin did something to somebody. This is karma. Sometimes people try and harm you and do things to you, and you didn't do nothing. For example, she was harmed whenever she was young. Never once have I said that's karma. So in her mind, if people are coming out lying on me, none of it has any proof to it. She'll say, Kevin must deserve this because the universe is universal. But ain't the universe universal when bad things happen to good people? Listen, they're idiots, I promise you. She even says things like, because all of y'all are poly, y'all think the same. Never once have I said because all of y'all are monogamous, y'all think the same. Because all of y'all are gay, y'all think the same. So it's any way she can make me a bad person. If Polite is poly and he's a bad person, then I'm poly, so I'm a bad person.
Right.
But the TKO guy, he poly, but he ain't a bad person. TKO guy actually changes the color of his eyes. Notice how she ain't on there mentioning that. But if she believes I changed the color of mine, it's proof I'm gay. You see how all this bullshit works?
Right. I see it.
So it's just, I want to bother Kevin. I just want to torment and antagonize Kevin. She said it on her live the other day. I peeped in and noticed there's 20 people in his video. See, y'all, he felt this girl is everywhere but where she's supposed to be. In that amount of time, and all the time she spends wasting time, she could actually watch my whole response and actually refute it like an actual logical person who's trying to prove something would, instead of doing insults. You're gay, you're this, you're that. It's just silly shit. For the life of me, I don't get it. And again, it's the world that has been created for us. I have to ask her to leave me alone, because any attempt I take to try and stop her on my own, I'm going to be the bad guy. So if I cuss her out, if I make videos in response, if I was to do some form of physical attack or public attack on her, I'm always going to be the bad guy. So I am at her, and I'm at her. She has leverage. She can continue fucking with me as long as she wants to. The guy on her panel, KB, can say, "Will you leave that man alone?" She still doesn't have to. She still gets to decide whether or not she can keep doing this to me, simply because it's her panel. And that these are the lies that they tell themselves to continue bullying and continue antagonizing people. So in her mind, YouTube is a weapon for her. And if I don't like you or I think something negative about you, I'm going to use YouTube to bring justice. Right. YouTube. I'm not going to go through proper authorities to try and fix anything in a real way. I'm going to use my channel to talk about you. And my channel, the people that hears my channel, is somehow going to do something to you about the things that's been accused of you. This is all, it's crazy. What do you want those people to do about someone calling me a scammer 4 years ago when I proved them wrong? Watch this. I'm not taking donations for anything, and I haven't in years. Neo still gets her dumb ass on her platform to say, I've taken donations on behalf of my child. I've told her, no, I haven't. She still says I have. Now, I've told her I have never taken a donation for my child. I've never even told the world my child was sick. Someone assumed my child was sick based on pictures and just been saying it. But she still says, is his child probably sick or something? It looked like he got problems with his child, or we hope his child is getting better. I've never even said my child was sick. Right. So if I've never said my child was sick, how did I get a sympathy donation? It's nothing but lies. And I even said, if I was to get a donation for my child, am I a bad person? If someone actually has a sick child, isn't that what would make them make it reasonable for them to ask for donations?
Right. That's true.
It's like even if I was in a dire situation and needed a donation, they would demonize me for even that. Right. Or even that, they demonizing me for asking for food money. I needed it. It's like it makes no fucking sense. But she always said, I heard that he asked for donations. You also heard that I haven't. I told you I haven't. And you could do the research and try to see if you can find any video of me asking for money based on my child or a cash up in my child's name or anything like that. And Lacey creating a child called Raising Samik to show her life interacting with her son, she has every right to do that. That's not sympathy. Because you're still assuming my child is sick. So if a child is perfectly healthy and nothing's wrong at all, and a mother decides to, my daughter does videos with her daughter right now. Her whole channel is called Me, Myself, and My, because her daughter's name is Mayana. And so she shows videos of her every day doing arts and crafts with her daughter. Is that sympathy? She can't have a child with her daughter?
Right.
So if Lacey create a child for Samik, they got a page for Samik. It's a sympathy page. Nowhere on there is she asking for money. So it's like the things you're saying on your platform, you're not providing any insight to. So you are wanting those people that hear you to think negative about me. And it's because you think negative about me.
And I want to say this. Lacey, this is Lacey's firstborn. Okay? It's a very special time for her. And if she creates a page in dedication to her firstborn child, we gotta come on, y'all. Like seriously, like as adults, we gotta up ourselves. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's a lot of people out here who have channels for their children, right, whether they have any disabilities or not. Come on, y'all. Come on, we can't use this to tear each other down. Not our children. Come on. Our children, this is her first child. Why would we want to take away that moment from her? Why would we want to take away that moment from anyone? It's not fair. This is their firstborn together. This is a beautiful moment for the sake of the child, y'all. For the sake of the child. We cannot stand each other all day long. But y'all, we got to get to a point of boundaries and understanding for the sake of the children. This child deserves a beautiful moment as far as his own platform, as far as his own channel where people could come and, see his pictures and his steps of growth. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And
but
then
they make something. Even now she says, "Oh, Kevin, stop making content. All he do is try to show people how beautiful his family is." What? I never put in the caption, "Look how beautiful my family is." If I want to post pictures with my family, it's my family. It's show and tell. People show what means the most to them. Nobody's ever seen me showing off a car or jewelry. I show off my family. What the fuck is the problem with that? They have a problem with every little thing I do, even me explaining myself, even me saying, "Leave me alone." They'll try and shame me for that. So in their minds, if a man actually does cry, because I'm not crying, but if a man actually does cry, he should be shamed for it. It doesn't matter what's happening to him. So just imagine a woman saying things has been done to her and she's actually crying. Imagine men in there saying, "Oh, it's a shame just to watch a woman sit there and just cry like that." See, that's why I hope to God if she ever have a child, she don't have a son, because she'll fucking destroy him. He won't even be allowed to cry, even when shit happened to him. So, and it's good that she's gay, because if she's with a man and he ever broke down and cried, she see it as a sign of weakness, not that he's a human being with feelings. Because get this, I'm not crying, but they're trying to say I am. So even if I was, they would only make fun of me. Because even if I was on here hurt enough to cry, they would actually just laugh about it. But they want you to feel sorry for them when shit happened to them. You see, it just goes to show you, we live in a sad ass world, yo. We just do. This is childish ass, toxic ass behavior that Neo's putting forth, and she's too fucking dumb to realize it. Every comment that she posts exposes her horrible, toxic nature. It's clearly sad. She is a problem for our community. I swear to fucking God, she is. And you were right about everything you said about her in the beginning. And I know your approach, you said, felt like a form of attack, but what you said about her was absolutely right. Neo is a fucking femcel. She's out here trying to destroy masculine men who put forth good examples. You look at my page, you look at how I present myself. That is a good example. But here she is to say things that I don't show on my page, but things that people say to her and say, this is who this person actually is, to try and destroy someone who's putting out a good example. I'm not on here shaking my dick in the camera. My wives are not shaking their ass in the camera. We're not being seductive like other poly couples. We're representing ourselves in positive ways.
Yes.
And we always have. But she'll try and come for that. She'll try and destroy somebody like that. Again, the shit makes no fucking sense. No sense.
Man, we live in.
And I want to point out that I came up here and I'm sure that, you know, I've taken your show in a little bit different place, but I heard the live that you guys had with her the other day, and it was a couple of hours long. And she said so many things that were incorrect. So I wanted to come up here and just correct a lot of that stuff. So
no, you're fine. I did want to know your perspective of how do you think I did, or how did it go for you, or do you think that, I mean, what was your feeling? I did want to know that. That was very important to me, because I wasn't concerned with my own interview, you know, being new to doing stuff like that. I don't know. So I did want to know your perspective, and I'm very appreciative for you coming to my platform to, like, you know, continue dialogue, because that means a lot. You know, it shows that, you know, you saw my efforts.
Right. I loved how you represented yourself. I could definitely see that you were, you know, trying to stand up for me and you know, and speak in the best way that you knew and understand how. And I also think it's clear that I'm not paying you. If I were, I would have gotten with you and given you the whole lowdown and all this stuff and things of that nature. So even though she was telling you a lot of things that weren't true, I still feel like it was good, because you didn't take any of those things as if they were true. I think that you were reluctant to believe anything that she said, simply because you know how she can be. You've watched her before, so I definitely didn't have any problem with it. And I think at the very end, when you exposed the fact that about that molestation stuff, and particularly the child stuff, when you said it, I think you just completely you just shut it down with that. It was so great how you broke that open. And I want to say this right here too, Neo. You are far from being feminine. You are a fake fraud femcel who has no emotion towards men at all. You only have toxic energy, provocative energy towards them, and you only aim to infuriate them, because low-key, you actually are attracted to those men. And that is a fact. And the way you carry yourself isn't feminine like a woman at all, even if you're gay. You actually carry yourself like a bitch-ass nigga. You actually do. Somebody said over and over to leave him alone, and you keep fucking with him. Yeah, I would call that a bitch-ass nigga. I would. I've always been around them. I've seen them people in school. They talk a whole bunch of shit, and as soon as you get ready to go off, they try to find something wrong with how you responded to them. It's unreal. Again, I've never seen someone, only with her and Callie, they act just alike. But I noticed that they talk so much shit about you, and then when you go respond, they try to shame you for responding. And to me, that's bogus to me, because every time I watch back at their videos, the only thing that they talk about is the length of the video, what I was wearing, and if I had a seatbelt on. They never talk about the content of the video that's refuting their lies. And like I always say, the way you know a liar is they avoid the person that they are accusing at all costs, because the goal is to keep the misunderstanding going. They repeat their lies even after the person has said they're not true, as if they haven't been told they're not true. Like as often as Callie says, "Why did you have your phone?" I told him immediately why I still had my phone.
Right.
I told him that day, whenever he made this video, why I still had my phone. I work for him, and you know it. So it's to this day, he'll still say, why did you have your phone, and try to question the audience and try and make them think about why I had my phone, as if I haven't just, he could just say, he said he had his phone because he works there and he wasn't asked to give it up. But he don't say that. He wants to make it seem like it's still confusion. When every time he tells a story, he never shares what I had to say about it. Every time. Right. You know, so even when they ask him about it, you can tell that what he's saying is not crystal clear. When any of them are asked about questions, honestly, that they're not crystal clear in what they're saying. So again, I do appreciate the things that you said, and I won't take up any more time on your platform. I'll let you get back to your build, and I will be in the live listening. But like I said,
hold on, Kev. Pause on that right there. Hold your spot, Lady Love. I didn't mean to block or hide your comments. I'm sorry, Mama. I'm every time I open my eyes, if I see something, you know, I try to. And so it's accidental. Please forgive me, Lady Love. I really appreciate you coming through, and you give your opinions. I appreciate everybody for giving their opinions. I just, you know, I didn't mean to, Lady Love. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say every time I see a woman talk to Neo about me, Neo never tells it right, and it infuriates me. I'm not gonna lie, and so. I know that her point is to constantly be in disagreement with anything I say and try to make me sound like a bad guy, or just say things while I'm talking or comment while I'm talking, things that would poke at someone and they're not really with any intention to get anywhere. But so anybody she talks to, I can see this happening. I remember someone sent me a video of a guy talking about her, and man, he was going all the way in. He was calling her all types of bitches. And I was sitting here hearing it like, damn, that's harsh. But now I perfectly see why he was behaving that way. I believe it got to that point for him where it's like, man, fuck that shit. This is a bitch, and I'm gonna treat her like one. And I think that even for me, hearing men call women bitches like that, it bothers me. Because even when I heard his live, it just sounds distasteful. It does sound bad, you know. But at some point, it's like, you know, like I said, now I completely understand why he was brought to that point, because you keep telling this person that it's not true, and they just keep acting like this towards you. And to me, the only definition of that is you a bitch. It's like you a fucking bitch because you keep saying this shit. And it means like asshole, someone who's intending to keep shit going. When a man calls a woman that, it means that you keep keeping shit going. You won't leave me alone. You're being mean to me, so to speak, right? And she definitely is. So she's mean as hell. Because again, a person saying, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. I don't believe you. I don't give a fuck. Right. You see, it's not about if you believe me. You're telling me somebody said I did something. So for whatever reason, you believe them. What is that based on? Your trust for them? They're proving it to you. What? There is no, she said that she's on the phone and heard somebody say, no, it wasn't him. It wasn't me you talked to. It wasn't Melissa Rios you talked to. It was the other baby mama. And whoever that person was made her believe it. She believes anybody who say anything negative about me. But she don't believe me on nothing I say, even when I say it's a video to prove it. Like I said, it's the dumbest shit in the world. Because again, the video clearly says I don't have the tube anymore, but I still need the tube food.
Right.
And one day I wish that if whenever you do, maybe you'll get to a point where you can do this. But when you're refuting videos and if you're saying anything on my behalf, that you can just show the video and see it for yourself. Because I don't know if you actually saw this video for yourself, but it's crystal clear. Even the ex who said that I flew her out, that she actually flew herself out, and I've shown all the receipts to this. But she still gets up there saying it, and Neo pretends to believe her. So while there is proof that shows that they're lying, she believes them. While there's proof that shows that I'm telling the truth, she doesn't believe me. See how that works? Because she's loyal to Callie. If she says, okay, Kevin, I believe you, I can see this isn't true, it invalidates her friend Callie, and he'll be mad at her. That's all this shit is. Right. Again, she starts all her videos with his songs and ends with her song. It ends with her song. She's clearly fanned out for him. And she keeps saying, I'll never be this way for another person. Kevin, when I met you, I was all fanned out for you. And right now, you are all fanned out for Callie because he's telling you things that are clearly not true. And I'll guess he's not even upset with him for coming to her and saying, Melissa Rios reached out to me and told me all this stuff. And then changing it to, oh, no, my bad. It was another baby mama who reached out to Shy and told her all this stuff. My bad. She still ain't saying, yo, that's fucked up, bro. Because how do you mess that up? Well, I forgot the name, but you also told the story wrong. You also said this woman called you personally. She reached out to you because she saw we fell out and all this stuff. So you're saying, so now you're saying another baby mother called him and said these things when we fell out. You see, but he ain't saying that. He's saying no. He went to Shy and told her.
I'm blocking the comments, Neil, because come on now. I've already stated it. Like, I was on your platform and I did not do this to you. I did not. Come on. Out of respect for my platform, you know, it was to communicate with Kevin and give his perspective and let him express himself. I wanted to create a space for him to do that. And with understanding, even if you disagree, we don't have to be, come on, because on your platform, they say things opposing too. You have that platform for them to do that. And I respected that. You get what I'm saying? All I'm asking is for the same in return, even if you disagree with him. That's all I'm asking. And I shouldn't have to ask that. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, this my platform, you know, and I didn't do that to you. So I'm just asking for the same in return. I honor Kevin Wesley. You know, I think that he has done great work. And the reason for my concern for this whole thing in the beginning was because of Kevin Wesley. So in that, I'm going to continue with that. And I don't want you to have offense to that, but I cannot allow for, you know, I can't allow for that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say that you abused your brother. He said he gave reasons as to why he would say it pertaining to how you would say things about him. He's trying to give an example as to why, okay, you don't believe him, and he's saying he don't believe you. That's how that is working out. It's not necessarily a feel-good thing, but at the same time, we have to, you know, we can acknowledge, okay, they, you know what I'm saying? You look, I'm trying to be.
What I said, and it's not to use your platform to spread a rumor, but I said someone told me this. She has already indicated that someone has said this about her. So I'm saying that person told me specifically that Neo did tell them that. And if I wanted to get on my platform and share that, because that person did tell me that, it'd be the same thing that she did when she said Callie told her something. Or my
Right, it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair. You get what I'm saying? So if he does it to you, it's not right. So what he's saying is, if you're doing something to him and he's not right. So I mean, in all it fair that is fair, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not be one-sided of it, you know what I'm saying? And not consider, well, yeah, you know, I don't like these attacks towards me, especially if they're not true. So I wouldn't necessarily want to do that to somebody else. You get what I'm saying? At the least,
in all actuality, I'm more gracious to her because I didn't just say there was some interaction that made people feel uncomfortable. I gave the actual details, and that's what I've been asking for. I said that she said her mother walked in and caught her when she was 13 doing things with her brother with a sex toy. See how I'm very specific as to what exactly was done when that has not ever been said on my behalf. They just said that you tickled her, I don't know, touched her or tickled her or something. It's just something. It's never, I can't even get the benefit of the doubt to say who said it. Don't tell them what baby mama Shy. Don't say it. Keep it alive. Keep it, don't let make her be aloof. I can't get no realness from her. But I'm saying everything exactly how it was told to me, so she has something to refute. So I have no intention of spreading bad information on her name, on anybody's. I don't fight like that. I think it's horrible. That's why I want it to end. You see, so when she says gay, 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 I think I have every right to respond to that with bitch, bitch, bitch. But even though she gets on her platform saying, I believe you're gay, I believe you tried to sexually seduce, assault Callie, I still won't get on my platform and say, you did this with your brother. Here's why. I respect myself and my platform too much to spread something that may not be true.
Right.
And I don't have any proof of anything like that. It's just something I heard. So I respect myself and the work that I've done in the past for all these years to still remain valid, to never try to ruin it with something like that. But she doesn't respect her platform, meaning it's never been about shit at all. So if someone's willing to throw all their work away, their work was never about shit. Because you got to understand this. The man said it's not true. You have no proof of it. Everything that the person that's coming to you in Cali is saying, you can see that it's lies. You can see it's propaganda, and you don't care. And you're still willing to get up there and say these things and take his side in this matter. Get up there with Amora. You can see everything that she's done. You can at least go back and look. If you care about your channel, you would go back to videos prior to that so you can see how me and Amora even interacted if you're going to put your big fat nose in it. But you didn't do that. So it tells me that you don't really care about putting out righteous information. You only care about an agenda. You only care about what you think would go viral. And I don't respect you. So why would I give a fuck what you believe? Why would I care? I don't care if you think I'm gay, if you think I'm a scammer, because you're going to believe anything negative that you think leads to a story for you. So of course you're not going to tell your followers, I don't actually believe this, I'm just making content. You're going to tell your followers, I believe this, because you think that that gives you a right to make content because you're pretending to believe it. But anybody in their right mind can see that no honest person would believe this bullshit.
Right.
Think about it. Oh, when this happened, why didn't they say anything on this girl's behalf? Why would they say something like this years later? And then why try and reduce it down to all they said is that you tickled her? That is not all Callie said. Why gaslight me? Why not at least be honest that Callie was out here trying to say I was a pedophile? You up there doing that with Sinetta, birds of a feather, you a sexual deviant. Where's that 14-year-old little girl, Kevin? Like, we don't remember this? So you can't sit here and say nobody tried to make it seem like that. If Callie tried to make it seem like that, and the next thing we know, you're repeating on your panel, you can't try and disqualify yourself for saying, well, at least I didn't make it seem like that. Man, stop. No matter what, you know why I'm concerned about this and why I have a problem with it. So to even take the scenario, the rap when you're trying to act like, I can't believe that you mad because all they said is that it made them feel uncomfortable. They didn't say you did nothing sexual. Yes, they are saying that. They're saying that something that I did with her, it seems sexual in nature. That's what made them feel it. They are saying that.
Right.
And what I'm trying to say to them is, there is no little girl. I've never interacted with no 14-year-old little girl at the White House. I can't think of one to save my life that's ever been around me.
Right. The story has not changed. I think that's a serious allegation. And I don't think that that should be something that's just treated, lightly. And then, in your defense, your story has never changed. Like, it's never changed. And me personally, okay, since we did bring up, my trauma, my past, right? If somebody was speaking in representation of my past or my story, I wouldn't think that they would get the name wrong. Like, come on, y'all. Like, some part of us got to be like, huh? Like, what?
Why would you ever? All the women in the world, I wouldn't get her name wrong. So I wouldn't say, I just threw you in with his other baby mamas. You only know one or two of them, and you ain't never talked to none of them damn girls, except for maybe Royce. And even the thing that they got from Royce, you can tell that she was just teaming up with him. I hope this works, guys, but please understand I can't be a part of it. Notice nowhere in there did she call me gay or did she bring up a 14-year-old girl. She said that I didn't have good hygiene. What the fuck is that? It's a lie, but yo, you're grasping at straws here to say he don't have good hygiene. Like, why is that something you're telling the public as a means to say I'm a bad person? It makes no sense. Right. The video, she said I tried to come on to it. Why is that something that the community should know? When actually she tried to come on to me. None of the stuff she's saying are things that you got to warn people about. It sounds stupid. If somebody came on to you, turn them down. What's the big deal? What are you talking about? Just like I turned her down.
Right.
I didn't think it was anything that was useful for the public. I didn't tell the public when this happened. I called Callie, who was my friend at the time, to tell him about it. But I didn't go tell the public. So why would she have a message now saying I tried to come on to her? It's stupid.
Right.
And when I say I got all the text messages proving it, get her to get up there and say herself, I tried to come on to her. I bet she won't because I show all the text messages. Notice you ain't seen Royce. Notice you ain't seen none of them people get up on no platform. And they'll never come. It's just lies that Callie's saying. And they're just believing this lies and fanning them. And that's sad to me that they refuse to even look back at this man and say, okay, bro, look, I had your back now. I said this stuff for you. But man, you're going to have to start proving some of this shit you're saying, bro.
Right. Right. I believe that too. He gotta say something, and you gotta, y'all, like, come on. Like, I can't argue it enough to say something about a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't just go based upon, well, somebody said they saw this, and yeah, a bunch of us saw this, and then it doesn't make sense. Well, he got the name wrong. Well, it's not something to make light of.
You're
If
right.
the name,
If Neil thinks I care if she sue me, I don't give a fuck. Sue me. Do what you got to do. You don't care if I sue you. Just like I said, if you guys keep saying these things about me that's not true, I'm going to have to sue you. Notice it didn't stop. They actually got more aggressive with it. They don't give two fucks.
right?
So then you sued. And you ain't even sued fucking Sarnetta yet. Even when they asked her the other day about suing Sarnetta, turns out she need a real name. She need this. She need that. She ain't done no real shit at all with this. But keep saying, I've sued Sarnetta. You have not sued Sarnetta in the past tense. You may plan on it, but you ain't did shit talking about you still need real names. You've done nothing.
Right. Neo.
It's so stupid.
I see your comment. And what I'm stating to you is what Kevin said was not saying you got to listen to the whole statement. He's not saying that that's what you did. He's saying that he could say it, or he could believe it based upon you giving that same response with the things that has been said about him. That's what he's saying. Y'all, we have to listen we have to put aside emotions, and we have to hear to the full extent what somebody is stating. Okay? And I know
if I was going to get on my platforms and state that, I would certainly get up there with the person who she told that, right? And then I could also get on my platform and simply say out loud that Neo is a scammer. She says I'm a scammer. Neo is a scammer, and I can prove it. She's saying, Kevin, you scam homeless people. You scam people for tube food money. Neo scammed me for the very tube food money that she claimed she sent me, but didn't. Neo would tell a person who needed tube food money at the time they asked for it that she sent them tube food money when she knows she did it, and actually accept his refund, knowing she never sent him no fucking money. And then when asked about the receipt, she'll come up with a bunch of bullshit. But notice what she won't do. Send me back the money until she get that receipt. She won't do that. She says, no, that money was a donation for all those videos I made on your bitch ass. That's what she said. So Neo is a fucking scammer. She's so desperate and hard up for money, she'll tell somebody lies and then accept that money, knowing goddamn well she didn't get him that money. She's a fucking liar and a scammer. That's a scammer. Because she never gave me that money. She wanted to shame me to make me feel guilty. And I know she didn't give me the money. I sent her the $100, knowing that she didn't even give me the 30. Because I knew, and even when I sent her the money, the message with the Cash App said, make sure you send me a receipt. She still says I didn't ask for a receipt when I sent her the Cash App. Attached to the Cash App saying, send me the receipt for this. She could have said, well, I ain't got no receipt, so let me get you your bread back to you. She actually just kept the money and spent it to buy a new computer and shit. So now she wants me to wait on her to get an email to send me. But she didn't wait on her money back. She asked for it back. Now, here's what makes her even more fucked up person. To ask for money back that you sent somebody out of the love of your heart makes you a fucked up person. We used to call it an Indian giver. So you gave this person this money because you believed they needed it. And now you're asking for it back. Well, guess what? I did go through losing my stomach due to trying to prevent stomach cancer. I did need the tube food money. I needed every dime that I asked for and more because they didn't send much. I really suffered during that time. And you asked for that money back from somebody who really went through that. But here's the kicker. You didn't ask for it back. You just simply tried to make them believe you gave them money and then accepted it. And now ain't got no receipt to prove it. And you ain't never one going to present itself because I don't have no receipt to prove it. Because I know she never sent me no money. I don't look everywhere. There's nothing that Neo sent me no fucking money. And the reason I asked earlier about why she changes your name to B Bennett instead of B Bennett, and someone says, well, she could be dyslexic. The reason I ask is this. I'm on YouTube and Facebook and social media with my real name, Kevin Wesley. She uses my real name when she puts the harshest allegations on me. My real name now. She's on there with a name, Neo X. What my forever, what she called herself one time, or whatever you said she called herself again. Notice it's never her real name. If I was on here typing in her real name, my response to Nisha, whatever her fucking name is, if I was up there responding to her real name, first and last name included, and putting her in the title, and then going in on her about things people told me about her, she wouldn't like that because that's her real name. So when I'm defending myself, I'm defending my real name, not an alias.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So anything I say is just about this character named Neo X. No one knows her real name. No one from her hometown is fucking with her like that to know who we talking about. But my actual name is Kevin Wesley. It goes with me everywhere. She can just change her name tomorrow to something else.
That's right.
My name is Kevin Wesley. And I've said over and over, I have children, I have grandchildren that I know, that I care about and love. And I don't want them hearing things like I'm gay or that I'm a sexual abuser. I don't want them hearing things like that. And unfortunately, saying things like this on social media does spread those rumors. And a person has every right to ask you to chill when something like that is absolutely not true. Now, if I did those things, I'd be deserving of it. If I put behavior out on camera that require people to review it and break it down, I would be deserving of it. Ain't nothing I can say. But they're taking what somebody says about me and stating these things as if they're true, wanting people to believe a narrative about me. And I keep saying that's exactly what a smear campaign is. The way Kevin presents himself, that's not who he is. Who he really is who we're telling you he is behind closed doors. What? And y'all ain't got no proof of it? Nah, we ain't got no. We just saying it. What?
Right.
Makes no sense. And even now she's like, you got to let me get up there to explain something about my brother. Why? If it ain't true, don't worry about it. And here's the thing. I certainly don't mind you letting her explain herself about her brother. I'd love to hear her explain why is there an accusation that she did something to her brother with a dildo. I swear to God, I'd love to hear an explanation to it. Because the thing was saying that her mama walked in and saw. She could clearly get up there with her mama, and her mama couldn't confirm that this has never happened or anything like that. But again, I'm sure that if it didn't happen to her, she can prove it didn't happen. But I'm gonna call it crying. I'm gonna say, look at her up there fucking crying. That's how I'm gonna see it, because me trying to defend myself is crying. So that's how she puts it. That's what it's gonna be. Whether she's actually crying or not, we get to call it crying. It just is what it is. That's treating her exactly how she treats others, but then at the same time says that's not bully behavior. Right. To sit here and say something about somebody, then when they explain themselves, you crying, you just up there crying. They don't realize that's bully behavior. She don't know that.
Right.
It's like people don't know that when someone says something and you're in the background going, ooh, what you gonna do about it? Baddest man slapped my hand. They don't know that they're bullies. Like, that's crazy as fuck that they don't know instigating issues between two people that had nothing to do with you makes you also a bully. They don't get it.
Right.
Apparently they don't know what bullying is.
Right. You're right.
What's her real name, V. Bennett? What's Neo's real name? Said Kevin, Neo have a real name. I found out when she tried to strike my page 4 times. What's her real name? That's interesting. Because she won't even call your name as you present it. She calls you B. Bennett, as if she's trying to protect herself from any type of defamation, but she calls my name directly, you know? So I've seen some channels that try to talk about me. They call me KW or Kitty, you know, try to say something derogatory instead of saying my name. But Neo definitely just says my name every time and attaches me to the worst accusations, you know? So I've asked her to stop. My wives asked her to stop. And when they did, they got criticized for the part in my relationship. If you were first in my relationship, then you must not feel love because Kevin needed more. If you were second in my relationship, then you're not a real wife. It was just stupid insults, man. It's dumb. And that's why I say you can't get anywhere with it. And that's why I'm saying to you, Angie, you are correct. This is propaganda. It's not that she thinks this for real. Neo is a bad person. She clearly is working with somebody, even if she is doing it on her own. She really is an instrument of terror to black men out here. She is, because she don't do this to women, because I think it's because she knows that she can't hold a woman to all these moral boundaries that she does a man. And a woman can cuss her ass the fuck out and go all the way in on her, but she don't do that. I see she tries to say everything nice to Queen's throne. She tries to stay on her good side, you know. But me, she'll talk in disrespect, and it's because she knows that if I go in on her, she can try to play the victim, just like she did that one guy. She called him broken and tried to insult him several times. As soon as he called her a bitch, she was just like, why didn't those men try to correct? Why didn't the men try to protect me? So it's like, you can talk to him any kind of way, but if he says something back, you're supposed to be protected. What?
Right.
So it's like, let me put this man in a position to where if he responds, he can be hurt. He can get the worst treatment. And this is why I say, men, these women are dangerous. They will treat you any kind of way. And if your response is aggressive, you going down. And even still, they'll put you in those positions to get that man. They will really sit here and terrorize you to push you to doing something that could cost you your freedom or your life. They really will. And they'll keep doing it, knowing that if you do these things as a black man, the realities that's going to be waiting you are much harsher. You have to avoid women like this. You have to, because they wouldn't provoke a woman because they know a woman could slap the shit out of them and not be called an abuser for it. So they do this only to men. I swear to God. That's why she don't mind calling grown-ass men gay, because if they get on here and have energy towards her and cuss her the fuck out with real man energy, she gets to play the victim. I swear to God, I figured women out like that. I figured them all the way out. They know that they're using morals as leverage, the social morals placed on men as leverage, you see? And it's sad because you want men to treat you right. You want them to protect you, but you actually want to use the same system that's geared to protect you and weaponize that against him. And I ain't fucking with that. And so in my eyes, you're not a woman. So when she says that, you know, you're not masculine, no, you're not feminine. That's why I would never come to your protection for any fucking thing. Because you're a man. You can protect your fucking self because you fucking with men. Your whole behavior is showing me you're not a person that is productive in this society to even deserve protection because you don't protect. You tear down. And we always say this, good people build up, negative people tear down. You won't find one video that I've made on Neo to tear her down. But go look at her page. I don't like him for this reason. I don't like him for that reason. He's manipulative. Look at him trying to look at him trying to do this and that. It's always a negative approach. I can be on there just talking about life or something positive, and she'll pause it before I say something to what they call poison the well and say something negative so people can think that I don't actually believe what I'm saying. I'm just trying to manipulate people into liking me. And it's like they try to pretend like they know you. Nobody really knows people like that. You know, all you know is yourself. So all you are is projecting yourself on the people. Never once have I thought about going to a panel and just saying something people wanted to hear so they'll like me. Never once. I'm actually very secure on who I am. But they rather you believe their version of me. And that's why I say to you guys on here, don't let somebody rob you of your glory with their story. Don't let somebody use their story to rob you of your glory. You know you've done great things in this world. You know you've been productive. You know you've changed the lives of millions of people. For myself, I know I have changed the lives and helped millions of people. So if I were to fall off from social media and nobody listened to me no more, if I died today, Kevin has done a great work. And my mother, my grandmother would be proud of me. My ancestors would be proud of me because I spoke out. I spoke the truth. I freed many from lies. I've set people on a righteous path to where they can go get learning and insight for themselves. The people that are ridiculing me hasn't done half the work that I've done for the community and the world as we know it at all.
Right.
I had a brother telling me today, Kevin, I'm so proud of you. Somebody from my childhood. He said, man, when you came out with your poly situation, I now see celebrities trying to be poly. They try to dress like you and look like you and represent it like you. So even if they're not giving you the credit for it, man, you a world changer through being a trendsetter. People, you inspire people. He said, even with religion, he said, I never heard people speaking out against religion in the form that they did. But when you did, people started speaking out. He said, man, so I just want to say I'm proud of you. You know, I really am. And he actually appreciated me for never taking the route of showing off fancy cars and things. He like, man, you went and bought a big house for your family and you love your family. You're not out here trying to buy fancy cars and frivolous things. So anybody that tries to say you out here just trying to seek fame or that you just want to be seen, they'd have to be lying, because the only representation of yourself that we have is you being a teacher and you trying to offer productive things to society. Never once have I saw you get on this camera and show off, bro. Never once. You're very humble. So don't let them get to you. And he's absolutely right. Everything he was saying is absolutely correct. So to say all these things about a person who you will not find him showing off with the things that he owns or with the things that he has, but he always shows off his family and talks about life and love and harmony, it proves that you just out to try to hurt somebody who's clearly positive. It makes no sense to me. If nobody's bothering me, notice how every video will be about something positive that people can use in their life going forward. Every video, which proves I'm a positive person. If nobody's bothering Neo, notice it's still going to be beef and tell them something that they think somebody did or who said this and she said this. It's all Neo got 45 wars going on. And they'll continue because of her very nature. I have people who trying to ruin my name from 4 years ago, and I'm responding to it. I don't have any new fires that I go around starting. Everything that ever came my way was due to me protecting my brother or this misunderstanding between me and Callie. And Callie rallies up all these people to be negative towards me. He's good at it. I don't know how he does it, but maybe one day I'll realize it. But Nobody with Callie has any real reason for hating me. They just simply are fanning Callie's lies. They've got up on panels and talked. You can tell. They're not saying anything that I've done. Even Neo knows what she's saying is stupid. She got my ex up on there to talk about me. Not once she called me abusive. Not once she say I've ever hit her. She's up there talking about me breaking up with her on her birthday. Like I did her wrong for breaking up with her on her birthday. That's the most. If that's the most you got, get the fuck off the platform. How I broke up with you, I have a right to break up with you any day of the week, even if you didn't do nothing. I have a right to break up with you if I'm not married to you. Nobody should have to be with you. So to try to demonize somebody for breaking up with you, even if they had I did have a reason, but even if I didn't, it's childish and stupid. You know, so obviously you don't have a lot of things to say about this man because of the things that you're actually saying. Like if you notice, Neo was like, yeah, she threw you a great birthday party, as if I haven't never sit in the VIP at a club before. But I didn't spit on her gift and say I didn't like it. I didn't say, you having Dwight here ain't doing me no favor. That's my nigga. So she's like, Dwight was there. He was at 2 Chainz Club. I was at 2 Chainz Club 2 weeks before that in VIP. What are you talking about? And I didn't like it then. I'm not a clubber. I don't go to like that. So that same woman, Shy, has been to VIPs with Dwight because Dwight parties. And every now and then I go out with him when he goes to the club. But I'm not a club person. That type of stuff is not for me. I like more like the silence. So I like maybe more like a hookah lounge where it's not a lot of noise and shit. So I don't like the celebrity looking life. Notice my brother lives 35 minutes from me and he's always on somebody's red carpet or doing something like that. If I wanted to be a part of that, I could just say, hey, bro, let me ride. He calls me all the time and invites me to those things that all those stars and stuff gonna be at. And I don't care to go. That's not my life. I've met celebrities. I put up one picture. I don't keep chasing that idea or that fact. I'm obviously not somebody who's trying to get personal fame. If you think about this, I came out about religion, so I was worldwide known for my thoughts on religion, not who Kevin Wesley was as a person. While I am a talented musician, I didn't try to use that to try to make myself a talented musician. I kept it about what it was. Okay, next, I'm known for my poly relationship. But notice how my content is not about poly relationships. Rarely do you actually see me posting about my wives. My content is about relationships in general, life in general. I've never used even my lifestyle to try and make my platforms bigger, even though I could. Most men in my situation would always be on camera showing off their 2 beautiful wives and trying to get views based on their wives and doing stuff to try to show off. I don't. I clearly care more about teaching. So they really are just sitting here trying to tear down somebody who don't deserve it. And if I say that, it's like, look at him playing the victim. What's wrong with me saying I don't deserve it? I ain't done nothing to nobody. I protect my brother. That's what begets Amora in them. It ain't because I did something to Amora in them. It's that they don't like me protecting my brother. They say I was attacking Brianna. I wasn't. I was only saying that man didn't hit you. That's not attacking. But they repeat that bullshit. So if you let Neo tell it, I was attacking Brianna because somebody said it. Not because she can see videos of me doing it, but because somebody said it, right? I offered Callie with my fruit. I offered Callie fruit with my hip shaking because Callie said it, right? I touched a little girl and tickled a little girl and she believes it because they said it. Everything about me, she takes the side of anybody talking about me. But all those people who are talking about me has shown that they have negative character, but she doesn't not believe them due to their negative character. She doesn't believe me due to what negative character she's trying to propose that I have. But all of her reasons for my negative character are not true. They're not true. Me asking for money cannot be something that makes my character bad because I really needed that money. And I've said that.
Right. You're right.
I just said to say, man, you know, I'll let you continue on your video and stuff like that too. And like I said, I'll be listening from what's the name. If Neo hops up here and says something that I feel like I need to refute again, I'll probably wait till the next time that you're live. But I definitely will be listening.
No, we're not gonna be on long. I'm happy you came up. You know what I'm saying? It to me, I'm not questioning anything as far as what you've been stating in defense for yourself. You get what I'm saying? I've never have, especially with my own research and observation. So, you know, that definitely hasn't changed. And my platform is first and foremost always up for Kevin Wesley. Always. You know, and I can't stop who who that offends. You know what I'm saying? Even with my wanting to have a peaceful resolution, I can't stop who that offends. But in support of Kevin Wesley, this platform is here. And I understand how some people may not like things or may not consider things to be fair, but that's how I started, and I don't want to come off hypocritical in my moment of acknowledging my own faults. I was wrong, but even with me being accountable, I did state that I still have my stance on how I feel about Kevin Wesley's perspective. And I do it with no intention to harm or hurt anyone. I know that Kevin is telling the truth. So I feel very welcomed and appreciated when Kevin comes to my platform. I won't stop that for him, for no one. Kevin, you're always welcome to my platform to speak your mind, speak how you feel. I appreciate it. It lets me know that you see my efforts, and especially with seeing everything that has been going on, it was a hurtful thing to see. So this is my opportunity to speak how I feel based upon my own observation. And this is and I have great honor for Kevin to even acknowledge my efforts and come to my platform that I'm building and speak his perspective. That's not going to change. I can't go around. I want to be nice to everyone. I want to show everybody a different way. But I can't go, in a way that seems, finicky. Kevin Wesley, I'm a great supporter of him and his work, and yeah, no, this platform is Kevin Wesley all day.
And I want to point this out too, that I really appreciate that. It means the world to me because I've sat back and I've watched people protect my brother, and I believe that that's what helped maintain his sanity going through all of this. Because you will feel compelled to defend yourself, and that takes a lot from you, and it only gives them more content to try and use against you. But for him, he had so many people defending him, and I love that. And one of the things that she said earlier, which proves I don't pay people, is that she said that I was live and only 20 people were in my chat at one point. She's telling the truth there. And what I'll say to you is the reason I said I don't know why is it's confusing to me. I've questioned on if I was, blacklisted or in the negative algorithms or something they call like where they kind of hide your page or something like that due to maybe it's the interactions I've been doing on my page. They haven't necessarily been up to par because I've been going back and forth with people, whatever. But I can say this, people from my brother's side of what they call the True Saga are often aware that I'm live, and still it'll be like 20 to 30, 50 people in there. It's almost like not even 100 people will come to even listen to me defend myself. So right. I think it's impossible to say I'm paying them. It would appear that a lot of people just not liking Kevin these days, So I have had other content creators speak up on my behalf, but it was just to respond to a video that was just made about me and telling that person about themselves about that specific video. But nobody has taken the time to go through my videos and present them the way they presented my brothers and break these people down who are trying to hurt my name, you see? And so I've been all alone in this whole thing. So when I try and defend myself while I'm on live for 4 or 5 hours or however long, it's seen as a problem, but I don't have anybody doing these things for me. Like I even saw earlier, some of the content creators said, I wish I knew more about this situation, which proves that I'm not paying them, because if I were, they would have to definitely go dig for this. But they are fully well-versed in to my brother's situation. You can't tell them nothing. They know it full well. You know what I'm saying? So no one obviously has taken the time to dive into all these videos and care enough about it to really try to represent me with all the information. You see what I'm saying? So to try to infer that I'm paying people is dumb. Because if I paid somebody, they're going to be doing all of that. They're going to know everything about this whole situation.
Right.
Just like those supporters of my brother understand every little detail about that situation. So right. When my brother went live to talk yesterday, damn near like 700 people was in there. When I go live to talk about my situation, it's not many people there. So right. It shows you that you know, they are much support of my brother, but that is my brother's support. That's not Kevin's support. Them people don't really fuck with me like that.
Right.
I mainly was in it with them to try and protect my brother, and yet still some of them turned on me. Some of them made it about me. So
I mean, I've been following you for years, and that's how I got into the story about your brother, was because of you. So, you know, I'm coming from the support of Kevin Wesley.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I hope that in my efforts of creating my platform and also trying to be the change that I want to see, and not being the person that attacks people and not being, you know, wrong and harmful to others. You know, I acknowledge that to Neo, I didn't want to attack her. I was wrong. You know, I'm not changing my defense of how I feel about what has happened to Kevin Wesley. You know, I don't like being in a situation where I have to pick sides. But you guys know this is what I came in regards of. And my stance for Kevin Wesley is strong. So that's how that's gonna go.
Someone right now in your comments is saying I buy views. If I bought views, would I be buying them? You know, I certainly don't want nobody saying you only had 20 people in your chat or your video only got 2,000 views. So I would certainly pay for them to eliminate them being able to say that. So to say I buy views is ridiculous. And actually, I'd like for somebody to just tell me where you go buy views, because I didn't know that was possible. It showed my brother did this thing, which shows the actual app you can buy for Instagram, but buying views for things, because I'm not on Instagram like that. So buying views like for YouTube and for Facebook, I'd like to see the app or the thing that you can actually go buy views, and you got to know it's true. If especially liar, you could liar layer. So I guess you must know you a liar. But I mean, I think that if you can say somebody buys views, you should be able to tell me where you can buy views. Because if you just saying that somebody buys views without even knowing if that's possible or how it's possible, you're just as big an idiot as you look. You know, which is, I hate to insult you, but it's just true. You're an idiot if you can shout out you're buying views but don't know where you buy them. Because I've heard this a lot, that Kevin buys views or Kevin buys subs. Where can you buy subs for YouTube or Facebook, or where does that happen at? Because from my understanding, when it was possible, you could actually lose your pages for that. You know, so I obviously wouldn't play no games like that. You know, and you can still scroll my page and see that I've had viral content. Like, every video may not take off, but some do. So if she can say, why did you have 20 people in your chat? I can say, why don't you have a 1 million view video? Why don't you have a video that hit 100,000? But see, this is not about whose channel is the biggest, right? But that's what she tries to make it about. It's about everything to her. It's the dumbest shit in the world. I don't know why her mind works like a toddler. It's weird to me. You're trying to refute her saying that you're a child molester, and she bringing up how many views you get. It's like, what the fuck is you talking about? She's a very confusing individual.
Right.
I can see why she's always in a state of chaos with somebody, because her mind is a hellish place. It truly is. And I hate that I even went down this rabbit hole with her, because she is a handful. And she has to be stuck in her mind all day. So I know everything she thinks about many people, not just me. I'm one of the many to her. And I can tell you, she's been a real problem. And I'm only one of the many. Like, Amora's been a real problem. And I'm only one of her many that she does this to, because their mind is just fucking, it's something wrong with it. I swear to God, there's something wrong with it.
It's unfortunate we couldn't get too much resolved tonight.
I think we got a lot resolved. I love, actually, believe it or not, even though Neo's going to overtalk and do the shit that she does, every time that I'm on a panel with her, she embarrasses herself. She makes herself look like an idiot. She does all the gaslighting and the name calling. She does all of these things. She does the over talking and to try to deflect. So this is why she blocks me, because they're all actually afraid of dealing with me publicly, because I embarrass him every time. That's why Callie does, because he's scared of being embarrassed. He's scared of talking to me straight up, because I can easily debunk their lies, and they don't have enough thought into their lies to even have an honest conversation with me and even play the liar. They can't even do it. So it don't bother me when she gets up here and acts a fool. So I know you might be like, I hate that she got up here and disrespected you like that, brother. But no, man, every time she does that, it proves her to me. That's why I even be willing to let her up on my platform. I also know it's not going anywhere, but I know it's going to be a good display.
I don't want to continue confrontation. You know what I'm saying? If Neo wants to, speak her perspective, you know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with inviting her to have a different time. I just don't want. I don't want it. I don't want. The name calling and the arguments. See, this is how I.
Liar Larry, you probably need to block. She's in there telling Neo to make sure she sues you too, as if there's going to be a lawsuit on me for stating what someone actually told me. I would love for Neo to sue me. That way, I don't have to go get my own lawyer to sue her, and I can just simply countersue, just like I was going to do with Amora. But she quickly pulled back that damn thing about suing me. She filed a thing like she was going to sue me, but she pulled that shit back real quick because I wanted that shit to show up at my house. Because all I would have to simply do is countersue, and I wouldn't have to pay a lawyer. So she didn't want that at all, because all the content that she had saying about me, the moment she tried to say, look what he said about me, is 1,000 videos before I said that about her, of her saying all kind of shit about me. So it's like, why are you playing the victim? I'm going to tell them that you said a train was ran on me. You said my son was gay before that. You said my wives were bitches. You said that I do fruity shit with men. You said all this shit on your own panel first. Quit. Stop lying and crying now that it's been done back to you. So now all of a sudden I get up here and say, wait a second. You've had things that's been harshly said about you. And not once do you act like it has been. You say you were a victim of this and you're suing, but you don't even think about it twice before you do it to somebody else. Right. It makes no sense. Anybody that you get out here, Neo, with these false accusations about, they can literally just start saying these same things about you. So if this is something you don't want people saying, you think you stop using your platform to say things about people that they don't want said. Right. Stupid. Like, it makes no fucking sense. It's like, if I didn't want nobody calling me ugly, I probably shouldn't get on my platform calling people ugly, right? Because they just gonna say, your ass the one ugly. Right. So if you get up here trying to make me an abuser or some type of pedophile, the very accusations about you are that you a pedophile. Right. So they could just say, you a fucking pedophile, you the one. So while you trying to prove everybody a pedophile, arrest your fucking self. Turn yourself in for what you did to your brother. They could simply just do that. And she would say, oh, I'm suing. I'm suing. What? But you doing that to other people every day. Right.
No, I'm not gonna block that comment from Liar Lair. If they feel that, that's fine with me. I'm okay with that. It doesn't affect me in any way. I mean, I've made statements about that. It's so many things on these platforms with, throwing lawsuits and, doing all of this chaos. And that's why I changed my direction of how I was coming at Neil, because I don't want to continue on in that light. Y'all, like, we got to get to a point where we can see ourselves. And that's my whole point. Like, see ourselves. If we don't want it done to us, why is it okay to do it to someone else?
What and why is really real and all of them use fake names?
Like, we gotta stop doing that, because it never ends. You're gonna get further frustrated, you're gonna get further hurt, you're gonna get further bothered. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? It's gonna be a lot of people that view it, right? But for the most part, it's entertainment. Your life, your frustration, your part that you play in this is entertainment. And when you look at it, when you think about it, it's like, dang, I'm just being somebody's entertainment. I'm like, if I'm gonna entertain somebody, I might as well go ahead and be a paid actor or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to entertain. I don't even want to build no platform based upon attacking somebody and calling them out and stuff like that. I had to acknowledge that because I'm not that as a person. My home is peaceful. My home is peaceful right now. Even though my children have stepped in my room numerous of times, my home is peaceful. I don't like the arguing. I want to come to a resolution. But if a resolution cannot be made, silence is wisdom. And it's not fair that something can be stated about someone and they not be able to say something in response to that. That's not fair. You can disagree with it all day long, but that doesn't mean you have to continue.
Right. And someone put in the comments that I said I'm going to say that on my platform about Neo. I absolutely did say that I would say it on my platform. And the way I stated it was, Neo, if you keep calling me gay, if you keep calling me a scammer, if you keep trying to say something about this 14-year-old girl that don't exist and trying to accuse me of touching and doing all this malicious shit you're doing, I'm going to get on my panel and say what I've heard about you. Now, I can't say if it's true or not, but I will most definitely be another platform that helps to spread that information. That's exactly what I'll do. And I won't do it on an hour-long live. I'll do it in a 5-minute breakdown video, and I swear to God, that shit'll go viral. So if you don't want everybody asking you why you did something to your brother, leave me the fuck alone. It's real simple. I don't have to say you did it, but I can certainly bring up the accusations that's been said about you and wonder why you're doing that same thing to somebody else. I most definitely can.
All right.
But I absolutely do not ever want to have to ever say nothing like that on my platform. And due to her talking about me like that on her platform, all she's gotten from me so far is a request that she stops. However, the moment I start doing the exact thing to her on her platform, on my platform, that's when she'll start saying what I'm doing is wrong. You see, but what I'll do is I'll just clip a little clip of a song that says, it's cool when they do it, it's a problem when I do it, well, fuck them. Like she sits here and says, I'm an activist channel, I'm a professional channel. But she has a clip that she go to of a gay guy in a trope way, clearly being an over feminine gay guy doing gay shit, right? She has that clip. Then there's a liar. Stop lying to me, like a little cheering shit. I got that. Then I got, Terrence Howard saying, you changed, man. You changed, man. Like she thinks that her channel was something to be taken seriously. It's laughable.
Right.
How the fuck are you bringing justice to anybody with little clip videos like that? It's pathetic. It truly is. Right. If you're saying my content is about exposing pedophiles, real shit that go on in our community, why would you have stupid ass clip videos like about serious things that's happening to real people? So if you're trying to expose a pedophile or a sexual abuse or whatever the case may be, that means there's a victim somewhere, right? What victim would want to watch themselves be vindicated and their accuser brought to light with fucking Terrence Howard videos?
Right.
And music video, you problem when I do it, fuck them. Like, it's so stupid, yo.
Right.
If I was actually a victim, the last person I asked to defend me is people who do dumb shit like that. Ad lib with little clips. And even if you're up there talking, she won't warn you this video is about to happen. She'll just play that shit, which mutes you. Nobody can hear you. And then the video is just playing over you. And you got to wait until that little clip plays to start back what you're saying. And she's played them things over and over. So her listeners knows that this clip is about to say, well, you can't get mad at nobody for how they react because you start with it. She got that video she plays 1,000 times, but she literally gets mad at how people react. But she plays a video that's supposed to justify her when she reacts, but she complains about how other people react. Example, I came up on her platform to say you could have reached out to me, Neo. She's complaining about my tone in the video, but she also plays a video that says you can't complain about how somebody react to something.
Right.
So it's just clip videos, just like what Callie does. It's so stupid. I burn brain cells up every time I watch it, but I do because I want to hear what she's saying so I can refute the things that she's saying honestly. But never once have I said Neo did a 5-hour video, which she does, but she'll say Kevin does 5-hour videos. But never once have I responded to her video by saying she did a 5-hour video whining and just do stupid shit like that. I didn't pay attention to it. I just peeped in. People told me stuff, but I didn't watch it myself. Who the fuck want to trust somebody who that's how you make your content? You don't watch it yourself. You take what people tell you. Like, yo, you saying that you ain't trustworthy and you work and built for shit. You're not even doing real work. You just say, so basically your channel, the people who sub to your channel is who create your content. Because you only responding to what they tell you I said. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
And that's all I have to say about it tonight. I definitely come back up another time and
yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to schedule another live. More than likely, probably sometime this weekend. So look forward to it. I'm trying to get used to that schedule thing, so people will know ahead of time as well, so you guys can come through. Y'all, I did my video. Y'all see, I done upgraded with the background, and I done got some music and everything like that. But for the most part, this platform, um, with an addition. Let me say it like this so I can clarify. With an addition to my stance of Kevin Wesley is going to be about how we can mentally heal, how we can actually come together, how we can see ourselves, So I'm going to bring a lot of topics based upon that. And if I see anything that sparks a topic within anybody's platform, I want to use it. And I'm not going to be an offense to anyone. I'm not going to attack anyone. I'm not going to do that. My intentions are good. I hope that it is seen, but you cannot always play to the side for everyone, because in that moment you lose yourself. And I don't want to lose myself. I lost myself starting off wrong anyway. You get what I'm saying? Based upon my emotions. So in order to be an example of what I'm doing on my platform, I have changed my own behavior. I have taken accountability for my own behavior, but draw no conclusion of any confusion of how I may feel about Kevin Wesley. That has not changed. Thank you so much for coming to my platform. Thank you so much for, supporting me, speaking on my platform. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, love, and thank you so much for giving me a platform to speak on, for being a rational mind in the midst of people trying to tear me down and destroy my name. So thank you for remembering everything that I've been teaching and everything I've been doing, because so many people, appear to have forgotten. And so it means the world to me, and it's refreshing because, like I said, I know that seeing so many people defend my brother was refreshing for him, because he's called me before with tears in his eyes about how much that meant to him. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it means a lot. There are no words. I'll be honest with you, because you don't owe this to me. You don't have to do this for me. And so the countless hours that you take to dive into this, even the videos, even when you're not making videos, just listening to, what I had to say, or going back and looking at content and listening to what Neo's saying to respond to her. It's something that it honestly can't be paid for. It's priceless. So, I mean, just thank you so much.
And
I'll never forget
that was part of what I was stating in one of my other videos, not wanting to represent you in the same lighting of what the chaos of what everything has been going on. This man speaks about being the change you want to see. And if I see something that needs to be changed, I can't get it to be changed necessarily if I have become that. So, I you feel what I'm coming from? My platform is going to be, to help me learn, to help anybody else learn, but it's most definitely also going to be a platform for Kevin Wesley's voice, and to, give my and share my observation of Kevin Wesley as well. That's not going to change. He has a beautiful family. I think that's undeniable. His family is always welcome to this platform. Is always in favor of his family, and that's not going to stop. I hope that everybody, even if they disagree, I hope that everybody can find a form of respect out of that, because I'm not intending to be disrespectful, but I support Kevin Wesley and his movement, and I also support his beautiful family, his in-home family and his siblings. They have been very strong examples on this internet, and that did not go unnoticed in my book. It will never go unnoticed in my book, because I have siblings as well. And like I stated before, if somebody says something about my brother, you know what I'm saying? I'm coming, and there's no questions asked. None.
And they would too. They just want to shame me. That's why I say, like, I can clearly tell. It's like if a woman got up there to try to explain how things are being done wrong to her, and people was just like, "Oh, we've heard enough. Oh, I left and came back, and you still talking." You could see how that would be completely humiliating to somebody who is trying to defend themselves, and that's how they treat me. So they want to sit over there and call me gay, a scammer, and a pedophile, but they don't want to hear me explain myself. I'm boring to them. I get on their fucking nerves. See what I'm saying? And that's why I say they're bitches. they're bitches. That's all I can say is because they want to believe something bad about you that's that horrible. That's crazy. You're getting on their nerves for trying to explain to them you didn't do something. That shit is bogus to me.
Right.
It's so concerning. It's wild.
Right.
And all you've offered was, you know, I guess what you thought was something that was positive to the world. But I guess, hell, like they say, they did this to Jesus. I guess it's just a good example, concept to not
see,
try to say you don't deserve it, because people
I
are gonna
hate
do
that
so.
because, and let me tell you why I hate that. Because when they did it to Jesus, it was wrong. It was wrong. And you know what they did after they did it to Jesus? They regretted it. Those people regretted it. So how can
I woke them up to a new reality? I set them free from something that they were doing to me, and I don't deserve the benefit of the doubt when somebody lie on me. Man, fuck those people. It's sad.
We gotta change the way we view things. We gotta change the way we see things. We gotta stop continuing this virus of hurt. You know what I'm saying? You know how it's just, you know, I'm gonna keep coming back with some more information. Hopefully everybody with time will start seeing, you know, my perspective on certain information, because I love psychology. I love it. It's always been a profession of mine. It's always been something that I love, the study of the mind, what affects our behaviors and our thought process. I'm deep on that information. I'm good at it too. So when you know, once I perfect my platform and me speaking up front and everything like that, it'll become more easier for everybody to, you know, understand, you know, what I'm trying to point out or show. But mostly it's going to be some good insight, because this can help a lot of things when people start to realize, you know, everything is the mind over matter. You get what I'm saying? It's all in the mind. And if we can change our minds, will change absolutely everything. How we understand words, how we see things, how we behave, how we progress, how we communicate, you know, how we relate. Everything will change based upon your mindset. If you refuse to change your mind, you're only holding yourself back. It's not holding nobody else back but you. And I'm going to give some insight as to why it even affects you that way. I'm going to give some details on that too.
Indeed. Well, again, I definitely appreciate you so much. Somebody said, asked me if was she going to expose me, because her videos are getting to me. Lies get to me. Propaganda gets to me. Someone telling something as it didn't happen bothers me. But I'll say this, please expose me. Please. I've been asking Callie and them to prove their lies for years. You got Callie right there by your side. You have access to him. You can sit him down and have a long, drawn-out interview with him, or whatever you need to try and prove what he's been saying. Please expose me. Get up there on your platform and prove every fucking thing you ever said to me. And I bet money you can't, because you're lying.
All right.
So get up there and prove it without a whole bunch of name calling and bullshit. Get up there and prove it. Kevin scammed the people. Here's how we know for a fact he did it. Kevin scammed the people for Tube Food. Look at this video. This is proof of him scamming. Do that. Show me I'm everything you call me. Prove it. Don't just say it, stupid. Prove it.
Right.
Stop antagonizing me with lies. Prove it. Ain't nothing I can say about the truth. Notice ain't nothing ever been proven against me. Nothing. And these idiots out here still fucking repeating it. It makes no sense.
Right.
But obviously, guys, I could go all night. We don't want you to go another 2 hours to come back, and I'm still here. But again, love, thank you so much. Again, I'm gonna hop off and and go finish the rest of my night. But I definitely thank you, and I'll definitely be looking forward to your next live. Do you know right now when your next one is scheduled?
I gotta catch up on some of my schoolwork because I didn't do none today. But I think what today is, we're getting ready for Thursday. I think look for me, if not Friday, Saturday.
Okay, good. And just so you know, I watch all of your videos that you drop too. I think the analogy of the dog and the nail was really good.
Thank you.
And so I like all of your videos. You are very good at what you do, and you have so much potential.
Thank you. I'm getting better. You see me getting better. I'm talking better. I'm not as
Yes, ma'am.
nervous. That's
To
why
Texas
those
Bama, who says nobody but you. Before I get off, Texas Bama said nobody's obsessed with you. I imagine she's talking to me. I don't know if she is, but if she is Texas Bama, let's play a game. Let's see who can go the longest without mentioning the other person. I bet money Neo will be mentioning me the very next time she fucking talk, and the video after that, and the video after that, because she's obsessed with me. Go look at whose channel and see whose channel was posting about who. It's clearly she's obsessed with me. Who's going behind my back? Who's going and talking with people who used to be friends with me, with exes of mine? Who's doing that? It's her doing that to me. You don't have me reaching out to nobody who knows her, trying to find out nothing about her, any of that. So only one of us is obsessed, and it's Neo. I don't have. I'm saying leave me alone. I think that's proven I'm not obsessed with her. I'm not up here talking about that I think she's fine, and no, she up here saying that about me. So that's not the way that's going. So I think that'd be super weird for someone to derive from this that I'm obsessed with Neo. That'd be fucking crazy.
right.
And Neo, I'm so glad that you're setting out to expose me, because I'll be waiting to go live and talk about all the things I heard about you as well. But I'm hoping that you actually do expose me with truth and facts, and not just lies and propaganda, because you said you don't get on your channel and do lies and propaganda. But you know what? You do, bitch. You do. So you do it, bitch. You make your video exposing me with your proof, and then I'm going to go live and respond back to you. And that's just how it's going to be. So obviously, you're going nowhere positive with this. It's just going to be insults and propaganda, so I can get ready for it. But you get ready for mine, and I guarantee you, I'm going to give you a fucking reason to hate me. You're going to hate me as much as you hate Sonetta after the shit I do. You keep saying, I don't hate you, Kevin. I just don't respect you. Well, I'm going to give you a reason to not respect me, because I can fight back, and I fight damn good. You don't want me fighting. And I'm going to tell you like this. I don't want to hear your moral checks and you trying to make me feel like I did you wrong. I don't give a fuck about none of that, because when I get on your ass, I'm not going to give a fuck if you a girl or not. You better ask Callie to help you. You better get as much help as you want, because I've asked you nicely to leave me the fuck alone, and you won't. So if you want me, bitch, you're going to have me. And I'm going to give you every bit that you give me. So I don't want to hear Kevin ain't fighting fair. That's just like if somebody walk up and kick me in the nuts, I'm kicking them back in the nuts. It's too late to talk about morals. If I'm trying to be moral, you about to whoop my ass, because you defiling all of my boundaries, and you doing everything in the world to me. So again, I keep saying, stop fighting unfair. Stop telling lies about me. And here she goes, still doing it. So whenever I get you back the same fucking way, don't you sit here and say, Kevin, you wrong. I don't want to hear nothing about wrong, because you wasn't wrong when you was doing it. I'm tired of the manipulative games. So you can go on a tangent for another 2 years behind me calling you a bitch, like you did about Sonetta calling you a bull dagger. You got so mad that Sonetta called you a bull dagger. You still be on that bullshit. But you on here calling people gay, but you mad when somebody call you a bull dagger. When bull dagger is a gay woman. You are a bull dagger. What you talking about? I ain't never heard an actual gay person say here, I'm mad that you called me gay, but then going around calling other people gay. What bull dagger means is gay. You pissed that man off and he got up there and called you a bull dagger. Now, so I never called me a bull dagger. Leave him the fuck alone. Because all you're going to do is be a victim when he cuss your stupid ass out. Makes no sense, man. Grow the fuck up, Neo. In the meantime, love, I appreciate you, and I'll definitely be back up whenever you're live again. I'm going to get out before I say more to this fucking girl and end up regretting it.
Thank you, Kevin, for coming through.
Indeed, love. Peace to you.
Peace to you. I thank everybody for coming through. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I want to set up modified moderators. I'm not quite sure how to run the YouTube channel. I am learning, y'all. I am trying to figure everything out. I'm also trying to figure out great resolution. You get what I'm saying? In the midst of great resolution, you win some, you lose some, right? I appreciate Brother Kevin for coming to my channel. This platform has always been a space for Brother Kevin. You get what I'm saying? And V Bennett and Brother Shaka. You get what I'm saying? I don't mean to cause any further harm to anyone. But that's how I started, you guys. I'm not a flip-floppy type of person. If I see something within what I stated that was truthful, It did not change. It will not change. I appreciate all of y'all. I got one thing to show you guys before we dip off, but we're gonna close out after that. And let me see if I can share it real quick. I probably can't. Let me see. Oh, that's not it. Here it goes. All right, let me share this real quick.
You don't do better. You don't start doing better until you actually want better. How many times have you been aware of a better decision to make, but you still didn't make it? Too many times to count, right? I'm going to tell you why that is. Because awareness without the desire to improve is just knowledge. And that knowledge will not be applied until you decide that enough is enough. Now, I love you. I'm out here.
All right. And with that, we're about to go ahead and go to a close. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I love and respect every last one of y'all. I appreciate it so much.
In the way you reach them.
You get there by confrontation, violence?
Oh, is that the question you were asking?
Yeah.
You see, that's another thing. When you talk about a revolution, most people think violence, without realizing that the real content of any kind of revolutionary thrust lies in the principles and the goals that you're striving for, not in the way you reach them. You reach them.